AI, saying basically in no uncertain terms that China will win the AI race, obviously trying to stimulate demand for his products out there and maybe influence the current administration to allow him to sell Blackwell.
And the conversation, or maybe start the conversation that needs to happen in around that. So we'll see what NVIDIA, rolling over here a little bit right now. We did get back to 200 briefly there this morning, but looking a little bit weak going into the close yesterday. We had that really heavy selling. You can see the bottom there really led the semiconductors to the downside into the close. Part of the reason for the overall sell-off to end the day yesterday, guys. But a long list of individuals this morning. Going to be one of those days we have to really filter things through. Good morning.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Like, there's so many names that moved on earnings double digits. Then you throw in, it turns out that like months ago, SoftBank wanted to pick up, well, we're interested in picking up Marvell to basically partner them up or combine them with ARM, and that's a move on that. Disney finalizing partnership with DraftKings, that actually was up double digits. Can DraftKings hold a game? Like, seriously? This was up almost double digits, actually over double digits at one point, now giving half of it back. There's going to be a little of something for everybody. We'll make sure that we keep the locator up, well, the stock visualizer up, so we can see what you guys are interested in. Datadog is already one of the earnings names that people are harping about. Why? Because it's up 22%. Like, the number of double-digit names today is insane. Unfortunately, DraftKings doesn't hold. It was easily one of those. But the other story that we can't lose sight of was the relief rally that we had yesterday, and then the liquidity event that happened in NVIDIA on those Jensen Huang comments, which he's walked back, but that was hefty. Like, nothing was pulling back. It actually managed to pull back some of the market, which was drifting higher pretty much all day long on what was a dip by Wednesday. This stock will be on watch just because of that. And then, of course, Elon's gonna, the vote's gonna go his way at 4 o'clock, after 4 o'clock, I think. So, you know, that might not be that big of a story. Like, it's a story if it doesn't. If the pay package doesn't pass, I think it's a bigger story.
Yeah, I like the chances of that going through. IonQ, I mean, today up 5%. You know, another good earnings beat there for IonQ, and we'll see what winds up happening here with them. Obviously, getting forward here up to 58, 59 break looks pretty good for IonQ, and I tweeted it out early, man. I mean, my biggest winner probably. I don't know if of the year or not, because we had got some of this 75, then we got some more in the 60s. But Marvell, yeah, what a great story that is here today. Trying to get back up. I don't know why this on the daily didn't go, but we're now back above 100. It's been here before. It's really what a great couple of days there now for Marvell. So we've been to $100. We didn't. I guess we didn't get here. We got to 97, 98, and then forward. So now we'll have to wait to see. And when we were buying it down here, we did say 100 was our target, but now we're getting a little greedy. So let's see if there is some truth to all this SoftBank stuff, and we can get back up here. If they found value, so did Katina Capital down here, and we bought some more. So we like that stock, and that's actually woke up to a nice present there. The only thing that we didn't dip by that we probably should have was Alibaba. I mean, this has been on my radar for a very long time. And, you know, once it broke through this 150, I mean, very long time, probably since mid-September. Once it broke this 150, we wanted it. It didn't come back in to fill us enough, as we did not get long here at 152. And then it just back in just on all that nonsense of the last little while, 158. And now you have Alibaba starting to bust out a little bit on a robo-taxi story with XPeng. So, yeah, bouncing off 65. It's only up to 170. There's still room to grow here on this name. And I actually put BABA and IonQ as 2 top trades here for my note today. I like both of these. So just working on all of that. Everything is great. Yeah, it looks like we'll probably have a cat now. And you were wrong. Baron named it.
Oh, Baron got the win?
Oh, yeah, that was a big fan.
And what was the...
He chose Alex. So
Alex?
It's
Alex
a girl. It's a girl cat too.
Yeah.
So Gia likes it because she's calling her
Alex
Allie and everything, and there's some real nice pictures and everything like that. So it's been really good. So we're excited to enter a new member into the family there. Baxter came through last night too, so that was really nice coming for Waterloo on his last semester. So that was fun, and driving him back downtown at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, so he can go to some parties.
Hey, he's got to live.
What a
man.
life. What a life.
He's got to live.
What a life.
And him,
What's up to Adam James there?
we
He
got a
wants to talk
super
about STGW. I don't even. What is STGW? Come
I'm
on,
hoping.
my guy.
I'm hoping it halts. You'll see why
Come
later.
on, Stagwell. You know about this name already?
No, I know. I said it. Hope it halts because I want to be able to show off. But
Yeah, we have the halt bands.
The halt bands should be in the system. So when we show a level 2, if we get to the bands, they should show up. I have Neo up here, but we can put Stagwell. No, I actually don't know about this one yet.
Up 54%.
But it's up 54%. It's on 30 million in.
Yeah, so you have, if you come over here to the daily over here, you have some top candles here. Andre, if we just show this and then we'll get out of here. 750, right? So we've already been back up here last August, so not August of 25, August of 24. These were the highs. We did bust through for a couple minutes there, and then right back down and right back in. So for me, at these levels, we talk about it, man. I mean, I'm doing it every day. We took off some Palantir, maybe take off some NVIDIA around $200. If you got something like Stagwell, and for some reason you're in this name, what about right here? Right, $757 looks like a good little level for me, and that's no surprise. That seems like where we're holding it. When there's a gap, I like to play the VWAP. You're now underneath it, so that's a little bit of a risk spot for me. So thank you for the super chat, but you're underneath VWAP right now. That's never a great sign. We don't want the sellers to win. You want the buyers to win, and right now, there's too much pressure on this name. So I'd say wait back for $6 as we get going. Man, I hope I'm not getting sick. My voice is recovering today.
Stagwell was earnings, actually.
Oh, Stagwell was earnings.
Yeah, so it was earnings.
Okay, so that's a good
guidance.
reason.
That's actually that's a pretty solid reason. Small-ish float, like only a 95 million float, and 8% of it is short. So it's not a gigantic float, and a decent amount of it short, and you've got earnings, which is usually a pretty decent catalyst. So this is, like Sean said, it's below VWAP. Look, I don't. When I said I want this thing to halt, it's just because I want to confirm that we can see those bands and see it in action and see if we can figure out, some ways to utilize that within a trading strategy. I know Sharif will be excited for that because he looks at these type of names heavily. So volume pretty solid, liquidity looks good, but it's been trending down from those highs. So to get back up to the desk, there is so much to cover today. Because you mentioned IonQ, D-Wave reported this morning. So it wasn't just, it was IonQ last night.
I thought it wasn't going as well, or is it?
It's trying to follow. So it's flat right now. Like this one is like almost a catch-up. We have to talk about. It's almost like a catch-up play, like rounded bottom, break out this little 32.5 high. But that's only, to me, that's only if, IonQ goes and this plays like that catch-up game is what I'm looking for on QBTS. So many things moving today. You really have to iron down your list. Let's get back up to the desk.
He's doing. We're just talking about Robinhood a little bit here. Another one that we can get into here coming up. A few other earnings names to get through right now. I just saw this one made a new low, just got through $400, but is bouncing back up. HubSpot, not a lot of volume here so far this morning, but huge downside move as well, along with Dash, another one we can talk about here a little bit. 208, trying to hold right now on a little bit of a bounce, but again, it's so spread out this morning. Volume might be the key to look at here.
Yeah, Brendo, definitely. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, Dash, mixed reaction here. They missed EPS and they raised their spending outlook. 55 pennies per share EPS, missing the 69 expected. Revenue 3.5, just ahead of that 3.66. But they did take home money. Net income 244 million, better than the 162 they took last year. Despite strength, though, margin compression and higher future investment plans, Brendo, weighed heavily on investment as they were looking for more cost efficiencies.
I was just trying to grab this real quick. I'll get it after. Robinhood, their earnings call last night was actually live streamed on X, which I think we could potentially start seeing more and more of. I mean, Tesla's kind of playing around with that over the past couple of years with their investor days, live streaming, things like that. But yeah, Hood guys with a video live of their earnings call last night was kind of cool to watch.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, but you know what would actually be cool? How is it that, and look, most of the day, people were excited for Robinhood earnings. This is the name that was probably garnering the most attention, I think for good reason. And then the aftermarket show, the market recap, were basically sort of focused on the big name. And you come in today, okay, so it did move down, but it's exactly flat. like I was it was a good quarter. The only thing that missed, of course, was that crypto number. Everything else was pretty good. And it just seems like, well, we're up this much, we're not doing anything with you. Like this was set up, I guess it's still set up to break away from 140. I mean, 150 is big level, but maybe the 145 and the 150, it's just shocking to me. I guess it shouldn't be that shocking, but it is surprising to me that much action here. I figured if they didn't think it was good enough to break it out, the stock would probably just be down 5 to 10%. Like everything else that has not been absolutely perfect. But yeah, Robinhood, a bit of a nothing burger. And on a day where there's probably at least 24 names and maybe a dozen of what most people usually follow, or at least things that we usually track, that are double digits today and are movers. Like they're all over the place. Moderna as well, someone was saying was up 10%. We actually just got a super chat about Moderna, like that's going to be in play. We already mentioned like Draft, Marvel, things that you weren't even thinking about that didn't have earnings, and you got Elf. Thank you On the Rail TV mentioning the Moderna pop, Duolingo, Elf. There's so much. And then throw in, and this is all working against trading Robinhood, to be honest with you, you got to throw in the Apple news yesterday with Gemini. Like that's also going to be in play today. And it's in the exact same range. I'm just looking for Apple to break out this range. Break out the low, I'm buying 67. Break out the top, I'm buying 71. I think it was positive news. $1 billion is a steal. $1 billion a year is a steal for them, and it should be good news. But Robinhood, disappointment. It's not moving, so I'm not trading it.
For location, just texting my mother. Okay, so yeah, I was just actually looking out here. 61 cents versus 48, 1.2 versus 1.19, 1.27 versus 1.19. It's a great report for Robinhood. I don't know why, and you were able to get long there at 134. I mean, the numbers seem to be pretty good. My problem here is that it's not moving at all. I think this is actually a negative price movement for Robinhood. With the double beat, 77% up in gold subscribers, average revenue improved by 82% per user, CFO retiring, and that's fine. Asset platform, total assets grew 119%. I mean, Robinhood should be good. It's not. So I mean, it's up 1% is fine. The implied move was obviously many, many points higher than this. So yeah, maybe it does drift a bit higher, but I'm like not excited for an explosive day. But look, yesterday Rivian was up, I don't know, 7%, something like that. And then I was like, wow, it's underneath 9%, probably doesn't go. And then just bang, rips to the north side there. So yeah, I just, you look at many names and a lot of these stocks are near and at highs. So when you report, you have to fill into your valuation a little bit and beat. So they beat expectations, so their PE should raise, and should form out. But I don't know. Thought it would have been up a little bit more than that. Like I'm not an investor here, but as a trader, I'm more towards short on a day like today. I mean, SoFi's up, Robinhood's up, the banks are up today. Everything seems to be cruising right now. Nasdaq up 0.2, ES up 0.2. It's good. It's a good day, I think, today, and I'm trying to think about some longs, and Robinhood's just not in my basket here today, but it could surprise. I didn't think Rivian would do what it did yesterday, but I just wanted to double check before I throw it back over if there was a decent short float. I don't think there is anymore on Robinhood. Yeah, it's 6%. So 6% short float, so we don't really have too much of a reason to think that that's going to be something, but that's not bad. That could get going. Rivian was only 15, and it got going. So yeah, watch out for a 145 break. I think if you're going to short it and you have that sort of same feeling I do, you can just get out almost immediately at 145 or give it a breath and see. But yeah, Robinhood, great report. I think you dodge a bullet, right? If you're thinking that it's too high and has a place to go lower. So I think you dodge there with Robinhood and get a good report. So congratulations to all those holding this name. It's only up 4 times this year. So
yeah,
it's only up 400%. Bad. It's kind of like when you see Palantir drop down $10 and everyone's crying AI is over, and you realize that's a day.
The thing about a bull market, we said this after the first down day. The thing about a bull market, when we get one of those days where everything is down and everyone goes doom and gloom, just wait till the next day. If the dip doesn't get bought the next day, then maybe be a little bit more concerned. But if the dip gets bought, the next day, then you're just back to where we started, which is market until proven otherwise. Shout out to Dinkelberg, who said that Randy knew about Rivian. Maybe that's why Randy's not here today. He got all of it. He sneakily actually bought all of the Rivian shares, and now he's not coming into work today.
Look, Randy, I wish he was here because someone yesterday in the chat said that at 320, Randy was saying sell Tesla. You know,
did he say that?
Yeah, of course. He's been saying not. He's been very bearish on.
No,
Tesla.
I don't recall him saying sell it, but I know he's been bearish on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like we can all sit here, and it's credit to Randy because we've been literally calling him Rivian Randy.
Yeah, he loves
so that's nice. But I just want to say, like, you look at Rivian, it's still a good stock, and I'm long the name, but it's like it's just back to where it really was October 1st. Like, all we did was just get crushed all the way into earnings, and now you get all the way back here. So, I mean, depending on you're long some of these names, and it's the same thing with Tesla. You know, it's like we know our guy Joe over there. Not a lot of us, but some of us sold Tesla and got money into other names. That's the rotation that happens with these stocks. So, like, right into here, I want to get excited about Rivian. I want it to break out. You know, that was a great breakout right there off earnings. We sat here yesterday and traded 4 long. Like, that was the break. We didn't get until later, but 14 long was the break. And now I'm actually just worried. That's why I wanted to see Randy. I mean, I think he'll probably be here tomorrow, or maybe he's even here today. We just haven't seen him. Want to see how much runway this stock has, you know, because one day does not make anything. Like, this could come back in. I really like Rivian up here. But I'd like to see it break through this $18 mark, and we're still a very long ways away from that. Already back down 1.3%. If we want to get our short pants on here today for that, but $16 looks pretty good to me if we're going to short something here today. Look at the NASDAQ trying to pull back just a little bit as well. So, yes, Randy should take Santander Jeet of the CEO of Rivian.
Give it to him.
And that would be, he would definitely like that.
We did miss.
He drives a Porsche.
We showed this on screen. We didn't actually go over it. Look, I was just talking about all the names that are up like 10%. This is not a high volume name, Equinox, but they did report Equinox Gold. It was actually a sales miss, but they beat on EPS. So it was kind of a mixed report, but up 10% anyways. There's got to be, yeah, it's not a, I don't have float data on this one. Kind of annoying. Okay, so I couldn't pull up the float because it's very, very tiny volume. The chart looks good. I see what you did there with the pun, that it looks golden, but the chart looks pretty good. Just no volume here today. Like, post earnings, 230K. I would imagine it must be a relatively small float as to why it's not really going. You got like yourself a trend break, but I don't know how much you could day trade this. Since I pulled it up, there has not been a print in the time and sales since I pulled this chart up, and it's post. That said, thank you for the super chat, Day Trader LA, and it does look like it's trying to make another leg higher. Obviously, it's in the space, which is done very well. And who knows? Things with low flow sometimes can run. I'm just not sure if this is going to end up being tradable. Like, very, very quiet. Let's go see what might be tradable in upgrade and downgrade world, and also look at some options with Joe.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Thursday. I hope everyone's having a fantastic morning to start off. All right, guys, lots going on. Earnings reports last night, this morning, and after the bell, it is earnings season. So let's get involved with some of these names here, guys. On the upgrade side, we're going to have SPCE upgrading Caterpillar with a price target to $660. We're up just about 0.8% on the session here. Now, also reporting after the bell yesterday, guys, TD Cowen raising that price target to $190, up around 2.5%. Qualcomm the bell yesterday as well, two guys down 1 1/3 roughly. Price target raised to $205. Now, one of my favorite stocks that I actually don't even own and looking to get involved here, it's going to be TKO Holdings. Yes, that's going to be WWE. The UFC. So I like the CEOs on both ends. Price target being raised to $180 by Pivotal Research. Now, as for the downgrades, I was actually trading DoorDash after the bell yesterday, guys. Post earnings, really nice trading. Bank of America lowering that price target to $305, down 11.5% from those highs, guys. Figma Piper Sandler as well, too, price target lowered to $70. And Duolingo by Needham and Company, price target lowered to $30. Now, Elf, eyes, lips, and face. I didn't know that, to be honest with you. But Piper Sandler lowering that target to $100. Now, let's take a look at some of the option activity. Guys, Robinhood once again reporting yesterday after the bell on this week's expiration cycle at that $150 strike price. A balance between the volume and the open interest at that specific level, 19,200 contracts open and close, sorry, and then open interest still sitting around 18,300, so those contracts are still currently open, not yet closed. Now, as for Joby Aviation, guys, we're sitting at a relatively light volume, 1,200 contracts there open and closed, and then open interest sitting around 11,800. Once again, strike price 17, expiring tomorrow. Now, IREN, guys, open interest, relatively light, but the volume at that $80 strike price was very interesting to me. 1,300 contracts open and closed, and then with the OI, we have 7,090 contracts there. Now, as for the call of the day, Tesla going on a monster run yesterday, guys, strike price 470, expiring this week, volume 53,700 contract, with the open interest still around 17,800. Now, the Delta, cool because it is out of the money contract, with the Gamma light as well too. Keep your eyes on that implied volatility. ATMIV sitting around 79.8%, guys.
You know, Tesla going to be in people's minds, that's for sure. Actually, look, ARM probably not going to be the most exciting post-earnings name. It's only up 3%. I'd say disappointing because it didn't really hold on to the gains that it made after market. It's much like everything else, and maybe we'll get into one, I think, a little bit more in depth. But you know, one thing to look for today is, look, it didn't break that 180 top. Fine, that's why I was trimming down there. This was kind of like, sometimes you get like an absolute gift, and just the next time you see an IPO that you like that does the IPO like rounded top breakout thing, if you like, buy it, right? So you know, either you buy the dip or you buy the breakout. But this one is it's a really lucky event that after it made that breakout, it actually revisited prices in April. But like, it's a technical double up, and then on these earnings, kind of a disappointment sliding back. I see the 50 period today. I said this about Tesla yesterday, and then you know, it's unlikely to get down, and then it actually traded down to that price and popped. So with ARM, if it gets down to that 156, it's possible. Like, that's only 5% down from here. If it were to go red and go a couple of points down, you could bounce off that kind of a level. I think this will be a post-earnings kind of a dip buyer for myself there. On ARM, don't know if it's going to be the front of the list. Again, not a ton of volume here pre-market. You need this one to open up and be a little more exciting after the fact. But who knows? Maybe SoftBank does. Maybe SoftBank gets their wish at some point, because it's this whole the combination between, obviously SoftBank, the big ARM shareholder, right? They're the biggest shareholder. If they're combining them and Marvell, that seems like you'd create a powerhouse. I'd be concerned about, well, there'd be some antitrust issues there. Like, it's that. I think that's the only concern. It's like, well, if that's their intention to combine those companies, and that's why they would pick it up, would the regulators be like, wait a minute? But then we have a new administration. There's a lot that would go into that, Marvell and ARM. Maybe they're not quite big enough. I would tend to think that would be a combination that would be difficult to close, just because of the the usual environment around it. They didn't let NVIDIA buy ARM when they wanted to. That's for sure.
We have quite a good size position in Marvell, so I'm very excited about that. And that's why when I woke up, I was like searching. I was like, oh my God, nice move. Look at Google right now, though. Nice move in Google here, man. Like I keep saying, man, the rich just keep richer. Just bang, 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 bang. Straight up, this up to 290 again goes Google here. Just like market's pulling back a little bit, but Google is just like, oh, 8 o'clock. It's time to, do this. We had a nice move up there for Google yesterday. Look at this move off the open yesterday. Look what it's doing today. It's like a mirror image right here. So yesterday we faded back into VWAP. So maybe today we get something for Google around 287 and change. But I'm adding Marvell right now as we speak to the sticky note because it's fading back in. So this is the problem. Remember the other day, and I think it was 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I guess, and I think it was in the pre-market, and Marvell spiked all the way up to 102. I guess that was something, and I was like, I don't know, understand what's going on there. And then right here again today, it spiked up the same kind of ways. So it's that $100 marker. I'll probably get something out up there, but I did sell some at 95 or 95. I must have been in here somewhere 90s last time, or maybe it was around here, like 93, 94, something like that. So now that we're up near $100, I think that might be worth getting something out. I just want to see. I'm going to write down Marvell here, and I was writing down 95. I just want to see if we can come back into that level that was some kind of support or resistance yesterday. I was just looking. I heard the guys come. I was like, oh, is it Randy? But it's not Randy. Right into their 95.50 or so for Marvell on the give up right now, because SoftBank's probably, when you get that false bump there and you don't get like really any confirmation moving forward, that's kind of the thing. So let's wait to see if Marvell comes back into those levels, and I want to add Google as well to the list. So there's so much happening here today, and we're just excited to have you on board. So yeah, we'll lose our voice today a little bit. We have 3 hockey games this weekend as well that will probably lose our voice on that as well. Actually, I don't really do too much yelling at that. Not a hockey game. I do. I mean, I am the DJ for home games, but that's not a mic. I just play music.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, so you get to play the music instead, so you don't have to yell.
No yelling, man. And I'll be like, come on, ref, what's that? Stuff like that. But we try not to do it. It's a higher level of hockey, so it's not like you have to sort of. Yeah, you don't want like those parents that are yelling and screaming like the coaches. Some of them they don't like that kind of interference. Well, you know what it's like.
Let the kids
being a coach, and
let the kids.
The last thing you want to do is yell. But I mean, the refs are 60, 70, 80-year-old men, and women. So it's not like they're little kids. But
if they're grown, it's a little better if they're grown. I've already done the.
Yeah.
When kids are roughing or umpiring, just let them do their thing. It's so ridiculous to me that grown people will lose their minds. Lose your minds over like the stuff that happens in the stock market. That's like like money.
Well, even then, we can't control anything.
No, you can't.
The thing about baseball is we even saw with our Blue Jays. It's like
so true.
Anything can happen. Missed calls, reviews, this and that. Like when they have to review all these plays.
Oh my goodness.
How as a kid, like my daughter's 10 years old. Umpiring T-ball. It's like she just makes judgment calls.
No, but it's literally impossible to when you call something like a bang bang play you can't actually simultaneously look at the foot on the bag and
I know and
the ball in the glove.
But it's amazing how awesome the umpires.
That's what I'm saying. They're actually really good at doing.
They actually get most of those calls completely right. It's boom boom, and it's like just within seconds you're like, yep, that's a note. It's like holy shit, the guy was so confident in his call. Tonight, Raiders Broncos. I mean, Brock Bowers is back with a vengeance.
Yeah, but I wish we could have. We actually can't take the Broncos in our suicide because we have already used them. So
survivor pool.
So sorry, a survivor pool suicide.
We don't say those words. We don't want to get
survivor pool. My bad.
We already got unmonetized when I played that stupid.
Which one?
The Soda Pop song. We got dinged for Soda Pop song.
That's kind of.
I was so happy you were dressed as whatever that guy's name is. Abs or
that was worth it.
I thought we were having fun. I thought it was worth it, but apparently it wasn't.
Because they don't have enough money. K-pop demon hunters. They got to come at Trader TV Live. Like seriously?
K-pop.
Come on, son.
Everything is. We already got that super chat there today.
Everything is golden. And apparently, and it's even more golden when you take a look at your free packed watch list today, because it is, as Adara mentioned, the busiest watch list she's ever made. Maybe we should go over it.
Let's get right into that. We got a lot to cover. We'll start with the market here.
68.25, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. Look where we worked up to, right into that 68.50 area, and then we rejected. That is because key area of support that we had held on the 30th, and then on the 3rd of November, we work our way up there, we reject. So we're going to use 68.50 again, as a resistance level. If we sell off for whatever reason, the 68.04, so 6,800 as support.
As we were mentioning, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Top link there will get you to the sign up page for watch list. It's free. All you need is your email address. Comes right to your inbox every single day. A lot, as we were mentioning, to understand this morning. Let's start things off here with chat rolling over a little bit, but took at least a lot of the headlines after the close yesterday on this announcement, more so than the report itself. $400 million deal with Perplexity to power its back-end AI.
It's going to be really good, Brendo. They did warn, though, of some weakening daily active users as new filters come in for teen accounts, and they're going to have to do a lot of age verification now in different jurisdictions. But the shares mentioned up markedly here in the morning with a Q3 revenue beat easily $1.51 billion, beating 1.49 EPS, 6 penny loss, not directly comparable to estimates, though. Those global daily users now at 477 million, but the company does warn that that number may drop. The ARPU as well, the average revenue per user, about $3.16. The company says they want above $3.25 by next year, so we'll have to see how they do. As Brendo mentioned, the AI Perplexity partnership, they announced a $400 million deal. They're going to integrate conversational search into Snapchat by next year, and Perplexity will pay through Brendo a mix of cash and equity, marking a new revenue stream for the company.
If you zoom this one back to the top end of the range all at once here, we're still trying to get above that key level of resistance, though, guys, for Snap. Thoughts here?
Yeah, that's essentially, like, when I wrote this on my note, I was kind of like, I need to be really ambiguous to the direction off of this level. It's too big of a level, this 65 to 70. It's the 200 period, it's prior resistance, and you're already kind of like trending underneath it. So it's pretty simple. Look, they're saying and doing all the things they need to. Like, again, I don't know how relevant they're going to be to remain without some. Maybe somebody wants to pick them up, but I think the Perplexity is it's a good story for them. You get the hype out of it. But if we're not breaking out what's clearly 880 change resistance here and not even holding VWAP, there's always like that trend pullback. And you have so much, like you've got so much room, like forget about 850, like all the way down to like 8 to 812 would be the gap fill on the daily chart. So if we don't get back above VWAP to break this out, then I might. It's one of those after the opening range, if it's under VWAP, usually I'm just shorting those types of things. But I want to be taking a long into that high. It just has to break out this top. So that could easily happen right away. I remember a couple of years ago that Snapchat really halted. Like it was so crazy off an open one time it actually halted. So it could be one of our, I'm hoping that happens. If that happens to the upside, great for everybody, and hopefully we can get the breakout long. But then we might get a chance to see the for the first time on this symbol. My guess is it'll be a smaller type name that we see those on because we just got them in the platform. So yeah, breakout long, it doesn't seem as likely as it did maybe 20 or 30 minutes ago, but we can be patient with Snap.
Yeah, I still own a small piece of Snapchat, but yeah, it's just around these levels, so it's not like it's ripping up or anything like that. We had first was on one of their last earnings calls. We had bought some Snapchat into here, into this resistance. That's what I'm saying. It's probably, I think it's like $8 long or something like that. We did not average in to this down here at $7. So yeah, it's a nice little trade to the high side. I've been saying this name should be bought out for a long time, but you know, if Meta's not coming calling or Google or anything like that, then yeah, maybe there is nothing here. My kids still use Snapchat and they like it. You know, a big piece of their story, but it doesn't look like they're able to get going. So up 18% today here on Perplexity. I just, I don't know. They're the generation that's using Snapchat. They're just using it for passing messages around. I just don't know what the actual enterprise value is here for Snapchat. So I think we could probably fade this. Nancy Pelosi, I just heard in my ear, is not seeking re-election into Congress. So that's something there. So you don't get any more.
What do we do with the ETF?
From her? Now she can just make millions and billions of dollars by herself now. But yeah, nice move to the high side right here. And all you've done is just take out the 200 period. So I think, yeah, watch out for this, man. Right around that $9. I think it's a fade around 9.20. That high that we've just put in. If we get anything up here, I think we hit Snapchat. I've seen so many good stories come from this company, and then it never really follows through. I mean, look at, now that I say that, just look at all these spikes, right? Like, you had a spike there, didn't follow through, didn't follow through, didn't follow through. Like, you know, where all these moves, really nothing. So, yeah, hard to get excited about it, but I mean, this was nice, but then that wasn't. Just like, it was good for a month and then right back to where it was a month later. So, yeah, I would say dating Snapchat is, I've seen worse trades. So, Tesla, though.
It just went red.
Tesla did?
Just now.
Well, look at the market. The market just went red.
Market's going red.
Market's 10.
Nice things apparently.
Man, all my longs are going to get cracked over here on my sticky note. Let's go back over the desk.
Like everything is getting under VWAP.
stay on your
Right,
time. Yeah.
exactly.
We were just talking about Tesla's vote specifically coming up tonight. So just so everyone's aware, this is going to happen at 4 p.m. Eastern, or the actual meeting is going to start at 4 p.m. Eastern after the market closes. Make sure you're with us for the recap. Probably won't be any kind of results coming from it initially, but maybe we'll get some sort of headlines. This is Dan Ives' opinion. Shocking no one. Says Elon's $1 trillion pay will get passed by investors, even coming off what we were sitting here yesterday talking about, which was the Norwegian fund. Basically, they're going to say no and have said they're going to say no. Will they be able to find enough votes remains to be seen.
It's going to be a good question, Breno. Most people are predicting it will pass. Let's just see by how much, though. And let's see what's on the line. So it's an $878 billion pay package that's on the line here, the largest executive pay proposal ever. It has a lot of aggressive milestones, so let's talk about them. He's got to put 20 million cars on the road within the next 10 years. He's got to put 1 million robo-taxis. He's got to deploy those globally, and he's got to reach a market cap of $1.5 trillion to $8.5 trillion. It unlocks, obviously, different value. Passage is likely, as I mentioned, as holds about 15% of the vote so far, and now the vote is going to occur in Texas, not in Delaware. Supporters argue for their part that Musk's vision could multiply shareholder value if met. Including the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund and other major proxy advisors, they call it excessive and shareholder unfriendly. Tesla's board might warned that Musk might step down if the package is not passed, but that's not the only thing that's discussed today, Brendo. Shareholders are also going to vote on whether Tesla should invest in Musk's AI startup, XAI. Musk has publicly Tesla to back XAI financially, and shareholders are also going to decide whether or not to eliminate the company's super majority voting requirement and to replace it with a simple majority.
I have two thoughts on this. One is, why would you want to hold up this guy and the progression of this company, period, end of story? And the second is, Kathy Wood, amongst others, if you didn't mention, are saying, have come out and said, yeah, they're 100% voting yes.
She went to X yesterday to make her opinion very clear. But Brendo, I want to mention what Musk is saying. He's saying that these proxy advisors being basically infiltrated by social activists. They put social activists onto their boards, and they're trying to push different political agendas on there, and that's kind of fighting back.
And the other aspect of this, which you mentioned, I think yesterday, was I think the key here is he wants a voting share up to 25% before he goes and makes this army of robots and wants to have control over that. Or, as you said, like if a proxy fight happens and they try to remove him at that point, he will have less control. So I think that's actually the most important part. Like, put the compensation aside.
Right.
He just wants the control once to that point.
Yeah, I don't know. Like when he said that on All In, he's like, I want to control the robot army. It kind of seemed a little ominous to me, Brendo. I don't want anybody controlling a robot army. It feels a little scary.
I mean, I think.
But I get what
his intention was more. He wants to have his hand on the kill switch if it comes to that. But I don't know. Again, after the close today, guys, so we won't hear anything until then.
Yeah, I'm with the second side of that.
The joke is there's nothing to hear.
He doesn't want somebody else to have control. He doesn't trust somebody else to have control of the robot army. He doesn't.
Until the robots control the army themselves.
Yeah, well, and then we're all screwed, so what difference does it make anyways? But Kalshi has this at 95%, right? And it hasn't been, in the last couple of months, it hasn't been any lower than 79, I believe this says. So this is, I mean, do we really think that's wrong? I would never bet against the betting markets when they're that certain about something. So, like we're going to pass tonight. After 4 o'clock, though, a little perturbed by this, I don't like this pullback. I'm not a huge fan of this pullback. And I'm looking at the NASDAQ, like, do we hold on to overnight double bottoms? I think that'll be the key spot, 25.6 or so. If that's the case, like things that I'm not changing the mind on things that I like long, but really, like Tesla, without the market getting back to support, is already trading into that 59, 60 area support that it would need to bounce from. And there isn't a heck of a lot till you get to the 450 level and then down here at like 441, 442. Well, my notion today was to favor the long. I just don't like something going red in this moment. So I might sit this one out at the open because the market has a bit more to drop before its support, and Tesla's already there. And if it cranks lower, I think picking it somewhere up in the 52 range would make some sense. They said, oh, it's probably not going to get there yesterday about the 442, and then that it was there within 30 to 40 minutes. So I think some patience is going to be required for the dip buy in Tesla. But all systems say that this vote is going to get affirmed at 4 o'clock, and I want to trade Tesla as such. Just don't the fact that we just turned red here.
Yeah, look, 95% on Kalshi is as good as 100%. I mean, you're not going to flip votes that easily, and I think that betting market is 100% right. You're now making a move down into 460 again. So, yeah, I don't know, man. This was a dip buy opportunity. When we were up here at 466 and we sort of sat down here and we looked at the chart, I was thinking that this could be a level for it to bounce. So we're kind of doing that right now. But we've seen Tesla, like I said, off the open. This was just yesterday. We got to 453 down to 442. We dropped $10 off the open before just accelerating like mad, up $20, $25 from the bottom. And you didn't have to have anything involved in Tesla until we broke this level right there of 450 yesterday. So we came back, we were going underneath, see ya. So I could see something like that happening today, especially with this market coming back in. We sort of try to make a little bit of a bottom or a top, and then we fade it off of there. Because, this is, to me, is not even, it's a story as we're talking about it, but at that kind of a percentage, it's going to happen, and these are all-time highs. So the question is it the news event, right? We're all kind of thinking that this is going to pass, so we go upside. But has that really changed the story of Tesla? I mean, I could argue that, yeah, it has. I mean, if he does get that pass, then maybe it is full throttle up to that trillion market cap, or at least an attempting of doing that. And we like the stock. I mean, you're getting Alibaba bumping up today on an XPeng and we won't talk about it, but this is my #1 trade idea. I like Alibaba and XPEV today on, news of robo-taxis and autonomous driving and all this kind of stuff. So, I mean, Tesla's going to lead the way, and other companies try to catch up. So, for me, Tesla is a long. It's just a matter of being patient today, because it's not a story that we can trade off of 95% certainty, and the market's already rallied. It rallied $25 yesterday. I mean, yeah, I think Tesla's a great stock, and let's see if we can pick something up at lows. It didn't really get going until it broke the 200, right, yesterday. So we'll see underneath it. So that's 463 right now. Problem is, I think in the open, it's going to be back and forth a couple dollars. So I'm going to be patient with it. My style of trading would get me in way too much trouble trading this aggressively early. So let's see if we can get some kind of a move somewhere here on Tesla and then play off of that kind of a sentiment. It might be down. The market might crank today. I mean, that's a decent move back right now. You just lost 100 points on the NASDAQ. That's not horrible. So, all right, now Qualcomm earnings. Let's go see what they're up to.
Yeah, one of those kind of ho-hum reactions to this report. This got bought up pretty heavily into the close yesterday as well. And then we just come back to yesterday's pre-market level after the close. So just erased essentially what happened during the day. And here we are actually trading higher than that right now. There was some question marks around the premium smartphone market, specifically with Samsung that they raised. Overall, though, I mean,
it was a good report, Brendo. The only thing is they're going to lose Apple as a customer for the modem there. So let's talk about this report, guys. Adjusted EPS $3, beating the 288 expected on revenue of 11.27. Beating the 10.79, easy beat on the top and bottom line. They also issued upbeat Q1 forecast. They're now projecting 11.8 to 12.6 billion in revenue. That's a bit of a range there, ahead of the expected range, with EPS 330 to 350, easily beating the 331 expected by analysts. Android, handset, autos, and Internet of Things momentum really offset the declining Apple exposure. Let's talk about that Apple exposure over here. So Qualcomm confirmed it expects to lose Apple as a modem customer in the coming years as Apple shifts to its own in-house 5G modem. You see the analyst rating there on the screen. Citi maintaining their neutral rating, 180 price target. Bernstein outperform at 215, and Deutsche Bank holding there is at 165. Their Internet of Things segment, the worst performing, up 7%. Handsets 14% year over year, Brendo, and that automotive segment continues to grow at the fastest, 17% year over year.
Didn't move on this, but note on Microsoft quickly. Microsoft has formed a quote unquote super intelligence team. Microsoft AI superintelligence team to be led by Sullivan. Last name, obviously, but heads up on Microsoft too.
I'm going to give an analogy for Qualcomm. It's going to be this one. You're a high-flying MBA. Maybe you're like a current Zion Williamson, a young Sean Kemp, a young Charles Barkley. And you're so used to just dunking on everybody. And you get a little bit older and your knees hurt, and all of a sudden you get in the paint. And instead of just throwing down, you're doing pump fakes 10 times to do a layup. That's Qualcomm. And, it was a great name. And obviously, losing Apple and not participating, it's had a good run, but everything's rallied, since the April lows. So there's nothing wrong about that. And then today, you get kind of a muted and disappointed reaction in the market, and then again here tonight. So yeah, this one's going to be a pass for me. Like if I was going to look short on something in the space, and I am, it's like SMCI. Like this gives me clarity. Qualcomm, what do you do with this? It's right in the middle of yesterday's crazy range, maybe trending toward the bottom. Didn't break out of anything the last week. Not an exciting stock in the long term. I don't know how many people, like if you're like, oh, I own two or three names in the chip space. Qualcomm, well, you'd have to own like 20 names to like Qualcomm or something like that. Or there's probably at least, maybe not 20, but probably at least 10. So I'm going to be trading SMCI if I want to pick a bear, because they were bearish yesterday. It was pop and drop. I want to think pop and drop again today. It said 47 yesterday. It almost got there, didn't. I'm thinking 44 pop and drop on SMCI. And if I don't get any pop, then I'll short underneath VWAP for a trend down. So I'd rather be picking on this one. Qualcomm, kind of a boring one, and nothing burger. There's better chip stocks out there. You could trade Marvell today. You could trade AMD. You could trade Micron. Like there's a heck of a lot more moving.
Yeah, I didn't realize Qualcomm was going to make the list. I didn't even look at it, so I'm going to pass on it. I have Marvell here, 95. I have Google, 285. We don't even have IonQ on this list, guys, and I know that there's a lot of quantum names that you guys are looking at. I have IonQ at 59, and then we have Alibaba. So all of my ideas that I have on here did not make the list, but it doesn't mean that those aren't good opportunities. Qualcomm, again, a stock that Neil just reviewed there, and I've never traded it, so I'm going to stay away. But I do like Marvell coming back in here into $95. We're going to see that's where the 50-period moving average is here at 96. So if that can fade back in here on not buyout rumors, but on rumors that SoftBank was sort of poking around about Marvell, I'm going to see if there is a dip buy here. The market could crank lower off the open, and I want to be able to sit and buy certain names. And I think Marvell is going to be on the shopping list here today if that does come back in. It's just so hard to trade names on earnings day one. So I'm going to stay away from Qualcomm for now and probably forever. All right, here's a name that you guys will be happy with. It's Robinhood earnings. 10 minutes more until this market opens up.
Yeah, another one kind of chopping around here this morning. Not much to look at as far as price action, as we were saying early on. Despite a decent report here from Robinhood, they did ask, I saw the quote, they asked Vlad about going the MicroStrategy route with cryptocurrencies, and he said, we're still thinking about it.
Really?
So he didn't actually put that out.
That'll be a big day because we always see these companies adding crypto to their treasuries and the stock rocketing after that. Let's see how they did. It was a major Q3 earnings beat, guys, here with EPS coming in at 61 pennies, beating 53 pennies. Revenue 1.27, beating 1.19, and most notably, growing 100% year over year on that top line number. Fantastic year for Robinhood. They took home more than half $500 million in net income, 556 compared that to the 150 they took home last year, but it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. So despite that top line growth, transaction-based volume slightly missed, showing minor softness in trading. They're trying to get away from that. I'll get to that in a second. CFO Jason Warwick said the company added 2 major business lines to their business now. The prediction markets, as we spoke about, they're tapping into that speculative retail demand, and Bitstamp acquisition, which is crypto exchange presence. Both units, Brendo, are already generating over $100 million in annualized revenue. And Robinhood, as I mentioned, trying to strategically diversify away from transaction dependency, whether at the institutional level or retail.
Price action downside right now, guys, overall for Hood, but we are coming into some key levels here. Thoughts?
Yeah, we are coming into some key levels potentially, but we're not there Yeah, the notion of breaking out a 145 on a mixed report at this point is seeming like almost incredibly unlikely. If it were, I don't think this is the kind of report that drops it. Oh no, this is the absolute top, at least not as an initial reaction. But you do need to hold on to 135, right? Like I think that's the only place reasonably to look. That's a $5 drop from here on Robinhood. If it doesn't trade there, then it is what it is. I want to quickly pivot because we got to talk about some other names very quickly. I know we're going to talk about DoorDash in a quick little second, but there was that Xpeng Baba. You'd already mentioned it, Sean. Xpeng partnering or utilizing Alibaba platform. And I think, look, I like the long on this. It's a little bit choppy sideways in the pre-market in a very, very tight range. So if it breaks 170, like I want inventory into a break. If we end up losing this, like immediately losing the bid, I want to buy in front of the prior low. Seen Alibaba do this before, where you like the long, it's a nice little rounded bottom it's to put in here after a bit of a dip. So I want to play this to the upside, and it's valid all the way to it's actually 160. I might have wrote 167, which was the actual high. But if we don't break down, then this is taken out 170 open. So this is one that has to be on the radar. I can wish and hope that Robinhood had been more exciting, but it's not. It's trading inside of the range. I want something doing like new things or continuing a trend, and Robinhood's doing neither.
Yeah, we sort of talked a little bit about Robinhood already. Yeah, just about that one too. I do have Alibaba's my #1 trade idea today at 167. So I'm already sitting there. Let's see if we can get some longs into that name again here today. Yeah, look, I said I was pretty disappointed with Robinhood, and I was saying that when it was at 144. Okay, and the reason is not about the report, but just about the action on the stock. And I was like, if you are in Robinhood, you're probably like a sigh of relief because there's not much actually happening in the stock. We've had a lot of times that it's blown or down off earnings, and it wasn't doing much. And I don't really like that. I mean, they beat everywhere, an increase basically on every metric, and the market's hitting it. So yeah, I think it's a short today. You're underneath here, the 50 period, VWAP, the 200 period. I don't want to get an aggressive short rate here. I want to see what happens. I still think it can run to the top here, 144 to 145. But if it does get up there, let's see if there's enough juice to break through. Like I said yesterday on Rivian was up 5 or 6%. I thought that, hey man, we're not going to do anything. I said live on the show until we break through that 14. Just broke through, and we were short into that. So we had lost early on Rivian, and then it just blasted like 20% higher. So you got to think that is a good opportunity here also for Robinhood, right? I mean, it could make one of those little bit of a dance to the downside and then just rip this 145 and then just go. So let's be careful with that. If it does get back up here, I want to short Robinhood. So for me, that's looking at a short. There's also Duolingo, missed really badly last night as well. Elf Cosmetics missed as well. I don't even know if they missed, but the market is hitting both of these names pretty dramatically. I think that the Duolingo move down. We already talked about AI and some of the impacts it's having. I mean, now you can literally just put an earbud into your ear and talk to anybody in any country and not worry about it. So if you want to get smarter and learn languages, I think Duolingo is good. But, the fact that you need to learn multiple languages now is just not going to be the case.
That's where they're pivoting to other things.
Yeah,
right?
so, and it's just, there's so many other things available. So I don't know, we'll see. But Duolingo, yeah, down 30%. Might be in a good buy zone now, but we'll talk about that as the day goes on. Down 27% now. I don't know. Let's go back over the desk and talk about DoorDash.
All right, let's go on to Dash to wrap things up here. I went out to a weekly chart. This is the Q4 report right here that happened in February of this year. So we're sitting this morning on that last high going back to February of this year. So the stock's still green on 2025, but just barely at this point.
Yeah, it feels like it's almost given back the entire year, Brendo. Let's talk about how they did, guys. They beat on revenue, but they missed on EPS. EPS coming in light, 55 pennies. The street wanted 69. Revenue, 3.45, beating the 3.36 and growing at a 27% increase year over year. Their net income, their take home, $44 million. Margin compression, though, and higher future investment plans weighed heavily on investor sentiment. Let's talk about their spending and their long-term vision. They plan to invest several $100 million in 26 for growth initiatives and infrastructure. They want to build a new global tech platform, and a key part of that strategy is going to be autonomous driving technology called DOT.
Technically, I think we're a little broken here, guys. What do we do here with Dash today?
Well, okay, so yeah, it's not all good with Dash, but this wasn't a terrible looking. This is not like Chandra showed Elf, right? Like this is not the same thing. And Duo's chart, so you showed Duo, but both of those names just only down. This is the first day of a massive trend break, or maybe the second or third day of a massive trend break. Dash. That said, it's going to open possibly SSR. I thought this was an absolute mortal lock to open SSR and was kind of targeting that 200 level. Yesterday, Pinterest was down similarly, and there was a very, very quick bump that you could play into the volume weighted average price. It held the even $1.26. And there's only two spots to look at here are 210 and 205 in terms of support levels. So if I see this do a similar move to what Pinterest did, which is drop at the open, use a 3-minute here, like drop at the open, do like a wick bottom through that even dollar, immediately snap back up. I don't know how much I like the 210. It's too close. I might think that the 205 is a better play for that trade at the $200 level. But it's a very quick trade, snap back into, pun not intended, the volume weighted average price. Got to start staring it down when it gets to that level to make sure that I'm not just sitting on the bid in front of it. The notion is that it actually breaks through underneath, and then you try to get it on the way back up if it can't follow through. It tends to happen rather quickly, but it was pretty solid on Pinterest yesterday.
All right. Yeah, yeah, it was a pretty good day. I actually was trying to load up to show you guys what some of the numbers were yesterday. So let me see if we can do that. Let's go over who made some money yesterday here at Real Trading. So let's just have a quick little look at some of the top traders yesterday. Someone made $51,000 on Amex and NASDAQ. There's another trader, Amex and NASDAQ. Someone on Blue Ocean took home $15,000 yesterday as well. So that's the overnight market. We had Moon represented from Jeff Mendel on OTC Markets. So pretty soon you'll see some Moon action over here as well. NASDAQ, Amex. Oh, someone finally in Canada over here, 12 and change, and then another Amex. So and then we have multiple markets here at Real Trading. Copenhagen, Australia, NASDAQ, sorry, the New York Stock Exchange, the highest trader was only $2,000 yesterday. That's a little strange. Hong Kong, 2,000. Canada, again, NASDAQ, there's Blue Ocean. And someone never happened there on the Amex yesterday. So just a quick little look at some of the options or opportunities here at Real Trading with all these different markets, man. And that's part of the best thing. What I'm looking just going to run through them really quickly. These are all posted on the note. So we've got Alibaba looking for that long. I'm bidding 167. We've got IonQ, which IonQ is falling in right now. So I actually put a bid at 56, real small, just to see. But this name is coming back in pretty good. I like a 59 break on what I thought was a really good report for Quantum. That's not happening right now. The market's pulling in, so I'm going to be very, very light on all of these initial spots. Marvell, long 95 is on the list. And then Google is there. I'm already long something right now. Google just got long 285 is what we're looking for. And there it is right now. Look at that drop in Google that just happened. Like, what? So it's a nice move. Google was just at 290 a half hour ago. So we just got long 285 here on Google as posted on the note. So let's be patient with this one. The first trade is now in.
And we got about 10 seconds to go. This bell brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. And on a Thursday, heavy earnings Thursday, let's ring it in 2 and 1. Let's go. And obviously right away.
All right.
Right away, Apple's catching a bit. The market catching a little bit of a bit at the open. I'm assuming Google probably bounced. That was a
right now, Google's doing nothing. But
Apple snapped like $1 right away.
Okay, up or down?
Up.
Down. Oh,
like
up,
it was
okay.
at the lows. I wanted 67s. Oh, it's coming right back. So it might still get down to 67.
Yeah, we're just gonna try, but be patient here. Like I'm folding my hands. We're just sitting, relaxing. We took another 285 long there. That low though of 284, we break that, man, and we are out of here. So watch out for that. I'm gonna take another position at 284.50 just to see if what we're saying. But we already have IonQ long as well down here. So all these longs right now just fell into our lap. And let's just see what winds up happening. 55.50, let's just put that as a stop. Again, I don't have very many of these names. I told you that's completely switching over strategies. Like, I don't need to get run over early and then back late. Let's just be very specific on what we're trying to do here, and that is watch out for the names that we have listed and not give it too much room and just be wrong when we're wrong. So here, Google 283.99. If it breaks, we'll be getting out of here, but we'll give it a couple of breaths to see if it does have some upside play to it. So right now we're long Google in the 70s, and there goes IonQ. So again, we don't even have to worry about it. It drops out. We're now up 5 times more on this Google trade that we just lost on IonQ. 5 times more, make that, okay, now we're a lot. There it goes, nice move to start the day there. We said buy Google 285, we did it. So here we go, let's see what happens to Google the next couple minutes.
The market's still falling down here. So the only thing that's actually setting up for me right now is potentially Apple and Snapchat. Snapchat didn't fall that far. If it can get back above VWAP, it's still gonna be a potential break. SMCI is not waiting for anybody. Whoa, somebody's there for 170,000 shares at 42.10. That just dropped like an absolute rock into the low. So I'm not shorting the absolute bottom. And then I liked Dash essentially for a quick little jaunt into 05s. It just did it. The snap back up was a little bit violent. So suffice to say that you had to be much faster than me, who is a human being, back through DoorDash. Not the most liquid stock in the world when you look at it. So on the way back through, I tried to hit through 6, didn't get it. I'll see if I can get picked back up off the low. But DoorDash down 13%. It is short sell restricted and trying to bounce. So SMCI is about to go red and hit that 42 level. It should be short sell restricted. So I don't know if you can even get a breakdown trade through 42. I'm not shorting the low of the day though. So Snapchat potential. Alibaba's still holding out. Going to hit that 67 and still trying to get swept up here in some DoorDash. Apple bounce might have already happened. So watch out for Dash and SMCI mostly.
Yeah, we are, oh boy, guys. We've done our day. Our day is done. So that's it. We're done now. We're in the money now, $3 off of our posted trade. The day, honestly, it's, we've just made it. So we've just did everything we needed to do on Google. So I don't know what else to talk about right now, but we'll keep going. The show must go on. But there's your day done. I mean, if you followed it, the only thing that actually executed today with any gusto was this trade. And of course, we don't want to ignore IonQ, but I've now up 40 times more on Google than we lost on IonQ, and we were wrong on that one, as that one just dropped right through, right back in. So I told you, man, I said yesterday that we're changing up the style a little bit, and that is that if there's a posted price we like, we'll take it, but then we're not going to give it too many breaths, man. And when it's wrong, it's wrong. Like generally, I would have said, okay, IonQ, maybe this is the low, and we'll hold it till there or to there, and then you suffer through some of this, right? But we don't do that here today. All we do is put up numbers. All right, so Baba was another one that we wanted to do as well. We're going to look at Duolingo, Snapchat, all these other names. There's many names. Alibaba didn't quite fall into the level, so we're going to be patient. We're waiting for 167 on that one as well. Let's check out the 95% on Kalshi, what Tesla wants to do. And I mean, Tesla again starts the day at 462, makes the move down into 458. We talked about possible moves here for Tesla, violent off the open, but that's not even that violent. That's just a little move down, $3-4, and then a nice move back to the high side now for Tesla. So hopefully the market can rally and Tesla can get on board. But for right now, that's just a general for Tesla, I feel like, and nothing really to be attended to. And then Marvell, we almost got it. We're bidding. So I have 95 long. In my account is 95.15s. It gets as low as 95.50. So if this one comes in, we're going to have to watch out for it. But right here, man, I mean, we're out of more than half, but maybe not enough of Google. It did go all the way up to 287. So, drifting back into VWAP right now is part of the story. This market, though, Neil, this might be like one of the worst opens just because there's really hasn't been many bounces, right? I mean, it sort of started off in the pre-market and just kept on going down. And now you're right back to this 285 level again for Google and looking to go lower, man. The market is giving it up pretty good here.
It is giving it up pretty good. I took the shot the second time through on DoorDash, but it didn't hold on to that bottom. So anytime doing an SSR play, you understand you're taking a falling knife. Much better yesterday on Pinterest, but admittedly, I didn't get the first look. The second look is not always going to be the same. SMCI did just break 2, but my eyeballs are over to Apple. Liked Apple at 267 for long. It obviously didn't get there. You can see it's already through the volume weighted average price. The market's still dropping, and Apple's looking relatively strong. So if I like the long here, I have to look at the 68 low or some kind of a higher low pattern. I left my order in just in case the market going down sweeps me up, which would be fine, but that hasn't happened yet. Apple seems to be the only name that I'm looking at that is super strong right now and breaking out. That and, oh, no, Alibaba is too.
Yeah, I love
Okay,
Alibaba.
so Alibaba's starting to go. I like this for a break at 170. That's a bit of an arbitrary even dollar level. It's actually breaking out locally at 169.6. I might like to take some inventory now that if it closes above VWAP, I'll play VWAP first. Either way, you can stick a fork in 162 or 167. Got to work into this 170 for sure. Baba, the story, of course, with Xpeng. Well, Baba's a good company in general, but the story with Xpeng is the catalyst today.
Yeah, we had, like I was saying, we had Alibaba written down as our trade at 167, but yeah, same as Neil, did not hit yet. All right, some of the names that were active this morning. Duolingo still here at 27. Shares of Moderna were up 10%. We didn't even talk about Moderna today. They were up 10% and now fading back, only up 3%. Now is Moderna as that comes back down in. Neil just mentioned DraftKings. I mean, they had a deal there with ESPN, and I said we're going to fade that name, but that's happening, so we'll wait for that. Someone in the chat says, oh man, you missed DraftKings. Like, no, I didn't. We're going to wait on DraftKings for a minute. The only thing we bought yesterday was Apple, and of course, today the only position that I'm in is Google, and there we go. We just take another dollar. Actually, a dollar. We take another $1.50 on that one, up to 286 again. Let's see if it wants to continue to go. Let's check out yesterday's big winner for me, Palantir. See what that's doing. We were able to get some good lows yesterday, and oh boy, there goes Palantir, man. I don't know, but there it is, a huge move up. Palantir fell into 185 there, kind of blinded by that. I didn't even see that move, down into 180. Wow, that was a very aggressive move off the open for no reason on Palantir. I didn't see any news about it, but we're going to wait to see if this can finally break 190. Palantir on one, and I'm not on it, which I should be, but there goes Palantir to the upside, and then we're going to go to Adair in a second. We haven't looked at chip names yet. AMD 250, so good on you for that one. Advanced Micro Devices, you're trading really well there today. I mean, it's down, but we'll wait to see if it bounced off 250 was the level that I was talking about. And then, yeah, bad news for NVIDIA, looks like, as it's not holding that 200 very well, man.
Jensen.
Yeah, Jensen throwing smoke on his own product there. So let's go and wait to see what happens with NVIDIA. Obviously, dip buy opportunities down to 195, but oh boy, man, it's Google's world, and we all are living in it. We already know that. And there it goes back. So we're pretty happy with that one. Good trade on Alibaba. That broke through 170. So it's got some good runners on board.
I must have gone ham.
Yeah, let's go see what Adara has, and then there's so many stuff to go through. SMCI, Neil was talking about. We're on Tesla on our mind. Let's go. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I'll look into Palantir. I did see a headline on it. Give me 2 seconds for that one. But PACB on watch here. James Altucher calling this one a long idea, saying it's the quiet leader powering the future of medicine. I do also have to mention Boeing. This headline came out right before the open. I did put it on our screen. Stock not reacting too much, but yeah, basically we did have the U.S. dismissing Boeing criminal charges over the 737 MAX jet. Back to you.
That we weren't talking about.
Yeah.
I was just telling Sean, there's a lot of stuff that reported or moved today that we didn't get to, Oscar Health being one of them. I promise we'll cover as many things as we can. I'm
joking, of course we will.
We'll do it. He's joking. Yeah, we'll do our best.
So
Alibaba, it bounced off the volume weighted average price, which is a moving target, which means I got to move bids. Someone just wrecked the party at 170.5. So balanced VWAP, it did break the 170. Failed at 170.5. I just trailed out. I'm going to buy the dip back into VWAP initially because it can't hold 70s here. That'll be around the 30s, or I guess it's like the 20s as well. So I want to try to get back into this one. The prior high could be a thing, 169.60 or so. And then I was saying at the corner of my, like SMCI must be going because a huge bounce just happened off of the lows here in SMCI. So SMCI back to some pre-market levels. I was sitting here underneath 42.5. I'm not going to give this too much past 42.6. I'm bearish on it since the earnings, but if it goes V-shape, you don't want to fight this one too much. So I'm just going to throw my stop order in there. Alibaba's going to be part of the mine on the way back in here, but you said Beyond Meat?
Well, you know when you say like a stock is going ham? Well, this is going fake ham right now. I mean, this is Beyond Meat right here. Needs to go higher and higher and higher right now. Thank you very much. But yeah, this is just one 132. I mean, I don't know if it was a level break, but this was looking like a barcode there. And I think if you do, actually, you know what? I saw Walmart post something. If you scan this barcode, you can go and get one free Beyond Meat burger. But that was doing nothing all AM, and then whoops, there's the break up to 150 again. So if you sort of zoom out, we've been to 150 a couple times and faded both times. Right there and then right there again. And it kind of happened right off the open 2 days ago. We got into 150. And then the close, we were down, to 130 again. So move here for BYND. Anyways, there it goes, man. Hopefully you guys are on that.
I'm asleep.
I didn't hear anything.
I heard it, thought nothing.
I think it was just a level break, honestly. Like, it was just doing this, it got going, people jumped on board. The thing about moves at start is the algos get involved because you never know like what the story actually is. So when you get a good break, it gets bot, hoping that there's something there and that we can continue. That's why you often hear people that are long near the breaking spots, right? They have different algos set up to hit said opportunities. So there goes Beyond Meat. Like you said, Alibaba faded back out. You're out of that one, so that's a good trade.
I just paid for Beyond Meat locates.
Yeah, that might be a good opportunity there. And then Marvell fading back in as well. Marvell was up to 102 when I woke up this morning, and yeah, now 97. And we did have, hopefully, what is going to be a decent reload opportunity, or we already took it, here in Google. So we just got longer at our posted level of 285. So there it goes, man. This has been a really good banger for me as we just reloaded. We just got out some more in the 30s. So here goes Google. Next stop, hopefully higher. 200 period is where I'm waiting for. Again, 280. So it's right here. No, actually, let me put out a 75, so there it is. We grab that fill, and there goes Google on the reload 2 times daily goal right there. So props up anybody that followed the sticky note one more time. It's a free resource located at Trader TV Sean on X and on Instagram, but it's a $2 winner, and we've reloaded it twice. Big shares, big trade. It's Google. Hopefully some of you are on that one with me, and we're trading a bunch of different things here. SMCI.
The NASDAQ just broke low of day. The ES is at the low of the day. So there's the ES at overnight lows, trying to bounce desperately here, and the NASDAQ pushing through. So from what I can at least see, you've got Meta going a little bit ham. Apple's holding a higher.
Oh, is Meta going up?
Okay.
It must be going down.
Trying to buy a higher low here in Apple. Don't need my 67 bid, but Meta load, PC load letter, is now heading down to that 620.
Ooh.
In here.
I thought it was
no. Meta's one of the names that's cranking us to the downside here. You've got Apple holding up, you've got Google holding up, you've got Tesla that just went back to green. TSLA, there's no S at the end.
There's a few traders that really like Meta down
Tesla trying to go and really trying to bounce here. So you've got this weird battle happening in the overall market. The NASDAQ really the one taking it. Not on the chin, it's only 0.5% to the downside. I got stopped at SMCI, it wicked me out. Like, oh, we're just going to wick me out, then we'll get back in. If it ends up being a topping tail candle, some out in front of VWAP. If it ends up holding this, great. I think we can maybe just think it's going to work the short like yesterday, but that's still a wipeout bottom through the low and could put in a higher low and then break out. So the stop is still going to be at the actual post-open high, not the high, like the pre-market high, none of that stuff, that post high. So Meta looking weak, Apple looking okay, and BABA, yeah, whoever at 170.5, still in control. Like, it hasn't really caught any kind of a bid. So I don't want to be in a rush when the market's breaking through the lows to reload this when it's past the volume weighted average price, which was my entry. Might just be waiting for the 167 if we never regain VWAP here in BABA. You guys let us know what's relatively strong, what you guys are interested in. I know there's so much that was moving today. The visualizer has Beyond Meat at the top of it, believe it. It's like, no, but it's like we mentioned Tesla, we already mentioned Meta, and then Beyond Meat is literally at the top of that list. I just paid for locates to look for a 150 short on this thing. I just never really believe in it when it goes up.
Yeah, no, I thought Meta, because was rallying from yesterday. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was going to the downside. And what I meant by there's some traders, like I was just thinking that this level, like it's a level, and we're back into it right now. So that's what I was saying. Like there's people that have been buying this 3 days now in a row that we've tested down into here, 620. It's not looking like, honestly, it's underneath the 200 period moving average. There's a reason why I'm not dip buying Meta, but I could see, like, you know, if the NASDAQ somehow gets a rally under it like it did yesterday, and you saw Meta pop yesterday, huge. So maybe there's a potential for that to happen again today for Meta. But let's go back over, man. We're absolutely rocking with Google. I really like Samsara. We've talked about that one. So on some sort of dip buys, I want to get some more money involved with IoT. I really like this stock. That's going to be hopefully a big play for me moving forward. We talked about Palantir trying to get to 190. It's kind of doing that a little bit now. And it just went to 190.50. So they're just battling back after their earnings, right? And so we'll see if they can make that move back. You already talked about SMCI. I wanted to look at Netflix. Netflix is only now a couple days away from their split. So they're going to split on, where's Adair at?
No,
Was it November the...
It's as of the open on November 17th. Shareholders as of record November 10th at the close.
Okay, so there you go. So the 17th, so we still have, what day is it? Day 6. So we still got 11 calendar days, probably 7 or 8 trading days left before Netflix eventually comes to market at a 10th the price. So they're going to go 10 to 1. So Netflix, if it splits now, it'll be $108 stock, and we'll be happy with that. So we'll see what happens with Netflix on that split, and they have not been. And the reason why I called up Netflix is similar to Meta, where you're just, I mean, not similar to Meta because it's hovering around the 200 period. Meta is well below it. But this is a name here that does have a catalyst of the reverse split. But remember, that's already announced. Sorry, reverse split. Of the split, that's already announced. So I don't want to buy it on that news. I'm going to wait to get some more Netflix shares in the old account when it finally does split. The only trade so far here for me is this one. It's Google. Look, yesterday we had an I don't know what it was, $7 winner on Palantir. But by the time it was that far up, we didn't have any shares left. So I don't want to dump this. Like we're at a good, we've met our goal right now if I get out. But let's see if we can extend that a little further here on what should be a get-up trade here for the NASDAQ. Like, we've got a strong name. We're in it at a great level. We followed our rules. So on that note, I'm going to get one more piece out here in the 90s, which we just did, and then we'll see how high Google can fly, man. 287.50 is my next area of concern. So we're going to wait for that. Big trade alert here is all I can tell you for me on Google, and we'll, you know, we'll all try to tell you the best. I know Sharif and these guys, they go crazy when they've got on, you know, crazy, but tell you when it's a bigger trade. So I'm trying to do the same thing right here. This is a big trade for me. It came right into our level. Booyaka! There it goes, man. That is your face slapper right there, as we now get $3 in this name. Google, we like it, man. But there it goes, man. Upside on GOGGLE.
absolutely. Great look on Alphabet. And someone in the chat's like, I'm going long beyond me. You can go either direction on these bad boys. Fair enough. I'm just looking for a false break at 150 or even the current high to fade it. And the reason because of that is, well, the stock speaks for itself. Look at the chart. Most of the times when it gets a bump, it's a better short than anything else. So it's breaking out right now. I'm looking for a false break, get back underneath. I'm not short. I'm not just going to stand in front of a moving freight train. That's not the way to go. I like trend breaks. I like resistance. Like SMCI, it held VWAP. Said if it holds VWAP and uptrends, I don't reload and I get out when it breaks a high. Simple rule. Don't reload, get out if it breaks a high. Do not want to fight the stock. Alibaba is disappointing. Seem to want to get back. It's barely holding the volume weighted average price here, so it's trying to close a second time above, but the initial move was basically the best that you could get. I'm waiting for the second salvo in this bad boy, but let's go take care of some business.
Yeah, Google's 288. This is crazy. But you can get involved in other ways in this market. And we want to thank Global X for their continued sponsorship of the show, because they do have an exciting opportunity for everybody here, and that is their triple levered ETF. So we talk about the TQs here. They have a similar product here in Canada. 3 times bull, 3 times bear exposure to the S&P. Wow, Google. TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. They are also lowering management fees into 2025. To December 31st of just 65 basis points. You a bigger potential. They do have U.S. focused strategies that use currency hedging, offering the pure performance exposure that you're looking for. If you're tactical, sophisticated trader, go hit them up. It's Global X and their Beta Pro product. But there it goes. Wow, what what a day, man. We said that we were going to try to do something special, and Google gave us that opportunity. And there it is, man, all the way to the upside there. It's a $3 winner. So 1, 2, and 3. And now we just chill. And we wait for better opportunities like that Alibaba. We wrote that down. We don't have that one coming in yet. We do like SoFi, man. SoFi is a big trade. And we'll see what that can do here today. Off $30. I really like SoFi. Go, Google. We also have Marvell as well, looking to see if we can get a 95 bid there. And then I don't want to leave IonQ alone, but it's dancing around the levels that we talked about here, $56. So maybe something happening on IonQ, but really it's Google that's leading the way, man, here today. And I'm just going to start piecing a little bit out. The move has basically happened. You know, pigs get slaughtered. Although we want to make more money at some point, you know, trades do come to an end. And not yet, though, for Google. We'll see if we can get back here. It's already been to 290 today. If we're going to use anything like aggressive outs, you could get out if it breaks the 200 period again to the downside. That would still be quite a nice winner. That's at 286.80. So that would be something there. So I'm cautiously worried about it. I'm going to get out 10% more right here at 50s, and then we'll just sort of continue with the good feels here on the Google long.
Yeah, and speaking of longs, there isn't one in AMD. AMD seems like it's the one that is looking absolutely the worst here. When I saw that tank, I'm like, okay, I'm going to work myself in. I still believe in the chip short, so I got to go back over to SMCI. No, this thing is bleeding. 4% to the downside. Nothing in sight in terms of bids here, and support, in theory, at the open, where all the trends were. The two working trends yesterday were both from the open at $243. I kind of left those in there by accident, so it kind of works out. The 243 might be a spot that you look for, but it's absolutely bleeding relative to, I mean, look, NVIDIA is going down too, but NVIDIA is only red now. I think this could be an opportunity, potentially, for Marvell, because the prior high at least could hold bid, but I'm thinking it's probably smarter to look for a trend break, because this is way too bad for some of the chip names in here. Snapchat is finally closing, looking to close above the volume weighted average price. It just held. So if it can do this nice little close above, maybe break out locally, might get myself into a Snapchat long. You had to be really, really patient for this. I mean, look at it try to fill in that gap. But it's a bit of a squeeze play with Snapchat here. Good earnings for them. And of course, a Perplexity deal as well. And apparently you have some super chats to get to. One fly. Good morning. You just got Figma, another earnings name, Figma. Lots of things that we didn't really get to in June when it broke trend on the weekly. What is your read on the technicals of tonight's earnings? Well, Figma, if memory is served, it made all-time lows yesterday. I want to say, without even looking at it, first time, I'm pretty sure this was an all-time low yesterday and bouncing. So the good news is, well, my rule of thumb is if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. So it made an all-time low yesterday. It's now attempting to hold it. It's not a bad support level. I just absolutely am never liking getting involved in something as it's busting down. You know, like let it make a base. Like even if it fails that base eventually, like let it make a base or break trend. Like there's a downtrend, close above a downtrend, and then work to the upside. So for maybe for a day trade, you could bounce it off of that low or something for Figma, but bleeding for a while. These kind of charts, I just don't like them until they make a rounded bottom. Short some kind of
Was it Figs or Figma?
It was Figma, wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
Oh, was it? Oh, my bad. Was it Figs, not Figma?
I don't know. I didn't really see it.
It was Figs. That's my bad. I make the assumption of the stock that I'm more familiar with. So
all right, next.
That's on me.
Oh, we'll do Figs in a second then. What's next?
I don't even know what Figs is.
Do you see Microsoft bounce from this level today? All right, let me have a quick look at this one quickly, and then we can do another one. $500. I didn't realize we were all the way down here for Softy, actually. So another great look at, wow. Microsoft down 10% in a week, guys. Okay.
That
question, a rattle.
Ooh.
No, I don't like it.
That
I like Google long.
That looks like a short.
Yeah, so I was going to say, like, this is a daily chart right here. The fact that we double touched the top there. That's not a great sign to fade off of that. You'd like to hit it, come back, and at least hold the 50 period. So I would say you're dead right on the levels. I'm glad you guys are watching the show and maybe now starting to think about things like this, but like this probably drops. We've already seen what Meta can do when it gives it up. So I would just be very, very careful of this little level here. I think if you're going to go long rattle on 5 bills, then you don't want to hold it too far past. Like if you set your stop order in and around, and it's going to be tight, man, but 490 right into there, I think that's, and it depends, right? Depends what kind of time frame you have and all that, right? Like if you have 100 shares and you're looking to buy 25 right here, then you don't have to panic on that out. But if you are holding a bigger position and looking to say, I'm thinking about like what to do next, I would say a 490 break, let it settle down, and if you miss it, you miss it. But that would be a good little level for me. But if you're starting a new position and you're looking for opportunity right now, I don't think this is a horrible spot for Microsoft at all. I think this is a dip buy opportunity that we've seen hold before. It goes all the way back to July. So yeah, the fact that we've had this whole AI, this whole ChatGPT, all these deals, everything happen, and you could buy a stock like Microsoft back at summer levels, I think it's reasonable to think that this level could hold. So again, thanks for the super chat there, Rattle, and I guess we have one more.
I'm a single dad of 5, and Sean Neal are live.
Boom.
I've been watching for 1.5 years and taking my account from 30K to over 450K. Thank you, Trader TV Live, Canadian Capital, go Google. Shout out to you, John. Congratulations. We appreciate you.
Tina Cap.
I will look at figs. That's my bad. Sometimes we're reading it fast, and you know, Figma I'm familiar with. Figs I don't know.
They're so tasty though.
Oh my goodness! Don't even get me. I'm always hungry.
Shout out
No,
to the
Figma,
Italians out there.
figs. Before the report, I'm not a fan of trading things, getting into position. Now, holding through a report I will do if I like the company, no issues with that. Most times, if it's in the money like this and I have bottoms, I'm trimming going into earnings. That's what I did for ARM and up or down. Like that's the way I look at it. But ultimately, like it's hard not to ever want to ring the register on a double up going into like a second earnings print from the lows. Like it's a double. You got yourself a double if you got the bottom. If you have the 200 period moving average, you've got yourself 50% that you can lock in on a name like this, which is at a pretty hefty resistance zone. So good uptrend. You could always just hold with a stop if it breaks the trend under the 50, but then the thing with earnings, gaps through that, and then what do? That's why I don't like it, because my thought with ARM is if I don't take anything out and then ARM is down 1%, my trailing stop would be useless. So that's usually my attitude to those before earnings. We got another super chat in here.
Okay.
I don't like that wick that I just saw. I'm seeing, I should say, an SMCI at VWAP.
The market is wicking lower.
Yeah, well, the market's wicking lower. This broke VWAP, and someone immediately bought it back up. Or like the market immediately bought it up. It doesn't have to be somebody. So I'm gonna pop down in VWAP. If I get it, I'll think about a reload. But I guess sight's set on that 43 now on AMD. When this is happening, the reversion's pretty juicy. This one, and 243 is like, it's a post-market earnings level. It was yesterday at the open. It's trying to battle with 45. If it gets down, I'll look for some kind of a bottoming tail or trend reversal pattern on AMD. It's that, potentially a reload in SMCI. I'm not sold there. And Apple, which is now trending higher. So Apple at VWAP. I can stick in 267, I think, at this point, because the market's continuing to make lows, and Apple's making higher lows. So the notion of actually getting the dip that I wanted is pretty much gone. So I'm going to get my bid at VWAP there, but I have to eyeball AMD now. The way it's falling, it could be at 43 in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, this market is absolutely cranking.
It's the chips that's taking it.
Yeah, oh yeah. We're sitting here. We're still fine. I told you we were emptying out the clip up here, but here comes Google in, debating a reload. 284.50 is going to be something. So if we can come into 284.50, I think we'll try that right there for Google on a reload. So 284.50 or so for me over there is what we're going to wait for right now. I just heard you mention Bitcoin. We do have a number. Maybe we should go to Adara. In just a couple minutes. I thought we had something coming out today. 52 spot I'm hearing in my ear. I don't even remember what it was, but we've got Adara right now with happening now.
Yeah, unclear what this 52 spot 4 is. I looked into it. I'm not seeing anything right now. We do have a lot of stuff happening, though, in 1 hour at 11. That's going to be a couple Fed speakers, Feds William and Barr. And certainly of more, I think, interest here is going to be Trump making an announcement. Now, we haven't seen a confirmation as to what the announcement's about. But yesterday, CBS did report that Trump would be making an announcement with regards to drug prices, specifically weight loss with Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. Now, we don't have that confirmation, but that is, at least from what I've seen, that's what people are expecting to be discussed today. I do want to mention, Sean, the number Canadian IV PMI. That was the 52.4 number, which was actually below the previous print, but I'm not seeing a forecast. But that's Canadian number. No U.S. prints coming through at 10 a.m. But again, stay tuned for 11. Market dropping. Here is TSLA, which is a catalyst that's going to be on watch later today. Tesla is set to have its annual shareholder meeting, and we'll find out what the voting was on Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay package. We know a lot of retail shareholders likely to vote in favor. We already know some institutions, including Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund, or the group that manages that, have voted against, so it should be an interesting one. So many day one earnings plays today, guys. You can find this infographic on X at TDB Research. Just a quick rundown of some of the many names that reported earnings, but you know, we have Duolingo down 27%. Elf slated to have its worst day since 2018. Apple oven gapped up. Now it's actually red on the day. So tons of volatility on these earnings plays, guys. Lots to look at. And we have another exciting slate of earnings names reporting after the bell today, including Opendoor, DraftKings, Block, Affirm, Airbnb, and even more. Check with the market recap with my Sean at 4 p.m. Eastern for all of these reports. But before we send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics, OGEN. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there still is no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Make sure to like and subscribe. Let's give it to Neil and Sean.
Over here.
Well, it was down on SMCI, and SMCI is at the low of the day again.
The market is not stopping.
Honestly, today, AMD's Adam Oates on that trade. Why? Because it gets the assist. AMD is not stopping. There's a theoretical support at that 243. Trust me when I tell you, there was nobody home at 243 when it got there. Like sometimes you'll look at a level, it's like, I might consider buying down there. And then you see what's going on, and like nobody in their right mind would hit a bid key when you saw it 243. 240, this is now getting parabolic downside. The NASDAQ is now 1.2% to the downside. I wanted to say 1.25, but not just yet. So you're now at yesterday's lows. So forget about the overnight lows. You're talking about this support from like the overnight yesterday at 25.4. So when it snaps like this, even VWAP is $7 away. If 240 holds, I'm taking a shot on AMD, and you know I'll revisit SMCI in a quick little second. By the way, Apple's holding up gorgeously. Apple's literally above VWAP and trying to break out 270 because
there goes Google.
It's that Apple. It's the AI thing. I just feel like Apple's when AI drops, Apple doesn't seem to care. All right, the buyers are starting to step into AMD for the first time. Oh, I thought I just hit 42. To give you an idea how weak AMD is right now, I just went to hit 240 when it broke 242, and I got filled under 242. That's how fast the sellers came into that just now. Like it was trying to break out the even dollar, and you can't even punch above the even dollar. That's how fast they're selling it back through. Well, I'm not going to give it through this bottom here either way. It's a nasty move to the downside, everybody. And from what I can tell, and you correct me if I'm wrong, AMD seems like it's taking the worst of it. If there's something that was kind of regressing even more, let me know. Tesla went red. It's down 1.3%. But the only thing holding up, and I'll stay on AMD for a second here, is Apple. Apple's still trying to put in higher lows. I am sitting, I thought I was. I'm not. I thought I was sitting at VWAP there.
We're finally hitting Google.
Yeah, I'm sitting on VWAP on Apple. That's the only thing holding up. But you potentially the first green candle coming here in AMD. If it doesn't hold green, I can't really add to this. I'll have to stop it out at the low of the day. And I'm shorting pops in SMCI, but
we should have been short.
This is crazy, the way that this is actually dumping. Because every time I see it pop back up to that even dollar, someone's just smacking it down, like heavy. So if that releases, this could go to like 45 pretty quickly, I would think. But for now, the sell-off is it is, it's intense. Let's put it that way, intense. I know there's lots of other names we'll get to, but when the market's doing this, now I'm not for like DraftKings and Robinhood when this is happening to some of the chips.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be a rebound here or not, but yeah, NVIDIA's bleeding. You just covered AMD. NVIDIA's back down to 193. So we got stopped out there. It broke 84, so we got stopped. But I do kind of want to try it again, but this is the stuff that I'm trying to get away from, is I keep on going back into some of these wells over and over and over again. So I'm going to give it one more shot here at O's and then just see and hold it to that low of 283.50. So, and that's going to be it. Like, we don't want it. We've talked about how we've sort of changed up the style, especially now. Well, it's not change up the style, but just be a little bit more conservative because of the moves that have been happening in the futures. It's not worth like suffering through all of this. The Nasdaq was positive today, man, and it hasn't caught a bid. So to sit down here and hope for something to happen is not the right strategy. You have to punch out when punching out is
the right
required.
Thing.
Yeah, and then just say to myself, like, okay, I missed that move, right? So we just took another out there at 50 for Google, so we'll just massage this. Sorry, that was 35s. We'll just massage this back and forth a little bit, and then if it does break lower, so we got 35 cents there, we're trying to hold it for 50 cents on the downside, and definitely not closing our eyes to what this market is doing. It's we're wide awake right now as the market tries to find a bid, and it just doesn't have it.
Be more awake with another coffee.
Yeah. Gotta go get some more coffees. Again, without Randy here, we're kind of
I was going to go.
Okay, there goes Google again. See, so now that we're more than 1-to-1 in the money, and as our best stock continues to get better, let's just continue to piece out a little bit. I'm getting out like 2 to 3% at a time, so that if it does rally, we have something back on this name, right? I mean, but we are being very, very cautious of what the market's doing. So this is part of the strategies that we're dealing with here. Oh my gosh, I just got, oh yeah, we've always had Marvell, right? We have such a small piece. Marvell broke 95, and I'm not even paying attention to this thing. Alibaba, we are now 50 cents in the money. So, I mean, this is a good trade. Let's these here, see if we can get, there we go, see if we can get out. Sorry, it was 47s. See if we get out there, and we just did. There's the 67 long that we talked about, right? So far, so good on that one. Alibaba, we have just a couple trades. We wrote down Alibaba long 167. We have it. Let's see if there's a battle to the back end of that one. Let's give this 50 cents. We just took 166.48. Stop out. So there we go. We're all in right now, and we're ready to go. So we've got the positions we want. It's just, will the market pay attention or not? Small hits, hopefully big gains. Let's see what winds up happening here with Alibaba.
Yeah, Baba just broke trend for me, so this is the candle that I'm waiting for to close. It's going to. I think it's going to. Hopefully. So I think it's a good look there. AMD immediately tried. It did hold that 242, so I was able to add to it. Then immediately it rejected the first, not the next dollar, the first $0.50 it got to. So I jumped some out and then reloaded it. The other thing that's happening right now is Apple's starting to pull back into the volume weighted average price. Now keep in mind here, Apple's one of the few things that was holding up well. So not good for the market if Apple just blows through VWAP. But I am sitting there to get long. And as I said, they really held the first $0.50 on AMD on that trend break. So I took some out to limit the damage when I saw the seller, but I did not move my stop. I'm not going to fight that one. Took the first green candle that it had on that move. I think it's worth it on a mean reversion, but I'm not going to fight it through the prior bar low. It's still at a spot where it could hold the absolute low and give an treat, but it's still the sellers in very much control. Baba finally confirmed. I'm going to show you on this chart because I didn't draw a trend line on the other one. So Alibaba did hold above the trend line and closed the candle above. So to me, I'm going to get into it. My orders still show on that, but I'm going to get into this here. It's, for me, I'm still looking at the same names. There's way too much happening not to. Apple, Baba, SMCI, and now AMD. Looks like it's trying to make that go of it again. So I'm going to give this one more shot. I feel like usually I'd give it 3, but if this doesn't go when the market bounces off of yesterday's overnight lows, then it's not worth it a third time, in my opinion.
All right, there it is, man. Cash register time again, man. 70 cents now for Alibaba, as that's now a 70-cent winner. So we'll take some more out to the upside here. And again, just following the rules, man. It's not, we write them down for a reason. We write down our levels. We take the levels, and there it goes, man. We're almost back to our day's high, despite losing out a little bit there on our first Google drop that fell back in a little bit for us there, Google. So yeah, we're on that name, and we're gonna wait to see what winds up happening there. But there it goes, Google. Yeah. Nice little dollar winner again on the back end of this. So yeah, so far so good. Back up to day's high for myself, and I hope you guys are having some luck as well. Now, Neil, there goes Alibaba. I know we both written down 167, but if you're looking, this is what we did right there. Today's trades, man, we're in every single one of these. We're in Marvell long at 95, but this one, I have like 2% of the shares I have and everything else. That was just catching that falling knife. We're going to see what winds up happening there. Alibaba 167, we felt a little bit more confident taking that trade because it bounced around a little bit. We get Alibaba at 167, and then the Google 285 has really been something pretty good to watch that long. The 285 hasn't held though. We are dancing around now 284 and change, so definitely a tipsy-turvy here in this current marketplace for me anyways. So let's give this one, again, a little bit of room for Google. We're giving it down to 283.50. We've really nailed it pretty good there. Alibaba's now $1. We might as well take $1 on this one if we can. Oh, we just offered 96, and you just saw what happened there. So there it is. We got out there, I think. No, we're actually at 90. There we go. So there's the out there for us on Alibaba. Pretty happy with that. We only have about half. Actually, we only have 40% left on that one for the dollar. So again, yeah, man, things going well. We do have Williams and Barr speaking out of. We're going to pay attention to see if anything's going on there with those jokers. But for right now, Marvell flat, Alibaba $1, and Google 70 cents. And AMD has been a surprise.
AMD's now bouncing a little bit here. Look, it's obviously a surprise that it did this move. Like, should it be? I don't know. Would tell you, okay, you had the relief rally, and the second it gave up support, there was the whole gap to be filled back in. Maybe I jumped back into it, stopped same spot, but it's Apple also. Look, the Perplexity news potentially. Sorry. Not Perplexity, that's Snapchat with Perplexity. Yeah. They're Gemini. The Gemini news, I think, is great for them, but it's not going to matter if the market just continues dumping. I'm just going to sneak in front of the volume weighted average price. Like if I can't build, pretty much at VWAP exactly, I'll take like a third in right now because I missed it the last time and I don't want to completely miss this trade. Once it breaks the trend, I can add to it, or it bounced clean off VWAP, I can also add there. The thing is SMCI went to low of the day, right back to the high of the day, and now back through VWAP. That was fast. I wanted this wick, I couldn't get it. Way too fast. It went 42.8 to 42.5 in a matter of like a second or two. Now that it's broken down, I want to stick with this one to the south side. Just has to be above VWAP, into 42.6 is the level that I want on SMC. If it gets all the way to the low, that'll be a fail for me because this was the name that I actually liked short today. There wasn't really much in terms of shorts that I liked, and this was obviously one of them. AMD just can't get out of its own way. It's done $1 bounce. Keeps on revisiting and bouncing off of those lows. I missed that headline, but hopefully you guys just caught it.
What was it?
No, I don't.
Oh, you missed it.
There was a headline there. I didn't see it. So there was nothing in my ear. No. So I'm going to assume that it was nothing that pertinent. Apple's still strong. Man, Tesla breaking down these lows. There's not much in terms of strength, everybody. So if you're looking for, you've got to be really patient. To me, it's going to be trend breaks. If I don't see something break a trend to the downside, like a clean trend on my 3-minute, then I don't want that long, unless in the case of Apple here, it's putting in higher lows. Like this one's actually on trend. Oh,
well, okay.
Oh, that's not really that big of a deal.
No, actually, it's funny because I talked about Penn the other day, and I haven't talked about this since Portnoy.
Nobody talks about it.
And there it is right now. So getting back involved in there, and of course, Dave Portnoy was initially bought out by Penn. Over there, got back into it, I guess, and now we're going to find out.
For cheaper.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're going to find out what that was all about as he gets back.
Get it, Davey, day
back into it right there. Yeah, the guy's
because awesome. he smoked it. It's like anytime you can it off, it's just absolutely genius.
Yep, yeah, good move there by Dave Portnoy.
Good on him.
We'll see what that story is and what for Penn in just a second. Well, we can go over there and look now. Actually, Penn. I'm not doing too much right here. I do got to go get. What's up, JB? Let's get these guys some.
I love Penn and Teller.
Penn and Teller. Yeah, I saw them in Vegas actually. That was really sweet at the Mirage. And that was amazing.
My daughter's obsessed with their Fool Us show.
Yeah, they had all the tigers and all that stuff going on there. Wait a minute, was it Penn and Teller or was it? No, it was the other guy with the tigers. The guy that got eaten by one or whatever.
Not Siegfried and Roy?
Yes, Siegfried and Roy. That's
that
what
right?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
100%.
That's
what it was. It was not Penn.
Yeah,
I think one of them had an accident with one of the animals. I think. I don't.
That's unfortunate.
Please don't at me for that one. I didn't even get their names right.
I think you're right.
Yeah, so that was Penn and Teller. They're awesome magicians and everything. A lot of fun apparently. Penn and Tellers. All right, yeah. Catching falling knives here is not something that I don't think anybody around here is trying to do. So yeah, we have for Google coming in, and we had just exited, stage left again. We talked about trying to fade all of these prints, and the futures today are sick, down 1.2%. We did not expect that. So yeah, trade cautiously with every basically once again. So keep the good feels, but right now it's not great feels, that's for sure. So Google making new lows here. I'm getting out at 183, 283.50, which means I'll take a little bit more here just because I think the risk to reward profile matters in this case. So let's get a little bit in again for Google if it does come back. We just take a little bit of a dip buy. So now we do have that trade for us. So let's wait to see if that can make moves a little bit higher here now for Google as we just a little bit of a dip buy. Let's offer something out here at O's as we just got, what, 70s there? 870s. So it's not even like a huge trade, but if it can come back to the upside, we'll just start to sort of, not aggressively, but take it out 5% at a time at some of these levels. I don't mind that as a trade.
Iggy Sosa, instead of catching fallen knives, I'm riding waterfalls. That's a good look.
Yeah.
The only thing, I hate you, Apple.
TLC. Don't
TLC. They didn't make as money as they should have. TLC. And obviously, I kind of keep Apple, so it happens. It happens. I didn't have an offer out when this spiked up. I was actually still trying to get long, and so I just hit offer enter and got rid of everything. It's now still breaking up. This is the only stock that is trending.
Let's go, Google!
7 that's trending up. But you know what? AMD break trend as well. So I'm going to buy the next available dip on this because it's strong and nothing else is. This is looking a little distinctly different. It's run the bottom a couple times on AMD, but a chance to at least put in a higher low. But I think Apple should be a little bit of a priority as well. But super strong move over there in Apple. AMD is trying to go, and someone said, let me get this out of the way because someone actually mentioned Forge, and I'm an idiot because I was long this at the open and it hit 44. I believe this is cash price of 45 to whomever said they were short at 44. It's trading above the risk-free rate, which is a little bit dangerous. The risk-free rate I calculated at about 43.8. If that doesn't make sense to you, you probably shouldn't be trading buyouts. If it does make sense to you, do with that as you would like. It's just my 2 cents. You should know things like the risk-free rate if you're trading a cash buyout.
Yeah, that's a good point. Probably nobody is, but that's part of getting.
No, the guy said he's short before.
Oh gosh. Okay.
I'm not saying it's a bad position. I just think it can be dangerous when a stock is trading day one above the.
Oh yeah. Good look there, and of course Neil, we know trades those. All right, so we trade Google here, and there it goes, man. Another dollar upside there off of our reload. Let's see if it can keep going. Alibaba now an absolute, like we said, man, an absolute smoker. Back now $1.25 in on that one as we just continue to watch out for that play, and we are taking a little bit more in Marvell, so we just averaged in against 94. Let's see if this going today. MRVL. I'm gonna take another piece out maybe on Alibaba. We're at the 50-period moving average. Let's go to 168 in case we do get a bump up. We're out of 70% of this already, so hopefully Alibaba will continue. Look, we took out basically, these are each like 15% or so to the upside. So, and then we just got another fill right there at 168.20. So that's the math that I'm doing. In a market that's being faded, we got the Alibaba price that we posted, right? I mean, and if you're wondering what exactly I'm talking about, it's right here. It's on the stick. You get it free every single day. I started by saying this is my #1 trade, Alibaba. So it's a good talk from Jensen about China chips and a deal with XPED for robotaxis. Long. That's it, 167. So when it came into 167, We took it right there, and boom, goes the dynamite to the upside. So we're pretty happy, obviously, with that trade, as we'll wait to see what Marvell can do. I'm going to take out one more piece here. There it is at 54s on Google. And okay, I'm going to take out one more piece at 75 if we can get that, as it's starting to go a little bit higher right now, back into us for sure. All right, we do have a look of the broader markets here. It's already 10:20. At 10:30, we have natural gas coming through as well. So, you know, if you're looking at gas, nat gas, there could be something there for you. But today, man, I'm just going to refresh this, make sure this is all accurate before I just, you know, last thing I want to do is cover something that's not happening. NVIDIA, pretty red today in the chip space, but it's obviously led by this guy right here, as Neil's been covering it, AMD right there. So AMD red today, Tesla red. Amazon, Walmart, Costco getting kicked in the face, down 3% today. Don't know what's up with that. Thankfully, we own some Eli Lilly shares, a lot of them, and that's up 0.1%, sorry. So that's a good little take for Eli Lilly. We do have news from Adara, so we're gonna, let's go to Adara, but you tell me, Andre, if we are ready for that. So that was very polite of you, Andre. Let's go over to Adara.
Yeah, before we get here into the small cap situation, I want to take a moment to talk about CRCL. CRCL Circle here, pretty weak. Now it seems like this is apparently Coinbase is pretty weak as well. Look up, I guess around 17 minutes ago, Circle announced on their website they've submitted a comment letter on the implementation of the Genius Act. I read through this pretty briefly. It doesn't really seem to be anything super significant, just saying how they would like the Genius Act. If I see a little bit more, I will keep you guys posted. But either way here, Circle, that's the only news that I found on this. Social media on this, mostly just along the lines of why is it dropping? So nothing really to help there. Let's start up with our small caps, or in this case, I'm going to be real, just more smaller caps. They're all going to be earnings from last night or today. Oscar Health is the first one. Again, not a super small market cap here. They did miss on sales, but smaller than expected loss per share. And the midpoint of their sales guidance for fiscal 25 beat estimates. Then you've got Krispy Kreme, DSP. This one beating here, actually posting an unexpected profit, but sales came in a little below estimates. We know this one had a meme move, for lack of better terms, a couple weeks ago or last week. And then we had, last but not least, STGW, Stagwell, another earnings play. This year, certainly removed from the its pre-market high after gapping. Another name to watch. Right now trading around $6.50. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, I'm going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Because for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that is because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use capital will Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. That's no fear, no just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Back to Neil and Sean.
Adara, so Circle, I was saying AMD was like the weakest stock. No, it was like Circle was the one maybe bleeding even worse than that, but it did, and Tesla did the same thing at almost the same moment. The entire downtrend broke. I drew this really poorly, but imagine it. Can I shift the whole thing? I can't shift the whole thing. I have to work that way. But it broke trend just now, so I'm long. I'm giving it to the 5. Tesla also broke trend. I tried to add to Tesla the second time through, 453 quarter, or it was actually the $0.50. Didn't pick it up, but this also a bit of a trend break. Tesla, the only story here for Tesla, I mean, the market's going down, so it can essentially just fall in the market, of course, is which is at 95% chance that Elon's pay package is going to get passed. So as much as I think that's bullish, the market was tanking, so it tanked with it. You have pre-market lows don't matter. The opening range bottom was 58. This ended up holding here at 10 o'clock and then being resistance after the fact. I'm thinking not VWAP, but that 458 level there on Tesla. A little bit different what's happening on the trend break in Circle. Like this breaks trend, look at the bottoming tail candle, and then it breaks trend, then shoots up. That's what you want on a trend break. So trend is still in the exact same spot it was before. It's like Tesla pops $1.50 right away, Circle's still at the exact same price. So one of these things is not like the other. Don't need to tell you which.
is we have 3 trades today. Another dollar on Marvell. Here goes Marvell, man. Our average price is 94.60. It's at 95.60 right now. So far today, this is just what we've done. IonQ, whoops. Marvell, nice. Alibaba, now $1.50 in the money. And then Google, $1. And I mean, we've taken multiple dollars out of Google, but right now we're trying to get a little bit more into that one as well. But I'm going to cancel most of these Google trades and just wait for a higher bid now. I'm going to go to 184.20 to get out of something. Sorry, 185.20, and then up 186 where VWAP is right there, and see if we can get out like a bigger part. If it does get back up to that level, but so far so good, and we just calmed down right now with everything as we're now really ripping. There goes Marvell back up, man. We wrote down 95 for Marvell, and so there's $1 clean on that one. We could probably post that. I've been posting these all up on, you know, this is what I'm saying, like pretty much like I love coming in every day. Like obviously my voice isn't where it should be, but the trades are exactly where they should be. I mean, on our note, this is exactly what we had written down. So it's been a really good opportunity to sit here and play dip buys. You know, we said that yesterday that we sort of have a new kind of a plan of action here, and that's what we've been doing today. So we haven't looked at Beyond Meat though. I'm gonna let some of these just chill, right? Like so let's let them sort of marinate a little bit here. But Beyond Meat right now is, yeah, we talked about that 150. It did have a 150 in it, and then it dropped back in again. And now it's bar. So you want to look for that break of VWAP of 144 to see if that can come in. We have Big Bear AI earnings next week. That's getting hit. That's down 5%. Now today, after a good start for Big Bear, but then a whoops as we go to the downside. We've been talking about leaving this one alone until you get more of a look on earnings for Big Bear AI. And then today, Open Door, again, off that $7 mark, has been a good trade. And guess where we are again right now? Back down to $7, looking to see if we can get some sort of a pump or at least a move from 7 again here on Open Door. So, yeah, that's kind of what's going on. You mentioned Oscar's a name that I have. That's good getting out where we wound up getting out, some of it anyways, up into the 20s, somewhere around here. When it had that move and then was dancing, we got out. We talked about that. Not really happy with the way it's been performing over the last little while as UNH has come back in as well. And Oscar, so nice trade today. I'm not going to get it. I'm long before earnings was down here. As I said, we let it sort of levitate up. We actually should have got out here. We noticed this 23 top, but as it fell back in, we got something around here. I can double check after what percentage it was exactly, but nice move and bouncing clean off. I don't know if that print actually happened or if that was a earnings print, but $16 is your 200 period moving average.
I don't think.
Yeah.
It was an aftermarket.
Yeah. Okay.
It was an aftermarket like flush print. I didn't have the two up to see if it was actually real. What's up with Chipotle? We'll get to Chipotle in a quick little second. Ben Weiss in the chat. Circle did not hold on to that bid. Remember, could not go. Doesn't hold on to the 105. Right back to the lows for Circle. If this goes SSR, that could be a different story. My goodness, Apple. Yeah, Apple.
Yes.
Apple's now at 272. I literally just canceled a VWAP order. This is now broke at 71.
Finally.
This is finally gone and gone through this resistance. Sometimes when the market or like big institutions really like something, they'll like hold it sideways for accumulation. And it seems like that was the case here for Apple. And then when you can see what happens. It completely lets go. I don't know what's going on with Chipotle because I haven't looked at it, Ben. But remember, they did, these guys did have a rough go of it on earnings. And so far as I can tell, yeah, it's still making lower highs. Chipotle looks like earnings continuation. Like it's holding the bottom, can't really break much out. And when the market rolls over, kind of resume what it was already doing. New fresh lows. I believe it just made a fresh low through 31 here on Chipotle, down 3%. Hasn't been a good look for them at all.
No,
It's a tough. It's tough. It wasn't good for Kava. Of course, I just typed Blue Ocean. It's always Blue Ocean on the down
right.
first.
Wait till it has moon there. Oh.
Come on, load up. I mean, same thing for Kava. Look, Kava, actually, oddly enough, is also at the low of the day. There, it should now finally load for you. Yeah, low of the day, new fresh lows on Kava. So they're all bleeding at this point, except for.
All right. right.
Like Apple's an absolute rocket
just
ship. I
love
keep saying the next available dip. I want to get back in. There hasn't been a red candle on the 3-minute in Apple since 10:06, like 23 minutes ago. It put one in, and that was the buying opportunity. I'm going to buy the next available one, if there even is one at this point. Apple is too strong at this point.
Always, yeah, it's always nice when the trade follows. You know, yesterday we bought that live on the show, Apple, when we heard that news that was from Bloomberg about Gemini, and I think that's a game changer for Apple. So I put more into the old 401k or long-term trading there because I realized that I like that stock, Apple. Of course, it's always nice when you look at. And I get a message, so I love you too, Marissa. Thank you for messaging me that. It's always a nice little boost when you get that kind of stuff because, you know, trading, of course, as we sit here, can be very frustrating, but, you know, make sure that you follow your rules and, you know, there'll always be tomorrow. So get out if you're wrong, and if you're right, try to do the best that you can. We have 3 trades on board. They're all dollar clubs. So we just took out Marvell a little bit more right there as, I don't know if failing or not, but that's went up to 96 again. And as we said, in this kind of a marketplace, not worth standing around and waiting for more than that because you're already up 1% today, and the market just bounced off clean pretty easily off that 50-period moving average. It didn't even look like it wanted to do anything with it right there. Alibaba has been a really clean move as well, off of 167, bouncing off VWAP. I was like 1 penny away, basically, getting that VWAP, so I was at 74s. It went to 73s there. So what can you do about that one except for gets back up and we're able to get that. I may put that order now at 50 on Alibaba just to make sure that we do get it. You know, I don't need to, now that I see like that move down, don't need to be exact on, you know, the outs. We're exact on the entries, man. We're sniping that up. But we've been a crazy today. We got Google down here, which has been good. We sniped Marvell at 95 where we wanted it, and then again at 94.40 off of those lows. And we've just been really sort of, I don't want to say lucky, but you know, the trade holding, which is always nice, right? And when they hold, then it looks pretty easy. All right, Robinhood, you know, again, another name that a lot of traders love, and for good. Robinhood's been a great winner for obviously many of your accounts. And today, though, again, to rewind the clock, again, off the open, I said I do not like Robinhood. I did not like the fact that it was, and I said maybe we can get a 145 short if it pops. But I thought the numbers were great. I don't have to think that. They were great. And it was popping. So guess what? Drop. We'll go back to 8:45 when I talked about Robinhood, and it was like, guys, I think this is thinking one thing is different than actually acting on it. And yeah, we didn't do anything with Robinhood except for stay away. And I think that sometimes that's the best thing. You have a great report, and the market doesn't reward you. This is what happens, and there it goes to the downside. And yeah, man, Robinhood, see you later. Good thing we didn't recommend that one, but it's a downside play there for Hood. Yeah, that was. You know, sometimes if it's not moving at all, that can be the trap. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it wasn't moving at all. I don't know anybody that likes that as a trader. It's like, well, if they don't seem to obviously want to dump it and no one wants to buy an almost perfect report, it wasn't actually a perfect report. We'll get that out of the way. There were a couple metrics that missed out. Trading revenue, specifically crypto as well. Speaking of crypto, keep an eyeball on 100K level. There's an outside chance IBIT gets there. We're down at 102 right now on Bitcoin. So there's always a decent chance it's that 100 level, which has at least for now held. For now is about the only thing I can tell you. The way the market is going, Nasdaq's headed right back into the lows. I want to go back to the only short I actually had listed was SMCI. And so I got away from that one when it bounced off the low of the day, tried to pick it up under VWAP. Next available, that's the same way I feel about Apple. I look up and Apple's at the high of the day again. This is at the low. Next available pop, I'm going to be shorting this one for sure. Someone just said in the chat, Hood 95 to 102. I feel like a lot of people are going to be not happy if it gets to 95 to 102. But if you put it into perspective, the 200 period's at 85. Well, that's not ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous if you were to break trend and get down to that price. That's the next support level if you break the trend line. I would agree technically, but you haven't even broken the 50 period yet. It's down 8% today. I would trade it for an SSR bounce because it's exactly that kind of stock where if it gets 10% down, there's enough interest, lots of dip buyers, tons of volume that you look for that snap back up through. But it just hasn't happened. It's not 10% down. You would have to break the low of the day. That just reminds me. Snapchat. I wanted this one to break. I remember we said about a half an hour ago or maybe an hour ago, hold VWAP, break out the top off VWAP. It's still trying to do the same thing. I'm being as patient as possible, and Snapchat's trying to break this little slight upward trend that it has. We'll still like to break above this low high, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And if you like it short, it's breaking trend to the downside as we speak. Apple cannot pull back.
Yes,
it will not.
Do not pull back.
Well, I want it to pull back because I want to get it.
Exactly. On the daily trade, who cares? Hopefully it does.
On the long term, I hope it never pulls back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hopefully it pulls back. Opportunity for the day. But we do get a little bit of a pullback here in Google. Remember where our stop is, man, 280.50. So, we'll lose 30 cents here on this break, which is fine. We didn't even reload. We reloaded about 1 unit on this one for 30-cent hit. I mean, if we take that, we take that, honestly, and that's fine by me. Like, there's going to be some points that we get a little bit too aggressive, and maybe we have right now by even reloading this might be too aggressive. So if it does break, then it's gone, and that's fine. We'll give it up, and again, completely happy with the way we've here it comes. Completely happy we've traded Google. Just maybe on this last move down, there we go. We went to the well potentially too many times, but can't believe that Marshawn Lynch died.
What are you talking about?
Someone just said I can't believe that Marshawn died.
What are you talking
about? That can't be true. That's my wife's favorite player, pretty much.
No way.
Marshawn Lynch.
No way that's true.
Okay, well, hopefully that's not true. All right, there goes Google right now breaking lower into that level. Is it true?
I haven't seen anything on it.
Okay.
So.
No, Marshawn Neeland.
Oh.
Well, none of us know who that is, I don't think.
Okay. For a second there. Look, obviously, any loss of life is.
Yeah, any loss of life, but I don't think we don't know who that is. Marshawn Neeland.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who that is. Okay, thanks to D. Westermeyer for that. All right, so yeah, Google. There's the bleed for Google, man. So yeah, the Hydration Nation, the only thing that's saving you today, because the market is definitely a hurricane to the downside, getting into 25,000 again. 25.3 right now, downside push. We gave up a little bit on that last take there for Google, but really nothing. We got out of Marvell there on that break lower. We only had 20% left of Marvell, 20, 40, 60, 80% out rate. And then Alibaba is now breaking completely. Like this market, I don't have anything in my ear about anything, but the market is breaking right now and getting a lot lower. So bye-bye as we continue. He would not know, D. Westermeyer, trust me, that one. Barely knows current roster. So, but there it comes to the downside is Alibaba 166.50. NVIDIA also trying to break 190 right now to the downside. That's been a disaster of a play there. But yeah, lots of stuff happening right now.
At a 620. Tesla
That's only at 620? I thought that would have broken.
I would have thought it would drop a little, because the last leg in the market, I would have thought would take this even lower because it was already, but it did just hit 620 bucks. Tesla 448, so it's a Cowboys player. It's weird. I feel like usually I know these types of things. You mentioned IonQ, QBT after the earnings report down 7% and continuing to tank. I might as well just cancel my order in SMCI. SMCI just got day 2. It just smoked the low of the day here. It's barely red because it gapped up overnight. So it seems like it's really not that bad to the downside, but it has dropped pretty significantly. So looking like nobody, with the exception of Apple, is getting. Oh, nice. Fabian wants to see something about my.
Yeah, let's see. He saw my
microphone there. Apple is actually catching another bid. It just does not want to dip. Like there's been not much red. Look, that's a wick at the top. Let it continue to fall with the market before even trying to get back into it. Yeah, I got it way too early. That much is absolutely obvious. And someone asked in the chat, like, what's your retreats for some longs? Trend breaks. you have got to, like, look at Circle. Like, you have got to break for an entry. But, like, to me, I only want, when it's doing this, I only want trend break entries. Like, I'm willing to take a shot when it breaks the trend and play it into VWAP because I like the risk to reward. And then another question is, why do I like SSR? Because it's a positive expected trade the way it sets up. Like, if a stock goes down 10%, I've simply found that when it hits the 10% down, if you can find a good, like, false break of a low at a big level or an even dollar level, the retracement to VWAP is solid risk to reward. And if the trend works right away, like if it starts uptrending, it's like 70–80% of the time it gets to the volume weighted average price. So that's why I like the setup, because it's a good one. It worked almost instantly on pins in yesterday's trade, and Robinhood's an even better example of it. Like right away, it's rinsed through 20 and then right up 3%. And that was it. It was a very, very quick trade at the open. So I take those pretty much every chance I see on the right type of stock. Let's go to the desk and see what Adair has for us.
Here is our sector board, which, as you can expect, looking at the market, it's quite red. With the of energy minerals, lots of strength in the sector. MPC here, Marathon Petroleum, really strong over the past few days, and that streak is continuing. Right now, it's up almost 5%, 4.5%. But let's talk about where the weakness lies, which is see very much in tech. Electronic technologies being balanced out by a decent upside move at Apple and RTX, but then you've got Qualcomm down in earnings, networks day 2 earnings weakness, AMD to the downside, Nvidia to the downside. Technology services looking even weaker. Oracle 4% downside move, negative 3%, almost 4% here. CRM down 6%, Adobe down almost 3%, Microsoft red, Meta red. So lots of weakness in tech. Retail trade, another one with some weak points. Costco down 2%, Amazon down 2%. In terms of sectors that are kind of flatter or more strong, we have health technology, Lilly continuing to try to buoy the sector. As I mentioned earlier, CBS has reported that we're going to get an announcement today from Trump administration with regards to drug price cuts for Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, for specifically the weight loss drugs. There is an announcement for Trump scheduled at 11 a.m., so this could be what that is. But if I get more details, of course, I'll let you know. That sector has some bright utilities, has some bright spots, and as I mentioned already, energy minerals, definitely the best look of the day, guys. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Okay. All right, so it'll be interesting to see about and Trump there, 11 o'clock. We saw Eli Lilly, be pretty much
The beast.
a beast again. As you know, good news is good news, and that's good news for Eli Lilly and for everybody in that. I mean, the drug pricing.
Mostly Eli Lilly.
Mostly Eli Lilly, but I'm saying for drug pricing for people there, you want to get lower prices for sure for the public. But hey, other than that, man, not much else. Not trying to like we said, I'm flat.
Apple
now.
just dropped.
Oh, did it? Okay, so that might be something.
This is the first significant dip in Apple, and I got to show you a 15-minute. That's no good. So it's trying to hold on to the prior resistance. 271 to 271.5 is kind of target area on the 15-minute. So on a 15-minute chart, I'd like to see it hold on a 15-minute chart. Trying to be patient about it. This wouldn't be a trend break. This is more like a wait and see if it holds, and then opens the next candle. 2 minutes. No, but this is holding.
Yeah, Apple.
What, Apple's holding? Someone just said Palantir.
Okay, that might be good.
Is Palantir holding? No, I just said Palantir times. No, that's not holding. No, that would be a no. Palantir is absolutely not holding. Wow. Hold up.
Holding period.
Hey.
Getting ready for the next episode. Hey. What is the next episode?
Smoke weed every day.
You do?
Don't do that. No,
okay,
don't.
so yeah, we are.
Drugs are bad, people.
Yeah. Well, nothing wrong with doing that.
There's certain like lines or lyrics that like if someone says the first part of it, you just don't even think about it. I just say the rest.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like DMX, like some.
Yep.
If I say stop, drop.
Yeah, shut them down.
Open up shop. Like, you can't not
Just
say
keep
it. So
going
that's
there.
my bad.
It just depends if Obi's here or not. All right, so there we go to the upside as we continue to go. I'm going to try to reload a little bit of Google right here, but it's oh my gosh, thank you so much, Rob, in the building right now. Thank you, Rob, for that.
Oh, Captain, my captain.
Oh yes. Yeah. Thank you, Rob. All right, cheers. Rob. Yeah, I made that mistake one time asking him about that. It was not well received.
Asking what?
He only goes by Rob. There's no Bob. There's no Robert, there's no Bobby, there's no anything like that. So shout out to Rob.
I wouldn't have tried to say anything else.
No, just not trying to do that. Trust me, I don't want to get this guy upset by any stretch of imagination. All right, thank you, Rob, for that. We do have a nice little reload here.
Apple's built different.
Apple going still? All right. I'm going to offer some more out. We did get some more long here on Google, just against that 280, 250. So that's where the stop is. Let's see if Google works now higher in this name, Google, hopefully for a long time. But I'm getting out. I'm already out of half of that. We're long right now at 70s. Nice little 50-cent win to the upside. But we're just sort of counting on right now because, before the eggs hatch, because I don't know where this is going. Let's get some more out. There's another out at 20. That's a hell of a trade right there for me against that 280, 250. So let's go Google and see if we can get going. Trying to find, as Neil said, relative strength in names. Google's only down 0.4. It's not as strong as Apple. There's no way that's the case. But right now, Google trying to work for us back to the upside.
And that was the opposite of yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Alphabet was going up on that news, and Apple was going down, and now you get the literal opposite.
Bless
you, Russell. Oh wow, Russell with the. Hey, you know
Russell
what?
Throwing down.
Hard at work, but he just threw down. That was a legit.
It's on fire.
Like my sneezes apparently are rookie level, and I sneeze a lot.
Well, compared to that, yes.
Compared to that, no. Wow. So SMCI, one of the first things to break trend on this downward move. I got in and then immediately took out half because I'm like, it's SMCI. I prefer this one short. So that was the first thought is, well, I don't like it as much because I prefer it short. But also Tesla is doing so as well. So you can see Tesla, one trend line break. It's trying to break. I shouldn't even be connecting it from there, but I'm going to do it anyways. It's trying to break off the bottom. I think if this can get back through 450, then that would be the jam on Tesla. But I said Apple's built differently because it just flat out is now. There was no consolidation on that last pullback. It just ripped. Like it was no like sideways action. The market did a tiny bounce and it went $1 because that's what Apple seems to be doing. It's rather unhealthy. Healthy pullback.
The market's just, well, an apple a day keeps
the doctor away.
The stop losses away.
I legitimately, we get fruit free, like there's fruit with the breakfast in the morning. I shouldn't say free. We get fruit every single day.
I had a plum.
I still bring my own apple. Because I'm like, I need to have, I'm very picky about, I'll eat fruit or whatever, but I'm really picky about like fresh fruit. I'm like, if I have my own apple that I know is a good one, then I'm good to go, regardless of what we have here. I believe in that apple a day. I eat lots of fruit and vegetables, but the market is not healthy right now. Hopefully we get some trend break. The Apple can actually carry the entire thing. Tesla's trying again to break a secondary trend, but if it doesn't work, I'll stick to my rules. Like if it breaks that low, you always try to jump out of it. Do not want to get caught fighting it. Because if you get one reversion trade today, like VWAP is literally $9 higher here.
Like at least holding 620. So at least there's something.
But that's
there.
the level on the daily chart.
I know, and I was just gonna say, like, if you're gonna find something maybe on a daily, I don't think the bleeding is done in this market yet. So you haven't heard me buy anything. I mean, last thing we bought was Bitcoin. And that was at 108, and that's at 102 right now. That's looking foolish right there. But to see what winds up happening, it's not down that far, but it's still down 25% from its highs, right? So be careful with Bitcoin. You can't be happy. Even in Ethereum, right? Where's Tom Lee? Just counting his money or counting your money? Whose money is he counting right now? Because there's Ethereum down 4% again today. So he's probably out of BMNR, all this. Let's wait to see what winds up happening. But look at this, man. What a disaster.
He actually made a comment.
Okay, good.
No, I don't know about his position. He made a comment about Bitcoin 94,000 he thought was next.
Yeah. Okay. Good guy.
No,
I mean, we can throw out a lot of things.
It was just a tweet. I didn't even read the whole thing. I saw his name and I saw the number. That's all.
I feel bad for people that got absolutely rinsed in all of this because you follow these guys thinking that what they're saying actually makes sense, and then it's just like whap right down to the downside. But we did Circle as well, CRCL, make a move today as well. Yeah. Like people are asking us yesterday, would you buy Circle? And we are like, no, because we're at this breaking point. I just hit this plus sign. What does that even do? Oh, okay. Add stocks. We're at this breaking spot right here.
I wouldn't never.
So there it goes. I like USDC. I like what it stands for and what it does for the crypto space, giving us an opportunity to sit in cash.
these kind of things happen, and earn a yield on that USDC as well. So I think Circle is in for something here, and I like the stock. I like to do a little bit more work on it before I sit there and be like, I really like Circle, but right now, I'm just sitting on what I own already, which is still good. I mean, obviously, hopefully most traders are still well in the money on their crypto, but like 102 is not a great level. We like it, get back above that 108 in my opinion, and then see a little bit higher, because he's going to say 94 is next. That's another 10%, to the downside from where we are. So,
I actually think support's on the chart. It's at 88 to 91.
Right. I mean, we can all look at charts.
I actually disagree with where he thinks the bottom is, but I'm buying it either way.
Yeah. That would be a good level.
I'm sitting in front of 91 for a dip buy. I'll show you why in a quick little second. Tesla, that's that aggressive, whatever. The drill there. It is ridiculously high pitched, and it's like that exact pitch that I love so much. No, it's all good, Russell. So Tesla just grabbed the low, and then immediately retook the trend. I should always follow my rule. You should only get half or a third in until it closes above the trend line, which I broke. So this time I'll only get a third in. But the market is still searching for a bottom. We are pretty much at the overnight 2 days ago, like the actual low here, the overnight low, which is like 25.2 on the NASDAQ. So you're at a bit of a support spot. Apple is still doing ridiculous Apple things. This is Apple up 1%. Like imagine a world where the market has been bleeding all morning and Apple is just straight up shot trend. It's such a good piece of news for them. And mostly because they get how much, correct me if I'm wrong, they're going to get, what is it, it's 20 billion a year for Google Chrome, right? And so then they're going to only pay 1 billion back a year for.
Oh, I love Apple. I mean, as soon as we heard that news, man, I just bought whatever. It doesn't matter. But I did add a pretty decent there yesterday on Apple. I just like the news. I mean, it was down today. It's just got going now, so that's nice. Like today's going to be a good day. I'm going to take 167 break long here on Alibaba if that winds up happening. We made money on Alibaba, it was good, but it did break lower below 167, so we did get out. So now we're going to wait for it to get back up there to the upside. That's going to be a trade for us, hopefully at some point here today. If it does break, we only now have 8 minutes left until we go over to the midday. So. If it doesn't break before then, I'm going to get out. I'm not going to get in, and I'll just cancel the order and see what winds up happening. I don't want to leave an order pending for the break if I'm not sitting here. So last thing I want to do is see a break and then, tank off of that news, right? Or not news, but off the market, making the move down. I still really like Google and Bob, but we can't hold them through this much move. So we've given back like 30% of our day or so trying to chase
there's a mic.
BLNN. Oh, that's what it is. Billion to one, it's called. BLN. It's billion to one. What is that? What is it? LN? Yeah, billion to one. Here it is. All right. So this is what? $92 is the tap on billion
it's
to one.
It's only 200. It's $270 million IPO. That's not very big. Billion to one. BLLN, right?
BLLN.
I wanted to see if I could get the tap. What's the tap?
92.50.
What was the actual issue price? I can't find it.
But I do want to try to find out. We're going to look for that, and we're going to try to figure out what's for lunch.
Well, $60.
All right. Today is actually pretty good. It's a land animal, which is nice. Although we've had a couple of chicken dinner winners on there.
Chicken.
Both Joseph and Neil are incorrect with their call of chicken today, because today, well appropriate, it is football. But we've got beef chili, which should be okay, with Mexican street corn and garlic bread, with toppings of tomato, sour cream, green onions, cheese, and I don't prefer cilantro, and cilantro. So beef chili, Mexican street corn, garlic bread. Of course, we will have something different than that, as we just have that salad.
Garlic bread for sure, though.
Yeah, so hopefully the garlic bread is nice and I like it a little bit crispy on the top. We'll see how that's going. And the Mexican street corn has actually been pretty good. It's like a little side salad there. And we'll see how that works. But that is what's for lunch. Alibaba, I'm going to cancel that order. even if it does get going right now, well, or let's just keep it in case it does rip. We still have 5 more minutes before we're out of here. Let's go over to Adara.
Here's the US dollar, and it looks like we are not able to hold above 100. Yesterday, we did close slightly red at the slightly top wicking. Now, again, as mentioned, we're back below 100. So let's see how the US dollar fares. That being said, this uptrend still very much full force. Now, this week we did have some economic data throughout the week, and we get even more tomorrow. The University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print will come out at 10. That being said, government shutdown still happening, so other economic data, we're still not likely going to see it until we get some resolution on that. Now let's talk here about Fed speak. You can find this fun visual on X at TTV Research. I just posted it because we're just about to start getting Fed speakers in 5 minutes, starting with Fed Barr. He is on the Board of Governors. We'll also get Fed's Williams at the same time. 12 p.m. we get Fed's Hammock. At 3:30 p.m., Fed's Wall, by the way, is in the running for Fed chair and has said publicly that he'll take the position if Trump offers it to him. Then we've got Fed's Paulson at 4:30 p.m. and we're capping off the day with Fed's Muslim at 5:30. So that is 6 Fed speakers in roughly 6 hours. If you want to see who's speaking, you want to check this out on X at TTV Research. I should mention as well, the Associated Press stream is now open for Trump's announcement at 11 a.m. The title of the stream is Trump makes an announcement on weight loss drug prices. Again, I have not seen any confirmation that that is what it's going to be from the White House, but either way, that's what we're expecting it to be. I will be watching that stream and giving you guys live coverage, so don't go anywhere. Join us during the midday with Joe and Sharif. Back to you.
All right, yeah, so that should be fun. We already sort of know what's going on. See, Eli Lilly already sort of reacted, but it's actually back down. I mean, can't fight the market too much there, down to 916 and near the tops now, as Eli Lilly's had a great 5 or 6 days right here.
You know what someone asked in the chat, and I forgot to respond to this? Someone said, when can you expect a Supreme Court decision with regards to the tariffs? And the answer to that is maybe the end of the year. It's not happening anytime soon. It's just not. But that's not the way that it works. Like, Supreme Court does not act that fast. So it'll be a very long time before we actually see anything. And the other thing to keep...
Wait a minute, a government agency or whatever is not working that fast?
No, but even if they shoot it down, there's still other avenues to reinstate the tariffs. Like, there's other ways that they could stay on. So it's not even...
The shutdown went up 48 days now.
I was wrong about that. I actually thought after these recent elections and the fact that it broke a new record, that those two, I guess, like feathers in the cap might actually lead to a deal, but I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, the decisions come next year during the summer, someone just said. I don't know if it's that late. I saw this morning someone saying optimistically by the end of the year. That's like a couple of months. If it takes 8 months, I suppose that's possible too.
I feel like the market's not really trading on anything like that anymore.
No, we don't care about the shutdown.
Like, we got that deal from China. The NASDAQ is getting crushed this week.
Earnings,
you know?
AI, that's what matters.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to care overly as much about tariffs as we used to maybe 6 months ago there. So, yeah, okay, 1057 and change. You know, we had Oscar reporting today. Not a great day for anything to report. They're still up 4%, though, looking to break a little bit lower. We had Duolingo, come up with their report today. They're getting smoked down 30%. That's not a good one. Bad one, actually, for Duolingo. We had a good, we didn't talk about Snapchat right there, but just like that, wiping away some of those gains as we went up to 860, 880, now back into 820 for the snapped one right there. And yeah, that's not great for Snapchat. What are you saying there about your phone vibrating over there? What's up, Simpson? The wife just made me get my phone out of bedroom. It vibrates every time you take 5%. Okay, nice part. Hopefully you're vibrating a lot. Hopefully it's not my 5%. You get like a ringtone or something like that. There's a nice move down. Oh, I was going to say a stock that we haven't looked at here today, but that's been pretty strong, holding levels. And it's not that it's been strong. Nothing's been strong. Right here at 236 could be something. So just holding out right now. It's down to 235. Okay, well now it's, so for some reason Micron just gapped 50 cents or whatever on our charts, but there's the break of Micron. So yeah, scratch that. I was gonna say it looks like it's holding 236 right into here. This is a 5-minute chart where we had yesterday's levels. I just thought there was a good chance to hold in and around here. But now you got to look at like this 234 as we look to get lower. Fed's Williams, and of course, President Trump all speaking. So this market still has a lot to go.
Oh, definitely has a lot to go. And the bleed is on. Tesla just continues to fall just the low of the day and is now headed to that 442 level. Don't think there's anything else in sight. And I know what I said about this thing earlier, but I made a comment. I was like, oh, it's a dangerous to short that Ferg to another trader. I actually saw the tape on it, and I actually joined this trade. I am in this one. Someone asked about it earlier, and it's actually moving enough. I cannot not take it, essentially. Like, this is essentially one of these things. I trade, a lot of the times I will treat these a lot the same way, where I'll look for like trend breaks. Fundamentally, risk-free is at about 43.8, depending on the calculation on this deal. It's a 45 cash deal. And then 43.6 to 43.8. Those are the two numbers I come up with. Very vague on when it was going to close, but midpoint of next year. So I'm actually short this one off the high. I saw a double top. I saw a trend break, scalp. And then it's more or less the same thing, only I'm not shooting for VWAP on this. Solid but not spectacular volume with this bad boy. And it's now 11 o'clock, and Apple is still dipping, but it's not yet nowhere near VWAP. It's nowhere near that 71 to 71 half zone that I kind of like for prior highs, but it is the strongest name in the market. At least that's not some kind of crazy small capper. So if you're looking for support, the market's at it. This one has been the best buy. It is all about that perplexity. Sorry, that Gemini headline.
Shout out to Caleb over here. Thank you for your kind words, man. You started an account just 3 weeks ago. You started with 5 bills. You just wired $2,000. That's a hot dog kind of a trade there. Go grab some glizzies there and celebrate. Hopefully, great trades on board. We don't have a red name today on the account. Well, IonQ is going to be red, but that's more like paying fees right there. But so far, so good. Baba, Google, IonQ, and Marvell leads the way for me. And it's 101 right now. Yeah, some good trading. All right, good job here today. Let's go get some of that beef chili and see how that's tasting. There it is. Charlie also up 1.5.
More excited for the garlic bread at this point.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if the garlic bread can make it come. All right, Feds Barr speaking, Trump speaking, Williams speaking, and Sharif and Joe speaking right about now.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, Joey Hands, and I'm Sharif. And where are my people at? There we go. We got Be Free. We got Madwood. Hey, starting off the day like that, huh? Other Zinc, OP, Ben Johnson.
Good morning, Jody.
Ben Joseph, I should say. Hinsey. We got Fino. How about Red Sport and Rex Banner? Shout out to Jody Mills. Good morning, Joe.
Yeah, I see that. Good.
Be Free again, A Trader. Shout out to Ronaldo, Ryan O'Day. We got Grant Rapp and Julie B. Joe B's in the house as well as Winnie, TH Hangry, Wife, and Sean Woodman, Harriman, and Gary F. KJ Powered. And of course, I got to do it. Mike P.D. Ryder. Lava. We got Mohammed. We got It's All Pipes. What's going on here, bro? Vertigo, Big 40, Nephew, and TP. Grandmother's Garden and Darth Trader Kendall Lopez joining you and I as well. Yeah. Shout out to OG Yannick and Bax. Who else, man? We got Adam, James, HPN. Christmas, Santa's in the house. I like it. Adrian, D. Westermeyer. We got James Murray and Stephen Thorpe. Yusuf Dawood and Scott R. Henderson. We got JG says Vamos. Who else, man? We got Stephen Cannon, Oliver Prentice, one more. P.C. Hoon, Police Constable Hoon. Good morning, Joseph.
All right, brother. Anything for your Huckleberry? Oh, why did that one come up there? We don't want that. You can't hear it, but hopefully you guys can hear it there. No, your Huckleberry said hit the glass, baby. Yeah, anything for Stone Cold Steve Austin. All right, guys, I hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. Let's break it down on what we were trading here already on the session. All right, the first trade of the day, that is going to be Tesla. You guys know I'm probably going to take along on that. VWAP holds, we double up the position. We then take it all the way up to 22.45, and then we get stopped out even around 50% of our position. We try it one more time. Indecision print off of the lows, doesn't go a little bit back. Not all of it as it breaks through and holds that 1 minute print that I was looking to take a short off of. Okay, what's going on here? Market or short? All right, let's get involved in this. I've seen an indecision print talking to Gaurav earlier in the morning. I'm like, hey, I'm keeping my eyes on the quantum space. So let's see what we got going on that front. And that is going to be a short in QBTS. So you get that move lower. So that was a nice trade, almost $1 or so more than that to the downside. Oh, I took, I guess, at that last out there at $1. I'm still sitting on roughly around 15% of the position. If it comes back to break even, then so be it. But other than that, we go 2 for 3 on the session, and we're going to continue to look for things. Once again, sniper mode will hold on to this trade. Is there going to be a reload opportunity? I think it's important to look at the profile and see what we got going on. If we continue to pick it up on the lower time frame, then I have to be really cautious. This is big time recovery right here in QBTS, and you can see that IonQ is starting to trade above the volume average price. So there is IonQ starting to climb a little bit higher. Keep an eye out for this pre-market low zone that may act as potential resistance. If you have the ability to breach that, then I think you'll be all right. Now, as for what we got going on QBTS, as long as this downtrend stays intact, we're in play right now. It is getting a little bit closer to my break-even stop. I don't have many shares left, so that's okay. Get stopped out. I was more than happy to leave a little bit of a runner, once again, about 10-15% of the remaining position. Sharif.
All right, guys, there is very, very few small cappers moving today. In fact, the one, or the one that's most up right now since open, is only up 16.5%. So very, very, very thin in small cap gapper worlds. And that's why we've got some inverse ETFs here, QBTZ and RGTZ, as well as MSTZ. Typically names you wouldn't see on the side charts. We've had to throw them on there because the pick-ins are quite slim.
You need to tap into...
Oh, my bad.
All
Are we going? Are we doing something already? All right.
You never know. We're always looking to...
What's going on?
Do
I need to do something?
No, we're good.
Okay, so let's continue. Keep eye on these ones. BGZ. This one is kind of the only pure small cap gapper kind of hanging out at the 10 EMA sell to 5. It's not, I don't know, this one's not really beckoning to be true right now anyway to the long side. Fastly as well, you'll notice, is on there, which is not a small cap gapper. ARCS is light on volume. I mean, nary a candle, over 100,000 shares per 5 minutes. VRDN was kind of bull flagging at the volume weighted average price. It already lost it. IOVA kind of looks okay, but look at that declining profile. The volume on this one is good. We're still getting about 750,000, a million shares per 5 minute candle. Declining though, so this latest candle only has about 500,000 shares, but there you go. You get a nice breakout there above VWAP into that 230. So let's load up IOVA. I guess this one and BGZ are the best of the bunch right now. Pure small cap gapper plays, not these inverse ETFs. First and foremost, we're going to pull up IOVA. We'll have a look at the time and sales on this one. See. We can glean that it's a 1 penny spread, not all that bad. Are we coming into technical areas of resistance? Yeah, that 2.25 to 2 1/3. We danced with that level earlier on in the day. I want to say mostly in the pre-market. This is the best I think we've done since that 240 pop at around 1020. Yeah, so what's my move here? So my move is, well, if I get in here and it's already showing you a little bit of a sell, 222, I would be out. Why? Well, because we've gotten to that 220 multiple times and held. So if we lose it this time, I don't want to be part of that. So my move here would be an entry above 230, I want to say, or 235. I'd like to see something above 235 to get above this head and shoulders looking pattern here. Bovin telling me NUAI. Let me take a quick look at NUAI. Former runner, obviously, a former convict. Yeah, Bovin, it's below the pre-market high. You see that pre-market high there. Although we did technically breach that pre-market high in the open, getting to 702. Yeah, look, I'm not going to argue with you on the day when there's basically nothing trading for small caps, so we'll throw in NUAI, and we'll keep that on the side chart there to see if we can execute on it. Yeah, not much else. I got to tell you guys, pick and slim. We'll keep an eye on BGZ and IOVA, Joseph.
All right, good stuff there, guys. Yeah, so we got a bunch of names down again on today's session. Yesterday, I had that feeling that it was going to the cover rally. If you go to the higher time frames here, the 1 hour, we've now engulfed essentially all of yesterday's grinding. So it's an all-day grind essentially, and then boom, in a span of an hour or so, that is gone. So sellers are in control here, I believe. So we got to be patient and wait for some solid opportunities. On the grand scheme of things, it isn't too bad just yet. You can see 120 and TQs all the way down to 108. Adair, what do you have for us?
Keep an eye on Met Sarah. Looks like Novo Nordisk has once again raised its bid in its takeover fight for MTSR, as reported by Financial Times. Again, Novo Nordisk NVO once again raising its bid in its attempt to take over MTSR. Back to you. I'm still waiting for Trump to appear, guys, by the way. This stream is open. It just shows the White House. Once he is physically present, of course, I will keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Yes, Donald Trump's speech isn't ever going to, I mean, it'd be good for the market, maybe, whether it depends on which direction you're looking in there, guys. But aside from that, we got stopped out break even. BTS, that trend did hold up, but I wasn't going to allow a winning trade to turn into any form of a loser or give anything back. So you can see right at that touch of the volume weighted average price. I was that last liquidity grab before it decided to take a little bit of a dip lower. So that could have been a reload opportunity. We'll jot that down. But other than that, we can't complain taking $1 on QBTS all the way to the downside, almost out of those lows. And we held it. My primary target was going to be 29, but I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to fuss and fight over 20 cents. There's no point. We'll front run that a little bit. And then sure enough, we got south of target, which is something really, really positive, and we'll take that. IonQ plays. I mean, yeah, it's not looking bad, but a lot of sidewise PA here in IonQ. You can see complete sideways, a lot of overlapping. You're still in this consolidation, so keep an eye out on this. What I was trading last night, I don't know if it's going to show it, but I pull it up, was Dash. So what was going on here? I went to take a short at 208, and then sure enough, it didn't fill me. And I thought I canceled that order, but aside from that, once it sold off, I took a couple attempts to the long. I was in around 194.04 was my, and we took that up to 202, and that was nice. But then this morning, I was telling Sharif, I get a notification on my phone saying, oh, order filled, and I'm like, what's going on here? So anyways, I did catch a fill this morning. 208 on, this is personal, obviously, at 208 in Dash, and then we take that all the way down to like 20 something. So that was a nice trade, and I didn't even mean to do that. So yeah, we'll take that all day, every day. Aside from that, guys, it's going to be the same narrative for me as of I'm not going to just be hopping into anything. I want to find something clean and put probability in my favor. Obviously, that's what you're looking to do every day. But again, I'm more precision, and we're going to stick with that narrative, Sharif.
All right, man. Sounds good. That sounds like a good game plan. I just weaseled into the Rigetti inverse ETF at the printed a nice hammer candle that breached the 20. I'm looking for this hammer candle to hold. Low of the hammer candle on the 5 is 34. We already took a profit taker into a price spike at 65. Looking for continuation here. Bar low gets me out of the trade on this bad boy. I'm still keeping an eye, a close eye, I should say, on IOA. Looking for continuation there. Also keeping an eye on NUAI. Shout out to Bovin for pointing that one out. Bovin, that CRCT one you pointed out, as you said, low on volume, 458,000 shares, Bovin. It's going to have to do a lot more than that, but I'll keep my eye on it. He's saying IIN as well, moving, IINN. Let's have a look there. Yeah, not bad too, Bovin, but also it's $1.12. It's only done 455,000. So if it gets a volume spike, definitely keep my eye on that. Else? So the one that I was calling BGZ earlier, I do apologize. I put in the ticker wrong on my side screen, but it's BGS, and it's stair-stepping up into 5. It held the 10 very nicely. The 10 on the 5. I wasn't, because of the volume, I was kind of suspicious of this one. I said, look, I have my suspicions about this one holding the 10. I think it might make its way down to 4 3/4 where VWAP is. Alas, it's now touched the high of the day. 502 is the HT, and it's right at 5 right now, up 25.25%. So it's not a bad look, but I just got to get in a better level. I can't be punching in at 5, given that it's a psychological resistance level and the high of the day. So it's not going to be for me, at least for now. Let's load up NUAI, though, and see what we're seeing. Let's get a better picture of this one. On the time and sales, 2-penny spread, not too bad. Higher lows, just above the volume weighted average price, but barely. Prior bar high on the 5 takes us to 663. We're at 52s now. Looking for a trend continuation. I perceive 640 to be an area support. If it comes into 40 and holds, that's a buy area, but that's predicated, of course, on it losing the $0.50 level. Let's give this one an opportunity. I think I'm going to give this one an opportunity, Bovin, despite the fact that I see a compression pattern and, undecided as how this one resolves. I'll defend this one into 40. Okay, I like that 40 penny level, so we'll get in here, NUAI. We're going to throw in some orders too. Okay, got 55s. We're already pumping up to 58. So let's see. Maybe we'll get a nice little move up. We'll throw in some orders there. Okay. Taking out prints here. Good look on NUAIs. Weasels on up into prior bar high. Okay, there's 62 now showing up. Prior bar high, as I mentioned, is 63. So if we clear 63, that'll be a higher high. Shout out to the OG Bovin for pointing this one out again. So keeping my eye on NUAI, but let's go ahead and throw in some dip trades as well on this monster. I'm going to want mid 40s. So let's go ahead and wait at 45er to see if we can get something in and around that level. Quick look here at Rigetti. This is the inverse ETF, guys, of Rigetti. So RGTI, RGTZ or Z is the inverse of the actual main stock Rigetti. And so I'm going to be looking at some of these because, again, as I mentioned, the pickings are slim. Coming back down into 6.5, though. VWAP is at 5.25. Let's see. So we're going to get stopped out here for the last remaining amount on Rigetti. I'll get some back at that 5.25 level if it's warranted. 25 or so. That is where VWAP is at right now. Quickly taking a look here at AI. Yeah, we get the other print north at 65. So let's go ahead now and wait at 69 and see something up there. So good look on anyway. I think I got shaken out of Rigetti over here, quite frankly. 15.5, kind of turning into a higher low candle relative to the hammer candle and holding the $0.50. I'm going to punch back this, possibly at a better price here. And I'm going to defend actually into the volume weighted average price, which is 15.25 on RGTZ. So we got 53s on. Let's go ahead and put some profit takers. Interrupt me if you need, bro, because yeah, I don't really know if you have anything to mention, but covering these ones, and that is it. Okay, IOVA is breaking out, it looks like, over here. Nice look here on IOVA as it gets into area crest high. I'm talking about 240s on IOVA, just got into 234s, so we're about 6 pennies or so from that crest high. Now, high a day is 244. That was on an implied balance spike right at 9:30. It spent all of a quarter second there. Don't really look at that as the main level. To me, the main level on IOVA is going to be 240. So we'll keep an eye out on that one, Joey. I like the look of this one's jib. Let's see if we can weasel on in to IOVA.
I like that. I like that. So we'll post up at 20s here on, actually, take that off. I don't like it right now. It looks like we're going to take an additional leg lower. I was thinking about getting involved in some Tesla, but, I mean, it worked once. Can catch these lows. I would have been in that right there, but if we breach this 2014 level on TSLA, then I'm going to avoid it at all costs. But if we continue to consolidate around these lows, and sure enough, we start to slowly curl over like we're seeing in NVDA, and there's a couple other names across the board that are doing it, but just the momentum is to the downside. And one thing that made me go long out of the gate here on Tesla was that I thought we were going to get a breakout. If the market was stronger, I think that would have occurred, because considering where we opened up from a daily perspective, it was top of the range, and then you're looking for that continued movement to the top side, but that hasn't been the case. And now I'm glad that I did that long here. Going to be patient on this one. If the selling's going to stop, it might be a little bit later. I mean 12 or anything along those lines, because it has been consistent to the downside. Other than that, don't fight it right now. Volume, follow it. You can look at your profiles. What's dominating the session in just consecutive red candles, and then when buyers step in, look at this pullback volume, guys, and that's why I'm like, oh, okay, the volume didn't step in how I was looking for right here on this move into the volume weighted average price, and then you can see the volume really start to pick up as sellers step into the stock. Dara, what do you got for us?
Seeing some comments coming through from Cristiano Amon, that is the CEO of Qualcomm. He's speaking right now on Bloomberg TV, specifically saying that automotive is their fast area right now, and that he is, quote, incredibly optimistic about personal AI devices. Now, QCOM is still down here. We're actually at these pre-market, or I guess post-market lows right now. But either way, just be aware if you are trading this name that the CEO is currently speaking on Bloomberg TV. That is Qualcomm, QCOM. Trump's updates there, guys. Back to you.
Very much for that. Now, Red Sport, you were mentioning earlier, not too long ago to me, saying I'm in some Palantir meta calls. I think there was one more that you mentioned. I'm curious if you've been riding against those positions. You said that they expire at the end of the month. That's really important. Even for me, I have contracts that expire in May, and I'm like, should I have even bought more time considering what we got going on in the crypto space? So in the meantime, it's just like try to stay calm and cool, ride against positions right against your contracts, and hopefully you've bought enough time that things can turn around. You can grab a lows, and then maybe you can get some appreciation, get out break even if that's what you're looking for, or specifically get somewhat of a return on those. So yeah, that's my game plan on that. Red Sport, if you have any other further questions, free to just ask me. I'll do my best to find them within the chat. But there it goes, an additional leg lower south of that 2020 level. Now we're starting to get somewhat of a bounce. Volume is slightly picking up, so it might not just be a breath. Again, you're going to want the overall market to participate, and if it doesn't, then just be cautious, because Tesla has an aggressive downtrend, and if we take a look at it from a daily, then you can see this is what I'm talking about. You open up at the top end here, you get a little bit of a push higher. I think just a liquidity grab. Now you're at the lower end. If that support level snaps, watch out for the next level to come into play, and this consolidation can be absolutely dangerous. You can see that it's just somewhat of a channel. It's not the cleanest. A couple whipsaw moves in between there, but once this breaks to the downside, I think it's going to be a good opportunity some Tesla, considering at one point it was only 5% off of its previous all-time high streak.
Joey, CMBM out here. Shout out to Yannick, shout out to Bovin, shout out to Martin Z, all calling it out. Look, it's not the biggest percentage winner on the day, but it's got a great looking chart pattern. CMBM on the NQ. High of the day as we speak. There goes 18. There goes 19. I'm not involved in this one at the moment, but I'm certainly going to be looking at in. But look at Rigetti. Knees are freaking heavy. All right, we were 0 for 1 on this. Back into positive gains on man Rigetti over here. What do we got, Joe? We've got 53s. We just took out 80s. Looking for the continuation now into 82. And you better believe it, we're going to be setting up at 88 as well. Let's put that bad boy there. In fact, I'm going to take off 82. Let's at 88, Phil. There goes NUAI as well, right back into the highs there. We get a nice little add into the 40s. Let's wet the beak over here on NUAI, now waiting at 69er on that one. How's my IOV trade? IOVA, excuse me. Where is it at? Hold on, Joey. There it is. Okay. Well, we didn't get the fill on the dip trade, but still holding trend, so no issues with that one. But I got to finagle an entry here in the CMBM. This one looking the best of the bunch. It's a series of higher lows and higher highs on the trend, and there are incremental dips in the price. So this one seems, again, like we've talked about this before, when something has extreme moves, it tends to retrace a little bit. Some of them do, some of them don't. This one feels like it's one of those ones. Why do I say that? Look at that big move right at 930. We pop off that low of day 261 all the way up to 3. We drop. We do the same thing at 10 o'clock. We're at 283. We pop up to 310. We drop all the way down back to 280. From 280, that is the high of the day now. 329. So it has a tendency to mean revert once it has a big move up. So if it's going to do that twice, 3 times, definitely start picking up on that pattern and play it to your advantage. That means that you got to wait near the higher low, or the higher low before working back in. I don't think it would be wise to be punching in near highs. It's kind of hard, obviously, to discern where the high is going to come in, but that seems to be the issue here. There goes Rigetti into 88s. Joseph, good look. Now we're into 92. Here comes 16, guys. We got 53s on. It's a 16 high a day. So this is the inverse ETF, right? So this is basically moving the opposite of how the actual equity is moving. So is it leveraged or not? Let me just double check here. Joey, it's 2 times, excuse me, minus 100%. Okay, so now I've put an order to take out the high of the day on Rigetti Mom Spaghetti. Okay, so we put it at 1625. It's a 16 high a day. Look, if it comes back into VWAP or around that 15.5, I'm buying more. But it has to work its way down there. NUAI, we got the dip trade finally. So what's our cost basis? 49, Joey. So what's the move here on it? This is an ugly topping tail candle, inverse hammer candle that we're caught in at the moment. So what's my move? My move is, allow me a second, 634 we're going to be out. That's going to be my line of sight. So we'll go ahead and throw that on there for that many shares. So we'll have to throw that stop on NUAI. So packing my patience here on this bad boy, looking for continuation on NUAI, but quite well aware that this one's a bit of a bamboozle We're throwing some orders. Now that we got the dip trade, we have 48 2/3 on, showing me 51. So let's see if we can take out some in the high 50s as well as the low 60s. So we're going to pack my patience on this one, see if we can get a move. And we're also going to be looking at CMBM for an entry. We're going to the big risk.
Now, I want to let you guys know here, NASDAQ at lows. We do have comments coming from Fed's bar, and we also have some updates with the U.S. and China. It's just a lot of what we already knew, but now it's officially in a register order, but I'll still go over that regardless because I've seen it circulate here on X. We'll start with Fed's bar, saying that progress has been made in inflation, but there's still work to do. So again, yet another Fed speaker being a little bit cautious, though certainly he is not being anywhere near as hawkish as the speakers that we had on Friday, namely Hammock and Bostic. We also, again, here with regards to these tariffs, we've got the posting in a register order cutting China fentanyl tariff to 10%. We already knew this, but now apparently it's been made official. Also here, I guess the U.S. announcing the temporary suspension of China's reciprocal tariffs in a regular order. So mostly stuff we knew, but either way, just be aware of some tariff talk circulating on social media. China and U.S. are trying to make that deal official. Back to you.
For sure. All right. Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, guys, let's take a look at the SPY. People are saying, hey, how far could we go? I think it's the same thing. Obviously, we don't want to compare this ETF, but I think Microsoft is heavily. And a lot of the veteran traders, I think, will, even if you're new and just continuously are studying and practicing, to me, the way I'm looking at this is not sustainable. I mean, you get these little pullbacks, 3% here and there, but now you're starting to come into the lower end, to the lower end of this. Now, where did we look at this before? And that's going to go to Microsoft, right? We talked about this. We did it in a poll, and I said, hey, who believes that this is sustainable? And 99% of you said, that, yeah, no, that's not realistic. Some aggressive pullback. Yes, you get these additional liquidity grabs, but now you're starting to come back in. You get that double top right here, and now you're heading towards a neckline, which I think is going to be important. If Microsoft decides that it wants to tank aggressively, watch out. There's a lot of, I don't know what I'm going to call this, but open space around this area. And I think it's going to be the exact same thing that we're going to experience in the SPY. But again, if we get down 10, 15%, I think it's going to be a great buying opportunity. I don't think it's the end of this run whatsoever. And right now, it's AI spend, AI spend, AI spend. But what happens when it turns around to, all right, we're starting to become more efficient? Margins are starting to increase. The earnings are growing.
What the Chinese are doing, bro.
Exactly.
Tell them what the Chinese are doing.
What are they doing, man?
They're Joey. They don't care about efficiency of power. They don't care if something's power efficient. So they're stringing a zillion of these things together because they're building out terawatts of energy. They don't care about the grid because they've got it to spend, and they're able to achieve similar results to NVIDIA's best GPUs because they're using a ton of them.
And what I mean by efficiency, I mean within companies, right? Like they're becoming more. Yeah. That's what I meant by efficiency. Like companies, obviously, people dropping and paying people off. Why? Because the AI is working for them and they don't need those physical humans to do the job anymore. And we know that wages are a big part of what companies are spending on. So at the end of the day, when they become more efficient, you're going to see a return in investment, hopefully, and it might be more substantial than what we're thinking. So that's kind of what's going on in the back of my head. The spend is still going on, but eventually it will turn around and you're going to start seeing some of these companies put up ridiculous numbers compared to even what they were before. So again, watch. If this breaks, guys, there's most definitely going to be some more downside. I'm not going to say we're going to head into bear market territory considering off of that down about 2.9%. And what is, like, say we hit 20%, where's that going to bring us? I think that would be absolutely disastrous, down to 550, but I don't think that's going to be the case. 10, 15, maybe if we're lucky. Anything of this trend line, I'm looking to get involved. Angry Wife, I hear you on that one. Just continue to build your own thesis. Don't mirror trade, and just go with the flow and what you know and what has made you consistently profitable before. And if not, then find something that trade the best and just continuously try to rinse and repeat that.
All right, we're doing it live. My boy Joey here on NUAI. We get the nice fill there in the low 40s. Scalp all the way up. You know where we're waiting, bro. We're waiting at 69. It still hasn't printed, but we filled the 65 print or 67 print. So NUAI doing well. There's still a couple of prints there that we haven't got, but I do like this pattern of higher lows. Generally, I don't want to say a flat top in a strict sense, but generally a flat in and around 70. So I'm hoping that this one breaks through that level. So that's first and foremost. Secondly, Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti, looking at getting right back into 16. I'm going to be quite lofty in my expectations about Rigetti over here. especially if we can take out 16, given the amount of higher lows. And I've also worked into a new trade. As you can see there, BGS, we're getting in at highs. I'm looking to write this one off the 10 EMA. I punched in at 03s, and I've got a dip trade that still hasn't filled here in the 40, so we're going to pack our patience there. And last but not least, IOV. My line in the sand here is going to be 22s. It loses 22s. It loses me as a trader for the long side. We're packing the patience. Let's see if this one can price spike up. We're going back to the desk.
Yeah, I have to mention here, ASTS getting a little bit of a volume pop. Candle itself is oscillating a bit here, running around. James Altuche mentioning in a note here that ASTS could potentially be a takeover opportunity. So again, takeover speculation here for ASTS, getting its second largest volume candle of the day on that 15-minute chart. With that note, AST Space Mobile, back to you.
Yes, sir. All right. I was just reading something because I know what a lot of people are saying about Jensen.
What are they saying, Joey?
Well, I mean, he said they kind of pooed on his own stock. Yeah, I mean, he's back in China, I think, a little bit here. I got to read a little bit more.
Both sides, brother. I mean, he confirmed.
Oh,
you know what he confirmed?
We got it back.
Remember what we said yesterday?
What?
That China zero, and I thought it was a typo.
Yeah.
Your boy repeated it yesterday. He literally said it. His China revenue is now near zero.
Yes.
All but zero. So imagine how he feels having 95% of the market in 2022 and then having zero of it now.
That's crazy. That's insane.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I mean, things can.
What is
Hey,
wrong
man,
with
just
the
like
chair?
just life. Things can change on a dime just like that. All right, we got some nice prints off of the lows here in Tesla. Let's see if this is going to be our stopping volume. Second print of the intraday session. I like our chances as long as we continue to hold this low. We had this marked out on a specific level, bounces right off it right there, guys. So a good look there. Let's zoom out a little bit to see if we can find what we're specifically locating. Maybe it was just a nothing burger on that. Lots of whipsaw. Out a little bit more, head over to the daily. Oh my days, what do I got going on here, man? Look at all these lines we got, Sharif, but they're holding up. There it is, that bounce off of that trend, multiple touches, right? You want to see 1, 2, 3, 3, a bunch of, what, looking at the chart?
Assassino, bro, he's quick with the...
Yeah, he's quick now with it. But we got the thing back, so we can hit this, hit that over here, and then we're going to hit this here.
Yo, I haven't seen too many videos of Rizbot lately, man. He's falling off my
He's in LA though, isn't he?
He was in Austin, then I saw videos of him in LA.
He got hit or something for sure, because people are like, I'm not putting up with this robot talking smack over here. Yeah, I got too much
He
going
asked
on.
at least polite. He's like, do you want to get a compliment or do you want to get, you know,
all right,
a little bit of disrespect? So at least he's asking.
Adara, what's that ridiculous robot that comes into Big Brother and starts roasting people?
I have not seen Big Brother in years, and I only saw Canada.
Okay, all right. Some people in the chat will know. But aside from that, guys, we are long some Tesla. Let's see what we got going on. We can get this move back. I don't know, VWAP might be a bit of a stretch, but we'll take it 110% bang at that break. 441 roughly, all the way up to 443 now, so that's not too bad. We're in TSLL. I would have liked a little bit better of a price, but that's okay. We're not going to complain, because we are looking for this to rebound somewhat aggressively. Can it? Maybe, possibly, only time will tell, and we'll be patient enough. So this trade prints well, says Bart Simpson. Shout out to Bart Simpson. Let's see if the Go picked it up. I don't think it will, even though there is some criteria that have been met, but nah, it didn't. So every time you do that, I gotta make sure Ramin's not behind me or something.
See, when Ram introduced me to her sister yesterday, you see how immediate she was?
Yeah.
The first thing out of her mouth was, "My sister's making fun of your TikToks."
Yeah,
not here. Nice to meet you, or hey, sure, this is my coworker, Sheree. Just straight to being mean.
She was like, "That's Joey." I'm all right, yeah, hi, nice to meet you.
Well, at least you didn't get cracked on.
Yeah,
bro.
well, it was pretty much. It was like slight disgust in the way she said it, but at the end of the day, it's all good, man. Hydration nation right there. You gotta drink your water. You got the coffees over there. We can't cheers that stuff.
You're not allowed to cheers.
Apparently, you're not allowed to cheers water, so we don't do that. But we'll go shout out to Hydration Nation. Make sure you guys get your fluids in.
Joey, I got to cover.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
NUAI, shout out to the OG Bovin. We're doing it live. We've got 45s on. We just wet the beak at 80. And now set up at 85. NUAI, good stair step up. The higher lows are what's operative to me. But I'm alive. I'm very much alive. Yes, I'm talking. No, but I'm alive to the fact that we're also putting in lower highs. Okay, so I'm talking about that price spike up at 935. That got us into 702 HOD, and then I'm looking at that 1030 spike as well. This boy right here, that took us to a high of 695. Now we're at another yet lower high at 680 this time around. So I'd need to see, a nice break above 695, 696 to kind of break the trend. And quite frankly, trend is, lower highs but higher lows. That's a compression pattern until it breaks out. We'll see. Adding into this position until I see a higher high. So here comes 80 again. I'm set up at 85 here on NUAI. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up. I'm still holding Rigetti Mom Spaghetti, but we don't have too much on. But here comes 16 again. And 16 this time is being approached with higher lows. So that, I love to have that on, sort of as a tailwind. There goes 1601. We're showing 01s, 03s now in Rigetti Mom Spaghetti. Let's go. 11 and a. This is RGTZ. So I misspoke by saying Rigetti. Obviously, this is an inverse ETF. It's a leveraged ETF. 2 times the movement to the opposite side of its main name. Okay, so it's a derivative product. Make sure that you've got access to these. This one doesn't trade on the Amex, thankfully. It trades on the NASDAQ, so we deal with all the shenanigans that come with that exchange there. No, I don't mean to disparage them. So that's it right there, Joey. One more thing before I send it back to you. I built the position in now into the 10 EMA. If it doesn't hold 22s on BGS, excuse me here. That's what I'm talking about. If it doesn't hold 90s, we're gone on BGS, right? We're punching in at high. That, by definition, is a little risque. So that's not really my modus operandi. So we're going to have a bit of a tighter stop on this one. There goes RGTZ, and there goes my chair to the downside. We get RGTZ up. Down. It all makes sense. Now we're waiting at 25s. I'm going to wait above the high of the day on RGTZ. I'm waiting at 25s. Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. It's true, Brian Hart. LMFAO, Tesla, 100%. Remember that group, LMA? Was it LMA?
O'Neill.
I think so. No, other than that, guys, we're still in this position. We're going to hold up. Palantir putting in a potential indecision print off of those. No volume supporting it just yet, so we're going to be patient on that one. Bye-bye market is as it's taken an additional leg to the south side. Shout out myself, maybe like 5 to 10 before things get up the way. All right, that's crazy. I mean, if it's more than 90%, that's insane. And I already know what type of texter you are, Mike P. I'm the same one. You probably just sends one word at a time, and it's like words, and people can't stand it when you do that. Joey? Texting, where you like couple words at a time, send couple words, send couple words, send. yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's you. Yeah. Oh yeah, large.
You know what, dude? Like when I was trading back at home, and me and my buddy Alfred.
Yeah, you're telling me about. Yeah.
100 like brother, just put it in. And I'm in a hot position. I'm really trying to focus, and the watch and the phone, they're all going off. Yeah. It infuriates me, bro.
Yeah.
Why do you do that?
I don't know, man.
Why?
I don't know why. It's just how it is. Boom. You got to get it out quick before the conversation changes. So you're just like, da. But no, in all seriousness, guys, some good looks across the board. Once this lower end on Tesla is broken, then we're going to get out of that one. Potential indecision prints off of the lows here across the board. I mean, one thing to know, and something that I've observed over time, the tighter that the volume weighted average price hugs the price action, the less likely of a stronger bounce, right? Why? Because volume is trading lower and lower, and average, so lots of volume stepping in, and essentially you might not get that move. So you can see the selling pressure get right back involved into the overall market. So we're still short this Tesla. Palantir might look like it wants to bounce. I didn't have Robinhood up here anymore. I was looking to trade this earnings report last night, but unfortunately it just didn't come into play. My strategy is so simplistic. When it comes to earnings, it's literally a 5-minute orb, right? So a 5-minute opening range break. And what is the opening range? It's the announcement. It's that 5-minute print. As soon as that is released, you wait for that volatility to cool down, and then you look to get involved. As for DoorDash, let me show you a kind of example of what we had going on. So you can see that strong print to the downside. So I'm going to suspect and assume that, hey, momentum is going to continue on that path. You obviously want to keep an eye on the tape, but snaps the body or the wick, I tend to get involved. I tried that, but for some reason I couldn't get a fill, and then sure enough, it just continued to bleed. But other than that, I have a vast book of all these trades that I used to put on with these specific setups. Earnings, and that's why I enjoy it quite often. An individual who taught me years and years makes the majority of his yearly money off of these earnings reports and just playing that simplistic system. You play the break of the high of the 5-minute candle and you pay the break of the low. So if you're interested into something like that, trading after hours, observing, obviously the volatility is really important. That's why you wait for that 5-minute candle to cool down and print and close, and then you can play the orb. The tighter the price action closes to the wick, the more chances of that momentum going to the downside, whether it be or upside, sorry, whether it go up or down. I forget which side, I forget which ticker it was that traded higher yesterday. It wasn't anything crazy, not the best examples. DoorDash was most definitely the best one. But other than that, guys, Tesla holding up on these lows. We're extremely small right now looking to add. But if it continues to bleed, this is going to be nothing. I'm not even going to call it a paper cut or anything along those lines due to the share size. I'm looking for the overall market to bounce street, but it doesn't look like it wants to today.
All right, man. Shout out to Big Smile. Did you hear, see what he said?
Big Smile? No, I don't want to know.
I'm not surprised that LJS is a short broker texting also. Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm not reading that last part there, man. Big Smile, man. You get me in trouble, bro. Come on now. See that, Joey? He's coming after you.
We didn't even, I mean,
I'm not reading that.
Okay, so yeah, we don't. Kyle, man. Kyle.
He's such a liability.
Hey, man,
bro.
How many kids? You have a lot of kids, don't you?
Such a liability. He's got a little army over there.
Yeah, he's got an army, man. So
he's got a little army
you
over
must
there.
be quick with it, my friend.
We're getting like that on the show. No, we're not. All right, guys, let's cut the crap. Let's get right down to business. So we'll start. We've got 5 trades on right now. Let's start with IOVA. Okay. This is the worst performing out of all of them right now. I've got 31s on. It's showing me 25s. Anything below 22 ends the trade for me. So let's go ahead and throw that one on there. We're going to go just like that for that many shares. So we've got that in play. BGS, we just worked into that. What do we got on right now on BGS? $5 is showing me 99. It's still holding the TSLA on the 5, so I've got nothing to do here. Pardon me. Let's go on to the next one. RGTZ, this one continues to make area highs. The area high here is 16.10, back into 16. I'm waiting at 25s. I'm waiting for a high of daybreak on this monster. NUAI, still holding the 10 EMA on the 5. I've taken substantially the majority of the position on NUAI. I've got 45s on. It's showing me 60s now. I don't mind adding it to this position, but I will only add on NUAI if we make a high above the previous area crest. So the area crest that I'm talking about is the one that printed at 1025, and that takes us right above into that 690, mid-90s area. Let's go on with CMBM. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Way into this. Initially, I had a breakout trade waiting on CMBM above 24s, but that didn't work out. I'm like, look, you got a lot to work with here on CMBM. You have the 10 EMA close by. You also have price action resistance initially at that 310. So there's a whole lot to work with. Now, annoyed because I didn't get that fill. I was waiting for a fill at 11. It got into 11s. It didn't cross. It didn't fill me. Sucks to be me, okay? But what I'm looking for is a bull flag continuation. I perceive this as a bull flag with the high, of course, being the high of the day at 29s. What do we have on this one? We've got 17s. It's showing me 19s. Let's see if we can pump up a little bit more. And then last but not least, RGTZ. We're getting 16 right now, coming back down into the 10 EMA, into the low 80s, low 90s, mid 80s, excuse me. And so that's what I'm looking for. All right, I'm seeing CMB out here, about to take out one of my orders at 22. It's got a cross. It's not crossing. There it is. We get at 23. Let's see now if we can get a fill here at 26. I'm going to post up at 33s as well. Let's see if we can get that. Annoyed I didn't get that ad 11. Joe. All right, so we'll have to deal with that, whether we got the ad or not. That's kind of the cost of doing. So CMBM, 5 trades on today. Let's see if we can do a little bit better on these bad boys here. Patience, Joey.
All right, man. Shreve's standing on business today for sure, man. Make sure you guys stand on business for sure at all costs. Obviously, it's like kids go these days. You know what's
I like it, bro.
Yeah, stand
I
on
like
business,
it.
man. I've been standing on
Watch
business.
out. Don't use too much of that lingo because you'll raise Ram's ire.
Oh, yeah,
and then
yeah,
she'll
yeah,
say
yeah,
you're
yeah.
not
Apparently,
cool
yeah,
and that
see.
you're... And then
Cool,
look.
man.
See that? See,
I
Joe?
see.
Look.
Oh!
See that, Joe? You see that?
That's crazy.
I'm telling you, bro.
Listen, I don't know, man. Ram, she's different, man. She's a Libra, 100%.
Bro, she's a fake Libra, bro.
Okay,
She's born on the cusp, man.
Yeah, 100% KD.
Yeah.
She's on the cusp.
Isn't the 20th... Ram, your birthday's the 22nd, right? Okay, wait.
Yep.
We're gonna do a live right now, Joey.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna find out.
What?
Yeah, I know, but you're a
Scorpio.
cuspian. Is
Cuspian.
October
Yeah.
22nd.
BTC's in trouble here, folks. It's not looking too good. They're just gonna absorb an insane amount of liquidity, dump into levels where people can't even. They're like, yo, I can't take this mental taxation anymore, and then they'll get out, and then once all that's cooled off, sure enough, it's gonna just start rallying, and then it's gonna probably go to all-time highs, and maybe even a little bit north of that. Completely wrong in talking out the wazoo. Yeah, thank you, Jody. Very nice. Jody, we gotta love a little Jody Mills in the chat for sure. I hope your day's going pretty good. Yes, Libras
are the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
My old man's a Libra, so I have nothing bad to say
Can't
about
say
Libras.
about that,
Obviously,
man.
Geminis and Libras are both air signs. Same thing. Hey, Assassino
yeah.
knows, bro.
Bro.
He said air signs are the best.
Yeah, man, we're balanced individuals. You know what I mean?
You guys are. Aquarius, of course, fits into that category as well. My best friend.
Apparently, you're not supposed to ask people what time they were born or with their moon sign.
I know. Why not? You need that, actually. If you want to do a birth chart, you ever heard of birth charts or natal charts, they call them?
I think so.
So you need the location where you were born, the day and the time, the day, obviously, the year, and you need the time.
The time?
Yeah, because like planets are in different, I don't know.
All right, cool. Put it in the chat, guys. What is your star sign? Yeah, man, like Joseph said, you know what to do. Don't listen to others. Exactly. Hangry, right? At the end of the day, you're the one punching the keys, right? You allow other people to kind of sway your mind, even though they do come with a little influence. We were talking about it the same with the likes of Tom Lee and company. These guys are like, yeah, BMR, Ethereum this, Ethereum that, right? And then sure enough, look at what's happening to those after they've made boatloads of money, and now they're just starting to buy things at a lower price. The volume, but poor Michael Saylor, if that's actually not poor him, because I don't know what he was doing with his earnings report saying Bitcoin to 150,000, everything along those lines. So anyways, aside from that, guys, let's go. Starting to slowly curl over here in Tesla. Is this going to be enough? We have indecision prints across the board in a lot of the names, guys, but NVIDIA down to 188. I think this is going to be an absolute steal of a buy. Going to load the boat on this bad boy at one point, considering from that two level sweep, we're down 11%, closer to 12, and I think if we have any opportunity to come into, I'm a little ahead of myself, but to 75, it's just like, oh, okay, buy a lot of this thing. So I like it. The more it sells, the more I like buying it at lower prices, obviously, as obvious as that may sound. So shout out to Captain Obvious over there. No, but other than that, guys, I'm still sitting on my hands. If we can get this to slowly curl over in Tesla, I think there's going to be a solid add-up opportunity. I'm relatively light, so once I add into the position, we'll see that my average will come down drastically, and then maybe we can get a move into some prior resistance zones or support zones that can act as possible resistance. And if you get any form of a breach of that, then I think we could be off to the races to the top side. But as for today's session, does not look like it. In 110% control, so be careful on those retracements. Back to VWAP, guys.
All right, guys. I had to stop out of NUAI break even for the remaining amount. We didn't have too much on the remaining amount, so good stop there, but I'm continuing to watch it to see if it wants to put in yet another higher low and make yet another lower high. The compression pattern continues to hold up here. So here's what I'm talking about. Bottom chart, guys, higher low, and then if we hold up at this level, will be another higher low, and still holding the lower highs as well. So watching to see if I can finagle back into this one. This current candle has a low of 32. We are showing 36 on the bid. So if you were to enter here, personally, I would put my stop, just below 30. Give it a little bit of room. You don't have to have it right at current bar low. Give it some breathing space. But I'm unlikely to give BGS any more space than that 90 penny area. which is where the 20 is. Let me see exactly where my stop is on that. I don't want to guess. BGS is the one I'm talking about there. My stop on that. Okay, I've given it enough room. I've given it enough room. If it doesn't hold up at 90, I lose on that one. Let's go to CMBM. Still forming what I perceive to be a bull flag after that, you know, 11, I want to say 1125, 1120 breakout. What do we got on this? We have 17s because we didn't get the ad. And yeah, we're having trouble reaching that high of day at 29. So I've only taken one beak wetter on this. And we're in the money, but I'm continuing to watch here. Now, I would not mind getting that 11 ad, but it gave it to me last time. So, and it's no longer valid, that 11 ad, because that 11 ad was predicated upon the 10 EMA. EMA is dynamic, it moves. So I have to move with it as well. I don't want to place my order at 13, Joseph. All right, I'm gonna put it over here. We're gonna put it at 14s. I don't like 13s. So that's my move on that. And then IOVA, I think I just got stopped out of that. That will be my first loser on the day on IOVA. That one lost trend, so we will have to give that one back. It loses 222. We talked about 222 holding up earlier, and it just it right now. So IOVA is going to lose its spot on the side chart for me. A couple of reasons. One, it gave up that 222 level where I felt it should be holding up. Second of all, it's below VWAP, so it doesn't meet the standards of my system. I also want to point out one quick thing before we go to the big desk. MSTZ. Look at this. This is an MSTR inverse ETF. Very, very clean stair step up. Basically moving above the 10 EMA at every level, and it's at the high of the day right now. It's up 13 2/3 and a quarter. And let me just tell you exactly what the weighting is of this ETF. It is 2 times the inverse of the daily performance of the MSTR. So make sure you have access to this if that is restricted for you, and also trade it carefully. It is a weighted product.
So to let you guys know, I have sort of an update on the presence of Trump. We know he was set to deliver an announcement at 11 a.m. Well, as of about 6 minutes ago, so just before 11:45 a.m., the White House stream of this announcement is now live. So it looks like we should expect relatively soon. The White House stream on YouTube was not live until that point. I was waiting on another stream, but now it looks like we Trump hopefully pretty soon. Once I physically see him or hear him, I will keep you guys posted. I want to let you guys know as well, Jamie Dimon not speaking so great about stablecoins. Coming through 3 seconds ago, Jamie Dimon saying that he doesn't know how stablecoins will play out. CRCL and COIN could be 2 stocks to watch here. Back to you.
Dimon said that. Okay.
Get it, Jeremy.
Yeah, get it, Mr. Dimon. I mean, I'm not going to go really. I like Jamie.
Diamond.
Ooh, Diamond and Diamond.
Oh, God, that's not what I meant. You know he goes to my gym, right?
Does he actually?
All the time. Yeah, Jeremy Dimon, he comes to my gym all the time.
You know who I used to see, rest in peace, in Liberty Village all the time?
Who?
Darren Dreger.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. He's downtown.
And he was in extreme shape.
Really?
Yeah. Darren Dreger was in.
I thought you were talking about
man.
Dutchie, Darren Detition. May he rest in peace.
That's who. Yeah, Darren Detition.
Darren Detition.
Yeah. Sorry,
of course,
Detition.
He was
Yeah. He was. Yeah. Sorry, not Dreger, not Dreger. No.
It was cancer, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Darren Detition was cancer.
Yeah. He was. Yeah, he was.
May he rest in peace.
Surprising. Man, he looked super healthy. Along those
big
lines.
boy,
Huge,
but cancer spares nobody, bro.
No one whatsoever, man. And yeah, I mean, I used to do my 10Ks used to be run for cancer, so I just try to contribute to that, man, because it is the destroyer of everything. I've seen it just. It's horrible what it does to people. But anyways, aside from that, guys, let's get back into these markets.
Sir.
We'll add a little bit more here on this Tesla trade. Actually are curling over. Yes, I'm in at the top end of the range. Obviously, this would be more ideal, but that's not the situation that we're currently sitting in. To climb higher. Now you can see that my average price has came down a little bit, guys. Now we're break even on this one specific trade. Are we going to continue to climb? I can add an additional one. We let it chop around a little bit, boom, and then we take a little bit of a move. But I want to mention something that Drop System said on what I was talking about, VWAP, and he phrased it significantly better than I can.
Okay.
So a stock in relation to VWAP one more time. Bigger gap between VWAP versus current price equals bigger potential snapback. Yes, I like how you put that. So again, we are extended, but you can see that we're just slowly trending down with it. If the volume weighted average price start to smooth out, then I like our chances of a stronger move back towards that specific indicator. Here's an example on QBTS, right? Starts to smooth out, and then sure enough, you get that elastic effect. snap back towards that, and I just don't see that happening right now in the overall market. And the same in NVDA. If this thing wants to bleed its own blood, then at the end of the day, it's going to be in trouble, man. Yeah, shout out to Ben Stiller. Someone mentioned it. Yeah.
At least you just set me up for that, but typically you set me up for failure, but I do that.
Yeah, you know that one, man.
Good.
Rest in peace, Patches, Zohulahan as well too. So shout out Patches. But same thing here with Palantir. Not smoothing over just yet. Nice steady slope to the downside, so be cautious of that, Shreve.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're back into NUAI here at 42s. Just wet the beak at 48s. Looking for that continuation back above 50. Going to keep my stop exactly where I told you guys. So if it doesn't hold up that bar, we're gonzino on this one. Looking for a continuation back, possibly, to test $0.75. I'm assuming it's going to put in a, because it has 3 times in a row now. So if it continues up, doesn't stop me out, definitely looking for continuation on that. Rigetti Mom Spaghetti, well, RGTZ came into the 20, okay? I've got, what do I got? 53s on this one. It came into the 20 EMA, and it put in a bottoming till right into 56s. Still putting in a 3 red candle pullback right now. So I don't know how to feel about this one. I was thinking to give it $0.50 and then I'll get out. CMBM, all right, popping back up into the $0.25 here. We only have one profit taker on CMBM because I'm waiting here at 27s. It momentarily showed me 26, but it dropped back into 24. Look, this feels very bull flaggish, man. We are holding above the 10 for the most part, higher lows on almost every candle. So I'm expecting this one to take out 29, 329 that is. But when, I have no idea. The volume has got to step in, and right now it is not. The volume is declining down into the right on CMBM. So I really like this chart pattern, though. I really do. I love the bull flag aspect. I like the higher lows. And so we'll have to wait to see if we can get a print on that. There goes RGTZ right off the 20, and here comes 16 again. So this makes me feel stupid for not having added there. And there was precedent for a 20 hold. Now, it's not a clean 20 hold, as you can see. It wicked below it, 11.05, wicked below it, 11.15. So those did close above the 20, and then it wicked below it again, 11.50, ended up closing above it. So the algorithm or the trader or whoever the hell is trading this is using the 20 or some derivative thereof. We know moving averages can basically mirror one another on different time frames. For example, the 50 or the 10 could be something on the 5, and then it could be or the 20 could be something on the 5-minute, and then the same on the 15, but at the 10. So you have to do the math there to figure it out. I think I just got stopped out of NUAI again because it did drop. Yeah, it did drop. So this one didn't hold trend. So this is below VWAP. Now we give back a little bit on NUAI, full disclosure, because this one we added a full position into that level. So we'll give back a little bit there on NUAI. What else we got going on? There goes RGTZ back above 16, 1607, 1609 now. We know high a day 1616. So let's see if this one wants to take out my order. I've got my order at the lofty area of 25. So by definition, it'll have to clear above the day's high. That's it. That's all I've got right now, Joey. RGTZ, CMBM, and BGS. BGS is still holding up.
All right, good. Yeah, so I was thinking about shorting RGTI. So you're on the inverse there, Shreve.
Which is exactly
yeah, exactly. So I like that there. Guys, we're out of Tesla. That's going to be the last attempt on there. I gave the majority of what we made back. Probably about 99% of it as I'm looking. So I don't want that to be the case, trying to catch these falling knives. So I'm going to just try to go with the flow. That could be an additional liquidity grab. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. That's just the nature of the market. Red Sport, we're going to go over some things that you can potentially do right now. Let's pull up Meta. You say you're in the 585s. Oh, okay, 585 calls. Oh, okay, I know what happened here. Did you buy them shortly after earnings? Did you buy them? Let me know when you bought these, because if it was anywhere after this day, if you bought them a couple days after, it's not too good. But we're going to go over some things that you can do. You got the 585s. We're currently trading at 620. That's the dangerous thing about buying so far in the money. You can't really work with it. That's why I stick with monies. It just gives you a little bit more of a gauge and leeway room. But what we can do here, my friend, is considering that you have the rights to the 585 strike. So it's right here. At the money is cooling down. It was at like 70% a couple of days ago, so that's something you most definitely need to keep an eye out on. But you're 5, my friend. I think it's time for you to start. Actually, no, you can't even do that. You have to go. You have to go drastically in the money here now. But you're still going to collect a little bit. We'll go next week, right? So you can just kind of stop the bleeding and go to these 650s or something along those lines. What are we trading at right now? So that's $30. You can collect $400 on those, so that can help. And if they expire next Friday, as long as Meta closes below 650 by next Friday, you get to keep that $400. And that's just the way you can kind of mitigate those losses and just keep them not as heavy. And that's also, if there's more bleeding, considering that you have that short call, it's going to really cool down your delta and your gamma exposure, which is extremely important. So that's one option that you can have. You can even go a little bit higher if you want to play safe, but don't forget, the higher you go, the less probability of you collecting all of this premium. For me, 10 delta is $173. It's not even really worth it at that point, even though I don't believe by next Friday we're going to see 670 on META. Yeah, exactly. That's crazy. So this is your best. This is your best option in my opinion. 650, even 655 above some of this, or 652 and a half, $40 left, nothing wrong, less, nothing wrong with that. That's a route that I would personally do, because I have to in my options position. It's getting shellacked, I told you that, but what I can do is just try not to absolute panic and go gung buying puts here, doing all these things that I think that can make my trade better. Is that no? Patience, calm, breathe, write it down, and then just come out with the game plan and stick with it. As difficult as it's going to be, because it's hard, trust me, I'm in the exact same position as some of my other individuals, but you just need to woo-saw, calm, let it play out, and just allow yourself and the trades to do what they're meant to do, and you have no control over it at the end of the day.
You don't. You're a market observer. Market mover.
Yeah,
and like the quicker you can reconcile that in your mind,
it's like,
just
the situation in my account is not good. It is not good, but there's ways that we can just stay and cool and obviously prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And I think that's some of the situations that we're in.
All right. Okay. Well, keeping an eye. CMBM just dropped. So we got out of half there. I had to take out half. It lost the 10 EMA. Here it comes, though, the area of support. I'm talking about this 310 area into 3. Obviously, price action support is at 310, and then obviously psychological level at 3. But 3 also has VWAP as well. So let's see how CMBM does over here. We're going to have to send you guys now to Adara for happening now, and then Neil is going to drop his lesson of the day.
There is so much to discuss today, not least of which is some of this weakness here in the. It's worth noting we now have one of the more hawkish Feds as of late, I would say. Fed's Hammock, she just started talking at 12 p.m. She says it's going to take 2 to 3 years to get inflation back to 2%. Now, we know some comments from Hammock as well as Boston coming through around this time did cause the market to push a little bit lower, so be aware of that. Fed's Hammock also saying that the monetary policy is only barely restrictive, if at all, and that she actually expects elevated inflation through 2026. She thinks the economy is going to pick up as of next year. I have to talk about some comments from this man as well. Now, this man, if you aren't familiar, is podcaster as well as AI and cryptos are. Donald Trump, his name is David Sachs, and he's made some comments here, seemingly in response to commentary that we had from Jensen Huang, who is, of course, the CEO of NVIDIA. He said that, it's likely that China will beat the U.S. in the AI race, that he backpedaled a bit. Well, David Sachs, saying in response to some of the criticisms that were made, or I guess comparisons between China and the U.S., said, quote, there will be no bailout for AI. The U.S. has at least 5 major frontier model companies. If one fails, the other will take its place. Yeah, so long story short, Sachs trying to address some of these comments. These were just posted here on X, so be aware that is happening. I just also Pop and Eli Lilly, so keep an eye on these companies as we continue to await the arrival of Donald Trump with his announcement that is highly, highly expected to be about weight loss drug prices. Last but not least, tons of names reporting after the bell. One of them is DraftKings. We know DraftKings really popped pre-market as well. ESPN terminating that Penn Entertainment partnership and starting a betting partnership with DKNG. Reporting after the bell, so is XYZ, Open Door, Affirm, and you can find some earnings-related preview information to prepare yourself for the report on X at TTV Research for DraftKings, Open Door, and XYZ. I'm currently working on one for Affirm as well, so that should be posted soon. Before we send you over to Neil and what should be an exciting lesson of the day. Oh, Trump just started speaking, guys. We're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. There is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics OGE and is changing that first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. I just heard the word pharmaceuticals, so stay tuned in our chat and on the position of the screen. I will be putting up highlights from this conversation as we send you over to Neil, and an always scintillating lesson of the day. Give the people what they want, Neil.
Give the people what they want. More Adara? More Joey options knowledge? I'll give you guys the lesson of the day. I can't promise you're going to want it, because oftentimes the best lessons are the ones you don't want to hear. However, that's why they are what they are. You shouldn't need to get bailed out. Sometimes, you know, like the market's going to bail you out of something, providing an opportunity where maybe, you know, like it shouldn't have been there, you should have followed your plan, but then some other opportunity comes up and bails you out of like a loss somewhere else. All that happened to me today, but I'll show you why it shouldn't have come to that, because that's important. But ultimately, there was one thing about it that was from a lesson, I think it was yesterday, 2 days ago, and I said, do more of what's working. And and I want to thank the viewer in the chat. And I didn't catch the name when they mentioned it. Had said, you know, they had mentioned that they were short this day one gapper buyout thing, FRG, and they were short at 44. And I was simply saying, and full disclosure, I was long it at the open. And I was sort of saying, when it went past the risk-free price, which I also had shorted at the open for a small scalp, excuse me, past about 48, that it's risky above that price. They had mentioned they were short at 44. And what I ended up seeing at the moment when the market was tanking was a mean reversion. It's the same trade. And look, I do the same thing. If it's a buyout, if it's a penny stock, whatever, I take mean reversion trade regardless. So I did take this mean reversion trade off 44. And as I was coming back into that level, and you'll notice something I don't usually do, which is play back into it. And then I like to call it jamming. Like I got filled here and then I jammed at 01s, meaning I basically just said, this is it, and I doubled up position. And the reason was, this is a level that was working. It's working for a scalp, it's working for a hold, that kind of a thing. Meanwhile, it's like I continuously was taking pot shots at Tesla in a similar vein. And again, this is, you know, if this stock moves 20 cents, that's kind of a big deal. You have to think of it that way, right? But Tesla, on the other hand, the whole morning, I have to zoom out so you can execution. So I'm taking my shots. I'm not really ever holding anything much against me. The only time that I gave it more room was at the best level, right down here at what I thought was the best level. And now Tesla might go. And you'll note that I'm actually eyeballing this right now because it's trying to reverse off of my level. Now, ultimately, I was able to jam in FRGE to end up making for like 6 or 7 losses in Tesla. But here's where I don't like that. FRGE just happened to be there for me. But on the other hand, there are 2 things it shouldn't have even come to. They shouldn't have even come to that at all. I like that long today. This is a result in Apple long. Apple should have been able to make up for Tesla. You got to execute better. I had SMC as a short today, and I gave up the short and didn't get back into it at an obvious spot. I was shorting it all morning, the same area, did not get that re-entry. In fact, actually, when it was breaking down, looked for a reverse long instead of a continuation short. So if I actually just went back to the 2 things that were working exactly to plan, then SMCI could have made up for Tesla, and Apple could have made up for Tesla, and not some random stock someone brought up in the chat that I was like, oh, I'm kind of trading this. Let me look at this. Oh, that actually looks pretty good. Let me just go ahead and do that. That can work for you, and there's nothing wrong with that. I will jump from setup to setup if it's good. I'll look at a stock that I haven't traded yet or an idea I haven't looked at yet if I think it's a good setup and it's something that has a positive expectancy. I'll do it all the time. In this particular case, it shouldn't have needed to be a random stock to get me to green today. Shouldn't have needed to happen. Because the 2 stocks, Apple was pretty much what I wanted, SMCI was what I wanted, so that should have been enough. Sometimes the easier path is sticking to your plan, and again, it is fine that I found something green, but I'm considering it a fluke because it was actually a trade that I wouldn't have taken without the observation of someone chat, and then giving it a little bit more thought, I was like, yeah, this probably is going to be a nice scalp trade. You should always, always make sure that you are going to your top ideas and setups first, and then worrying about everything else. Because when they work, they should be able to for you. Ultimately, I think I got lucky here finding something else, but it should have been Apple. It should have been SMCI. Didn't execute well on either one of them. Both of them were perfect in their direction, almost all the way through. And I just heard Sharif say this, so I'm going to double check. I was going to do this anyways. I just heard something. We know we're waiting for some headlines. Looks like that just popped the high and right back in. Your lesson of the day, remember your A+ setups and your best ideas. When they work perfectly, you've got to allow them to carry the day for you. It's all well and good to find a C or B setup that ends up paying the bills, but it's a lot easier to stick with your A setups. So there's your lesson of the day. I got to do better when it comes to both SMCI and Apple when they worked. Good luck, everybody, and hopefully Lily goes back to the highs.
We got exactly what we thought we were going to get here with regards to this announcement from Trump. He comes on just before 12 p.m., just as I was finishing the Happening Now. Eli Lilly having a bit of a pop here. Keep an eye on Lilly and Novo Nordisk. Both of these companies announcing that they've struck a drug deal here in the U.S. to cut the pricing for their GLP-1 drugs. Apparently, the first oral doses here of both Lilly and Novo GLP-1s will be priced at $149 on Trump RX. Both companies will also get a 3-year reprieve from as a result of this deal. Keep an eye on the drug sector, so any of these names in the healthcare space. Specifically, he also mentioned previous deals made with AstraZeneca and Pfizer, so keep an eye potentially in those two as well. And also, keep an eye on Hims and Hers and GDRX, any name that also has their own online prescription type situation, because Trump is making it very clear these deals are going to be available on Trump RX, which is the government's website here with regards to drugs and prescriptions. So interesting look there. If I have more details, I'll let you know. But Lilly and Novo Nordisk certainly reacting to this. Lilly actually with a stronger volume candle almost now than our opening candle. Back, Sharif.
Pardon me? You got it? Okay. Yeah, I'm listening to this. This is going to be terrible companies, guys. These are very margin compressing numbers. He's talking about $50 copays for certain seniors. Yesterday, we heard more along the lines of $150. Now he's Medicaid patients are going to be receiving it for $50. I think that there's probably going to have to be an income qualification there for that kind of copay, but that is not good news. Now, if I'm one of these companies, I limit my supply to Medicaid, bro, because they start dragging more of their inventory into the Medicaid program, and they're spending $150 maximum a month on that, while Hims and Hers has like $600.
Yeah,
that is insane. Margin compressing and definitely not good for the companies. So sure. I personally wouldn't even want to make a deal that's like that, but then you don't want to say no to Trump and then raise his ire and become, the focus of for Donald Trump. You don't really want that either. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. He has a website called Trump RX, by the way, guys, if you guys want more information on that. Very interesting here, Joey.
Absolutely. As for Tesla, guys, you can see that we got stopped up at the break of the support level, and then starts to climb a little bit higher, just the nature of the beast and trading. Now I'm just looking at Palantir potentially as a long. I don't see anything specific in which I like. It is pretty extended from VWAP, but again, I don't want to get played and give away the majority of my day. And I mentioned that we did give away around 99% of our profits on Tesla with those 2 attempts to the long side, which is crazy. It's like, man, I literally put a fraction of the size on any of them. But aside from that, it's just how it works sometimes. So be patient and wait for those opportunities. I think precision is going to be extremely key. Are you going to catch the bottom all the time? But just waiting for that exact entry in that price than what you're looking for, I think is extremely important. So RGTI is something that I was looking at as a potential short here. With the flow, Sharif, as we're heading towards some key support levels. This downtrend is still fully intact, guys. You can see this. Never mind all the whips, like whipsaw moves, liquidity grabs. This is still down. The bodies of those candles are touching the top end of this, and now you're heading towards some key support. You can correlate that with multiple zones, and if that starts to give out and break down, you can see some more downside there. Let's take a look at the data we got going on. Same thing, right? So once this floor gives, I think there's going to see that next level could be 28. or anything along those lines. This sucks, man. And you know what? I get it when people are like, man, I'm scared of the market. I'm all of these things, because if you're buying something that's this strong, and say you even buy it in the 50s or whatever it is, it's so tough knowing that there's individuals who are buying RGTI up at $60, and then now you're down 40% from that. Like, you stand zero chance. That's one thing that can be frustrating, but this Wall Street, unfortunately, isn't going to make it easy on anybody.
Okay, guys, MTC's halted up. This is a big move right now, guys, on MTC. This is the one that was sub $1 yesterday that I kind of refused to trade. And look at this move from yesterday up until the highs. This one almost 1,000%, 936%. We might have one to test today, Neil. Yeah, because this one is halted. MTC halted 270. Before we go to the desk, I'm just going to give you the information on it, the time that it was halted, as well as the tap. So what are we going to take off here? We're going to have to take off. No, I can't take off that one. So we're going to have to take off MSAI. So MTC is the ticker. I believe it is on the NQ. Okay, so here's the deal. Halted 1209. Early open is 121709. The tap is at 296, just south of 3, guys. We halted at 270. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Going to the big desk.
Yeah, just keep an eye here. The Trump announcement still happening. He said that many widely used are going to be sold at a 60% discount, of course, via Trump RX, which is going to open, he said, by the end of the year, at least with availability. He also said that if there is a negative Supreme Court decision on tariffs, basically them deciding not to uphold the tariff, it would be, quote, devastating for the country of the U.S. I have to talk about Google as well. Not too much of a move on this, but I think this is interesting, especially with draft reporting after the bell. He is saying, or we have Google and Kalshi anyway here, announcing that they are going to be entering a partnership for prediction markets. So Kalshi with Google Finance prediction market partnership. They're going to add Kalshi's prediction markets, it sounds like, on Google Finance. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Sounds like David Ricks, CEO of Eli Lilly, and Mike Dustar, CEO of Novo Nordisk, are both present. So if there's any comments there, I'll let you know. Eli Lilly pulling back a bit, guys. Back to you.
Just giving it to 22. Guys, IOVA, these are the type of trades that keep me up at night. It's never the ones that are good trades. It's funny enough how that works. That you know, think about later and sort of stew over. This is the one, guys, right 1 penny above the stop, and then it rockets up to 40. I'm talking about IOVA up 32%.
Yeah, bro, look at this. Look at this here. It's the same thing, right? Like, boom, boom, you get into it. Yeah, you know what I mean? So that's the thing that will just like drive you bonkers, man. It drives you bonkers.
There it goes.
Yeah, I know. It's gone now.
It's going now, man.
Do you want to cover that? Want to cover something here?
Joey, well, go ahead. I mean, what am I going to say? It's at the high of the day and I'm not in it.
Yeah, that's all it is, man. You got to see, that's the thing, man. You take those ones directly on the chin, and hopefully it just doesn't matter. I take them. Sometimes you just want to, you're big time, man. Like, you're just like, what a joke. Okay, as for 35, Jake the Snake Roberts. Thank you for, or Jake Roberts. Okay, sorry, it was Jake the Snake. So anyways, you know what I'm getting at. $35 with 33,700 contracts. That's a fantastic thing for pointing that out. I appreciate that, because I was thinking about going short at that level, and I don't know if it's going to be a good idea currently right now. We got to see what the options left. The heavy individual, the shark that is holding those specific contracts and what they want to. But that's acting as a complete American defense system right now. 35 holding up relatively strong, Shreve.
All right, it's going to be a 10-minute halt at a minimum here on MTC. 1709 came and went, and no print. So MTC halted to the upside. It's up 22% only, but just take a quick look. If you have, obviously, the chart there up on your screen, and look at what it did yesterday from top to from bottom to top, I should say. About a little bit less than 1,000% move. Started its life well below $1. When all was said and done, we were markedly above that $1. So keeping my eye on that. And then this one, IOVA, rejecting 250. If this comes down, I'm going to pick this up off 230 if it makes it all the way down. We'll have to wait and see there. But I see a super came in there. Okay. Health Hutchinson, I think. I can't read the other part of the name. Sharif America, you can order GLP-1 for under $50 all day. No doctor appointment, no RX, etc. Trump acting like 50s helping people is insane. But brother, are those legal? Are they the actual ones made by Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, or are they the compounded ones that are made locally at the pharmacies? Because we know what happened with that. They were allowed, the pharmacies that is, were allowed to compound these so long as the ingredients for the GLP-1s was on back order. And when that wasn't the case anymore, they were prohibited from doing so, yet they continued to do it, which caused obviously the lawsuit between the originating manufacturer and some of these compounding pharmacies. So I completely respect what you have to say, questioning your information, but I'd like a little bit more details. So just if you can respond, you don't have to super chat again. Shout out to Health. I do appreciate you giving us context on that, Joey. What do you got over there, bro?
Yeah, for sure. No, it's all good. I'm only messing with you, Neil, 100%, brother. You know that. So, no, guys, I'm looking at Palantir. We're going to avoid this Tesla, so let's get on to that next potential trade that we're looking at. Again, PLR. I want to take that break of that 35 level on RGTI. If the momentum starts to pick up drastically, I think that's going to be a good play. But that put wall is most definitely a factor on today's session. So Jake Roberts, fantastic call out. Otherwise, I would have been like, why? And then when I was in the yeah, I like that. What is that? What song is that? Why?
I think it's Michael Jackson, right?
Tell me
that it's human nature. Why?
Yes.
Does it have to be
that's a great one, man. No, but in all seriousness, back to the markets.
Neil's going right into the headphones.
That's right.
He's pulling that bad boy up right away.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. But no, guys, again, we'll pull up what we're looking at here. We got NVDA on our eyes. Palantir, why for this specific print, as it's holding some support levels. Going to wait for that additional liquidity grab, and this is what I'm talking about, 35 holding up to a T, almost to the penny on RGTI. We cut the short on QBTS, and now that's heading towards some support levels. Let's pull up with Jake.
Bro,
Jake,
come on, bro.
What happened, bro?
And I'm going to have to remove that comment, brother. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Shouldn't have done that.
No.
Shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, we're ready.
All right, Joey, I got to tell him something here. And now, for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada. That's Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs. They've just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs. They're offering you guys 3 times bull as well as 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points all until New Year's Eve. Yes, December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. So, if you're a tactical sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Joey.
Learn more. Yes, thank you for that. All right, there goes NVDA to the downside. Another leg, 187.47, and continuing to bleed. So keep an eye out on that one. I mean, if you're going to grab anything, it's like, hey, I wanted to get involved in this market. What do you got over there?
We took RGTZ.
Oh, you did? You got the break? Oh, it broke.
Yeah. No. I waited for 25, bro.
Man,
we waited too. We had small ambitions, Joey, because it went to 29.
It broke,
breaking
brother.
into the high of the day. Rigetti, mom's freaking spaghetti. We took the inverse ETF long, guys. Good move today.
Yeah, good. No, good one, because I was looking at that too. I was about to hop on that streak. I'm glad one of us got to take advantage of that move in the break of the key support levels. Did you see what Jake the Snake was? Jake Roberts was saying? So there's a put wall at 35. So essentially on the inverse of that, once that broke, then sure enough, that momentum to the downside, that's where you see that pop. Yeah. So it broke. So whatever's going there, maybe those try to start selling some more puts or
MTC open, Joey.
Go ahead.
MTC open. I'm panicking here. I can't get the look.
Why?
MTC's open. We're going long over here, Joey. Come hell or we're not allowed. Oh, there we go. All right, now we got it. Let's see what we can do here on MTC. Looking for continuation. We got 11. It's not a great price, obviously. Let's see if it holds 3. If it doesn't, I'm going to stop out. So 3013. We're going to give back a little bit on that one. Let's see if it comes down into the halt level. The halt level's 268. So I can't give it all the way down there. I'll have to wait a little bit until this one settles the hell But this is a multiple halter, so we know this one has the opportunity to give the goods over here. Seller at 3. Let's see if we can finagle past that seller into the high of the day. Joey, what do you got?
All right, man. I was just going through my emails, hoping for maybe a little e-transfer here.
Oh, no, you're still waiting?
No, I got that. I got that.
Okay.
No, I'm just waiting for anything bonus after that, man. I was just praying, please, someone e-transfer me something.
What?
I know, I'm obviously joking. Adara, what do you got?
Okay. Oh, no.
Adara? Yeah.
Take a look here at KVUE. Kind of out of nowhere, we had President Trump ask HHS, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Bobby, have your thoughts changed at all on Tylenol for pregnant women? Because people are saying they have. And he said, my thoughts will change when the science changes. So looks like RFK Jr. is still warning against the use of Tylenol for pregnant women. Again, really, really odd what are happening here within this larger meeting. But either way, KVUE going to be on watch. It also happens to be earnings day 1 for this name. Back to you.
All right, I was going to ask you the exact same thing, man. All right, QBTS. Let's maybe get involved in that short again. We had that one working. It is selling the lower end of the range. We don't necessarily do that. Man, those garlic sticks were fire. Let's pull this up, QBTS. We'll head over to the minute, that short off of the VWAP breakdown. Boom, boom, boom. And then sure enough, yeah, we get stopped out about 10-15% right there. No. But this is the support level I'm looking to snap, 28.60. On any form of a pullback like we're experiencing here on GTI, might be a good opportunity to get involved. I'm glad that I didn't take that Palantir long falling knife completely away here, so take that into consideration. Oh my, that is not pretty whatsoever. You're down 15% off of those highs on Palantir, heading towards some key support levels. Breaks, what is that next zone to look for? I'm thinking 163 roughly, and that's going to not be good. Again, it's tough right now, but if you're patient, sit on your hands a little bit. I think you're going to get some great names at some great prices.
All right, guys, MTC prints on this one, getting the dips, going back in. I think the best print I have is like at 20, but right back into my entry. Again, I do have a dip trade below 3 to try to get some money fills there, but if it really starts bleeding, I'm going to have to flatten. So good look right now on MTC. We all saw what this monster did yesterday, and here it goes again. Okay, there's a seller into the high teens. Let's wet the beak there. Goes, and there is the print through 30s. Go MTC, go. Neil, where am I supposed to be looking here, Neil? Because I don't see LU limit up, limit down. LULD is what I'm looking for there. 3 1/4. We've got 304. There's 334. Here comes 40, 50. Joseph, there is the break, man. Here we go on MTC. Don't want to take out any over here. This one's really going. We're going to take one more beak wetter, and then we're going to let this one run. 55%. We saw what this hot garbage did yesterday. Ooh. It's around for a good time, Joey. You know where this is going to end up after it's done doing its little thing there.
Where's it going to end up?
Back under $1.
Oh.
No, we don't know. We never know. I'm not Sharif Dadamas over here, but we're going to keep. Oh, my goodness. Who's that? Who? Is that like Austin?
That was 316, baby.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Looks like we're zigging and zagging here at 35s. Joey, all the way back down into the $0.25. Should we be paying some more here? Single digits just flashed there. Quickly, candle of indecision as we zig and zag in the 20s. I have to concentrate a little bit here, so I'll send it to you, brother.
Yes, sir. Jay, yeah, man, I'm green on the day. Sharif, I don't know. He'll tell you guys later in the session wherever he lays. But, I mean, we're taking a couple of losses. This was the biggest winner. And obviously what I had going on with TSLA, that was a nice trade, but unfortunately I didn't take enough off at the tops here. I did get stopped out 50%, but that was a big time move as I doubled up the position with that momentum. Top side up to 22.40s, and then we get stopped out break even, and then we go half the size here, and then I go fraction of the size here, and then sure enough, we are just holding on by red to the greenness on Tesla. But our other trade on QBTS was absolutely the banger of the day. And you know what? I'm not going to allow that to happen to me once again. We're going to take the majority of that trade off and leave the rest for a runner. And sure enough, it came back to the break even, so we just got out of that one. What are you looking at there, Jay, Gorev? Los Pollos, you've been quiet, my friend. Hope everything's on your end. I did see you in the chat, and I tagged you. But sometimes you do need to lock in. As soon as I get the green light to go, we'll rock over to Adara. All right, there it goes.
Yeah, just be aware here. We still have some Fed speak. And it's interesting, too. Fed's Williams talking a little bit about AI, saying that there, quote, will be some issues with AI regarding the labor market. He is not This is not the first Fed comment I've seen today with that in mind, so just be aware. A lot of these Feds saying that some labor market issues we know they've been worried about could actually be AI related. Kind of an interesting note. Fed's Hammock also once again continuing to be pretty hawkish, saying that now is a challenging time for monetary policy making and that the Fed's bigger miss is on the inflation side relative to the job mandate. So interesting look, saying that inflation overshoots actually go beyond tariff pressures as well. So what Fed's Hammock saying is, sure, people are worried about tariff-related inflation, but she's even without tariff-related inflation, there is an inflation problem. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Dara. We're going to momentarily, Sharif, unless you have, I'm going to start pulling up some of the earnings reports if you want to cover that. But I know you're concentrating, sorry, so I'll continue going. Forgot you're doing that. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to go over some of the earnings reports and the expected moves this evening. So we'll pull up our calendar, names, and then after that, we're going to see what we got going on. The trade desk, IREN, that was on the options activity this morning, so keep an eye out on that. SoundHound, Open, DraftKings, MP Materials, Archer, Airbnb, SMR. Oh my days, it's going to be another one after the close today, guys. We're going to have a bunch of fun with this. A-Firm, oh wow, Take Two. Okay, we got a lot going on. I like this. Yesterday's lineup was absolutely phenomenal, so hopefully we can get an additional move. Now let's pull up our options expected move here. We'll pull that up. And there we are. Okay, the first one of the day. Let's go with TTD and see what we're going to be looking at for today's session, folks. As for an expected, get that garbage out of here. Get that garbage out of here. But we start off with TTD. It's at the top of the list. Beautiful stuff. All right, guys. So we are looking at a 16.1% expected move with a high of around 54.31 and a low of around 39.23. Did I hear anything for there? No. Okay, so there's that. That's TTD. We'll go over the options activity momentarily. Actually, why not do it right now, considering we're that. Pull up on TTD. Pull up. And then, sure enough, do we see any call or put walls? Nothing substantial, guys. I mean, tomorrow's the expiration cycle. Look at the at-the-money IV. Out of the wazoo. 173% is insane. So those premiums are going to be extremely, extremely expensive. The largest concentration of open interest is going to be at that 60 strike price. And watch out, guys. There's going to be some liquidity issues as well, too, because you can see that the volume is only hundreds. Now moving on to the next one. We'll do a couple of them, and then we'll send it back to Sharif whenever he's...
I'm ready to go.
You're ready to go? We'll go
flying, bro.
You ready to go? Go ahead, brother.
All right, we got 50s. We just took out 45s, guys. It keeps popping down into 3. I keep picking more up when this trade runs out of steam, man. We got 15s on right now. We just took out 40s. Seller at 30. There's 34. There's 37. Continuing to watch here. There's 44, man. Boom, into the high. Here comes the half dollar. It is a 40 penny high right now on MTC. This one's got a day to play and then some. We're above 55%. We're taking prints. I've got a dip trade here at 7, 307 to defend that $3 area, but I don't think that's the right thing to do anymore because the current pattern here is certainly higher lows. So I may find myself in the uncomfortable position. It's uncomfortable for me, maybe not for others, of punching into highs, but we you know, what the small cap traders, you know, on the net do. They're punching into highs. There's 49 again, and it rejects again. So there's a seller at around the half dollar, 49, 48s. We have no prints above the half quite yet. Yeah, Ozan, I will take 69 if it goes up there. You know how I do. Shout out to the OG Ozan. Packing the patience here on MTC, looking for continuation. This current candle has a higher low, certainly, than the prior candle of indecision. There's 49, and then there's 75, Joseph, into the high. Boom on MTC. I just destroyed everything over here, Joey.
You're dropping
everything. Everything happened.
Unplugged out of everything.
Time there,
what
Joey.
happens, man.
All right, so nice trade there on MTC. Sorry? All right, I thought he was talking to me. 71.75 now, Joey. Here we go again. This all gas, no brakes. I'm looking for limit up, limit down. I still can't find it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Neil's looking for it too. We've been looking for this thing all day. I might want to get back into this thing, man, because this thing looks like it is destined I'm going to look for micro pullbacks. One method that I've used is to use the 5-second chart to kind of discern little areas of trend support. There's a buyer here of note at 70. We're going to get in here. It loses 70. I'm flattening out. I'm going to flat out. It's going to lose 70. So we'll take out that break even. Look at the monster buyer at 70. Look at all the gateway prints there. It's going to have to lose it. It loses a good out there by me on that, because you could just see that there was a buyer at 70, but there was so much selling at these levels. There goes the $0.50. Continuing to watch here on MTC, 60%, and it's off the high. This could be the micro pullback we're looking for now. Let's wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high on the 5-second chart, and then I'll punch in. Looking. No, not quite yet. Still, that's on my top screen, guys. I'm not crazy. I'm not looking into the lights, I promise. So we're going to continue to watch here. Anything above 370, definitely going to get into that one. But right now, we're still on a bit of a back, making lower highs. No newer highs that I'm seeing quite yet. Anything above 70 gets me back into the trade, Joey.
Yeah, yo, that made me chuckle when you're like, I'm not looking. Bro's just trying to feel something, pain or anything. Remember, I was telling you about that. Yeah, you're just trying to feel something. Looking into the lights is crazy. Man, there's a video of these guys that. And like Buddy has like a piece of paper and he's just like giving his buddy paper cuts and they're acting like they're working out, and then he's like whacking a scooter off his shin and stuff like that. Yeah, hilarious. All right, guys. As for IREN, here it is. We're looking at a approximate 16.4% expected move, $9.70 to either direction. That's going to put us at 13.2, and that's going to put us at a high of around 77.50. Or a low of around 59.42. And where do we have the highest level of open interest to the put side? Right at that $60 strike price. So there it is, 15,800 right at that specific level. And then you can see at 80 and 79. There's a little bit of a concentration. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro, it's going. Here we got back in at 67s. We just took out 88s. Here we go. I'm going to have to pick up the dips here because it doesn't look like just as directional as I would like. So this one's quite strong at the moment, looking for trend to hold up. Anything below 55 pennies gets me out of this trade. That's prior area low. Put in a beak wetter there for we just got a pullback into that area. Let's see if we can pick up some here. We're going to pick up some there at that level. What do we got on 65s now? So let's go ahead and post a little bit higher, looking for trend continuation on this, Joey, but worried that 55 print gets me out of this trade. In fact, it will. Now we're at 60, so we might have to give back a little bit here as this one zigs and zags, and it does feel like it's going to lose a level, so I'll just send it back to you here, brother.
All right, brother. So yeah, here's Soundhound. That's going to be next up on the docket. We're looking at a 13% expected move with a high of around $16.72 and a low of around $12.78. As for the options activity, take a gander Newfoundland at that. And see what we got going on. Okay, $18. Wow, look at that open interest at that specific level, guys. 42,000. I was not expecting that, and the concentration at 1850. As for the put side, but I like to be keeping my eye on all of these names come after the bell, because if we reject 18 aggressively, I'm going to look for the short, and best believe I'm putting on some size. So that is Soundhound. The next is going to be, did I even mention it? Open Door. Get that garbage out of here. And $6.84, 13.4% expected move, high of around $7.76, and a low of around $5.93. We're going off to Adara. Don't forget to drink your daily water. I was just telling myself as my headache slowly starts to brew up. Adara, you got for us.
Drink that water, guys. I just want to let you know, unfortunately, it seems like an individual at the White House had a medical emergency on camera, so they have now cut the feed. So just so you guys know right now, no more Lilly and Novo info as of right now. Understandably, this conference seems like it's been paused right now due to a medical emergency. So if this resumes, I'll let you know either way. Medical emergency causing this Eli Lilly and Novo drug pricing conference to be cut short for the time being. Back to you.
Wow, that's amazing. Keep us updated, obviously, as always there. All right, we're moving on to the next one. That is going to be Donkey Kong. DraftKings, yes, guys, you guessed it. We are looking at an 8.6% expected move, $30.72 is the high, and then $25.84 is the potential low. Let's pull up the options. If anything is correlating with those specific levels that we have been giving on the implied move. Now, what was our high again on this one? $30. And there it is, guys, $30, 7,930 contracts No coincidence there. You're going to see a little bit at 32, so keep an eye on it. Volume is just horrendous on DraftKings expiration. We can go to a further dated out to see if we get any change. At the money's putting in the most volume, but other than that, very liquid, which is slightly surprising to me. On to the next one before we send it back on to my boy Sharif, Don Sharifo. That's what they, no, you said Sharif Adamas. Okay. 7.4% expected move. $56 is going to be the potential high with $48.26. MP material. I think the options activity is going to be anything outstanding, but why not take a look to see if we have some key levels about to step within that zone. Now, again, I was right, $65, 9,160 at that level. As for the put side, we're not going to see much activity except for things that are already ITM there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this one's breaking down now, guys. Coming down, here comes prior bar low, 13.13. We're at that level right now with 13.18 showing up over here. Do we make prior bar low or do we breach prior bar low? Feels like we will. 16's coming up now. I'm trying to see if we take it up here for a nice area of support and then just give it to like 15s, which is exactly what I'm going to do, and then it's going to fail, obviously. So we have to, oh, that's what I want to do there, Joey. So there we go. We got 18s on, so let's give it to 12s, and then we're going to go like that, just for that many shares there. Let's see if we can get a nice move up here on MTC into an area. No, it's that level. Looks like we will give back a couple of pennies there, which is okay with me because, well, we have to give this one the old college try. So that's the way it is there. MTC breaking down a little bit now. $3 could be a move, but there's also 282 where the 10-year coming out. So that $3 level, let's see if that $3 level holds. Not quite there yet. 306 showing up. 305. So the blood is on right now. The shorts are definitely in control of this one at the moment. $3 dropping. 297s. The 10 EMA, as I mentioned, is 284. Prior halt level takes us to 268. Buyers stepping in at 3 now. Is it just a dead cat bounce with shorts covering their position? Or is this more of a sustained uptrend? Let's see if there's anything above 15. 15 was an interesting area of support as well earlier on. So let's see if we can get a nice move up there on MTC. Continue to watch this one. But MSAI is all gas, no brakes right now, guys, into that $0.50 level. I wanted to point this one out. It was quite quiet majority of the day. Then it started really getting the volume candles, I want to say around 20 after. So be on the lookout for that. That one could be an interesting small cap gapper as well. No other ones are really making the kind of move that we're looking at there right now. There comes again into 15s, rejects 15s, looking at the 5-second chart on the top screen. If it moves above 15 and then starts changing trend, because right now you can just feel the downtrend is in play with the pops being short covers. Obviously, they got to get out somehow, and that makes pure sense because there we go, right back down into 3 again, rejecting 315. So technical levels on the shorter term continuing to hold up. 3 back in play. Prior area low, which is that area that we dipped into below 3 is 294. Let's see if we breach 294 now. If we hold up here and we break 315, I'm going to go long. That would be an interesting level breakout for me. So continuing to watch higher low. Can we higher high up here? Looking at 310, still a seller in and around 310. I don't want to take 315 breakout on the dot. I'd rather it, pass it a little bit for a possible other move up. But MTC right now in a bit of a downtrend, Joey, with really no bid here from buyers. You feel like the that's coming in are just short covers. All right, there's 13 popping up, not quite yet above 15 yet. Continue to watch MTC, watching. Yeah, all the dips are being bought up, to be fair, but it's definitely not rocketing up in the same way. So I don't feel that the longs are in control at the moment. I'm going to steer clear of this one for now.
I like that thesis, man. I agree with you 110%. They're just short covers at the end of the day, and they're not even aggressive whatsoever, Sharif. A lot of these pops are just getting immediately faded, as he mentioned not too long ago. Okay, all right, guys, we're on to the next one. That is going to be Archer Aviation, and we are approximately 8.8% expected move with a high of around $9.79 and a low of around $8.19. All right, we'll pull over to the old chain and see what we got going on from open standpoint, where's the highest level? Right there at 13 bucks, or sorry, 11. We got a lot of concentration there. 1.4 thousand contracts traded, 8,740 traded on, or still currently open. Now, I mean, this is a beautiful lineup. I think this is a great lineup for after the bell, and I'm really looking forward to trading it. I mean, regardless of anything sets up or not, I think we're going to have some good opportunities, especially in the strategy that I was talking to you guys about earlier in the day, essentially the 5-minute opening range break after that print. All right, so now as for Airbnb, 7.3% expected move with a high of around 129.15 and a low of around 111.53. Pull up. It's just a rinse and repeat until you see something that you really like. And what I was talking about earlier is that we had a high concentration of open interest in essentially a call wall, and I believe something that it was IREN, or one of those names. I'm like, hey, if it rejects that level, look for the continuation of the downward pressure. Now, A, B, and B. I've never, surprisingly, actually, I've only gone one Airbnb in my life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I was younger, yeah. So again, guys, at the money IV relatively high. You're going to see it around 170%. Options market pricing that in. But as for the activity, it is pretty cool. You're going to see very, very illiquid as you head strikes. And I guess if these are all out the money, you'll see some more activity up there, but not too good of a look. Be cautious of that one. Straddles and strangles are going to be tough, especially if you can't get out of the position. So nothing to really keep an eye on there. Next one is SMR. All right. New Scale Power. Take a look at this one here, guys. 12.1% expected move. These are all in the price range I love as well, too, guys. So $38.95 that high, with $30.53 going to be that low. Rinse and repeat. What is the options chain telling us there, Sharif? On SMR. And not too much. There's no open interest there, Sharif. What do you got?
All right, guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that's all changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool is the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters, the discipline, the consistency, and of course, yes, that growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep up to 70% of the profits. There's no fear, no barriers, just real opportunities, guys. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. So visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Get 10% off your first evaluation. Shout out to the good folks at Trade the Pool, and shout out to Mitch and company. And sorry for having stolen your microphone again, Mitch. I did not mean to do that. I don't know how it found its way into my bag, Joe. I really don't.
Oh, yeah.
It was in the side pocket where
was it? Like over here, right?
Over here. Right there. It was, I don't know.
It just crawled there, man.
Like, you have my word. I have no idea how it got there.
Well, I mean, I'm sure if you were trying to steal them, you wouldn't have said, hey, man, sorry that these were.
I thought it was Rammer.
I
thought, like, I found it at home. I sent a picture of it to Rammer. I'm like, my bad. Are you looking for this? I took it.
Oh, no.
And she's like, that's not mine.
Oh.
That's Mitch's. I hope Brendo sent it back. I gave it to Brendo.
It's expensive these days, man, to mail that stuff. You got to wait till next time he gets back here.
Yeah, man.
To get that stuff. We don't got the.
You know what I saw on the street yesterday when I was walking home? A Fisker.
Oh, yeah?
Remember
you see
those
them?
cars?
Yeah, the Fisker.
They were like, there was like 65 grand. Then I saw some of the used car salespeople.
Yeah.
Randy, I saw a Fisker on my street yesterday. Yeah. And I don't know who has the heart to buy that. What if it breaks down? How are you going to fix it?
Yeah,
I mean, who's even that
you have to be
anymore?
There used to be one in
Amazon.
There was one in Liberty Village that I've seen for years. Yeah, and I just stopped seeing.
Like the old Fisker or the SUV Fisker Ocean?
No, the
old one?
No, the car one.
Like the sedan or the SUV?
Yeah, the sedan.
The sedans are cool. Those are hybrids. No, the new Fisker is like all electric.
It looked pretty cool. It was like almost like a supercar type look.
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be like that hybrid. But it's just like, where is that car company now, man? Is it even on the exchange? FSR? FSRQ? FSRQ? Is that it? No, I don't even know where they are, dude. Yeah, so anyway, it still looks good though, man. I remember really liking that car, and it had solar panels and it had all that stuff, but they couldn't make it work. Sucks. What do you got, Joey?
All right, let's pull up, man. We got a a lot of names to go. I don't think we do anymore, but I mean, we're just starting to pluck them off on the list here. I don't know what data is, so we're going to skip that one and go straight to, someone said in the chat, we say it like A firm.
Of course, we're Canadian.
Yeah, come on. Get with the program. AFRMA funds. Don't forget the font said A. So there it is, 12%, guys. $75 is going to be that high with a low of around $59. We can take a look at the options activity on this one. It's probably going to be relatively cool. AFRM, but man, it's a B-lister star-studded night. Okay, so there it is. What was that high again, roughly here? 75 bucks. Then let's take a look at what we got at 75 and 75. So you're going to start to see that concentration at those levels there. We went through a lot of names. We got one, and that's going to be Take Two Interactive. TT do Take Two, and see what we got going on this front. 7.1% expected move, high of around 273.25 and a low of around 237. TTWO, and see what we got in options activity. Super cool, not cool as for the options activity. But there it goes, guys. We're starting to get a slow curl around in some of these markets, a nice little bounce that we're experiencing. There was a nice indecision print off of the lows here on NVIDIA. That is now about to give you 2 points. You're about 25 cents away from that specific level. You're getting a new high past this peak in Tesla, so it stopped me out on this liquidity grab, and then just decided to trade a little bit higher. Now Palantir starting to curl off the lows as well too, guys. I have Meta that's at the volume weighted average price. Let's see what Robinhood is doing the exact same thing, starting to curl back to VWAP. With this specific move, I'm going to be looking for the rejections of the volume weighted average price. Until then, you might get a little bit of a grind higher, but these quantum names, tough to trade. This is just a choppy mess. Adair, what do you got? Adair, what do you got?
Coinbase and CRCL. You know, Jamie Dimon speaking earlier today about stablecoins. Also speaking about stablecoins is Fed's Hammock. Fed's Hammock making a comment here on stablecoins, saying that they are, quote, an exciting new technology. So a couple different people, including a Fed and a bank, stablecoins today. Nice bounce off the lows for both CRCL and COIN right now, guys. Back to you.
Cool. Yeah, I haven't got anything right now. Have you got something?
Yeah, I'm just watching MTC, brother. It's holding three candles of indecision at these levels. I'm deciding whether or not I want to punch long. I don't know if the shorts are still in control or what. We're going to get long here. We're going to give it to the break of the 10 EMA. So that takes me down into the high 80s, low 90s. So we'll go ahead and do just that right now, and then we'll just put that in there. I'll put some beak wetters for a price spike up, but yeah, it looks like it might be selling off a little bit over here as it dips again below that $3 area, but bought right back up into 305s. So we'll see the seller at 5 now. So seller at lower level every single time. It looks like it's using.
You can sneak me a garlic stick.
Pardon me? I thought you were talking.
No. You don't want it?
Well, there you go. She does have some kind bones in her body. Shock. So we'll keep watching.
Because we're friends.
Sorry? Well, yeah. I mean, I think friend for her is like what what she may be able to finagle. All right, we're going to Madeira.
More Fed speak, this time from Fed's Myron. Now, we have to contextualize this comment with the fact that Fed's Myron is notably very bullish in the fact for the last 2 Fed meetings, he's advocated for larger cuts than what the Fed actually delivered. But either way, he just made comments on a podcast saying that he expects a December rate cut. So even though Fed's Powell and a lot of other Feds, and even the CME Fed Watch tool have been a little bit cautious about this December rate cut and the likelihood of it happening, Fed's Myron saying they still want to cut, or he at least still wants to cut in December. He also said here that he wants to get to the neutral rate in 50 basis point increments, repeating things he's already said, but his colleagues want 25 basis point increments. So once again, Fed's Myron kind of echoing this narrative he delivered earlier this week that he and his colleagues want the same things, he just wants those things at a much faster rate. Back to you.
We're live here doing it, Joey. Their breakout is on into 50. If we can work our way up, or whether it's just going to be a 50 rejection and a drop back down. So I'll send it to you, brother.
All right, cool, man. Good look there. Let's see what we can potentially find as you're starting to get an indecision print off of those lows, QBTS. As Mike Peter Ryder, we're like, he's just going to go hunting right now, and that's just kind of what I'm trying to do, find something for a potential bounce. That put wall on RGTI coming into play might potentially break this downtrend, which is going to be cool as you're heading into the top end of this resistance zone in this trend line. So once that snaps and maybe you get a 5-minute candle to break and sit on top of this, we can go back towards the volume weighted average price. So that's going to be a potential one. Euro Wingman has a, yeah. Exactly. So let's see what we got going on here, the TQs and the SPY. What we haven't done today is ran through our scanner and see if we found anything extremely interesting. SQQs leading the way from the volume front. You can see a nice move there. NVDA with 29 million shares traded on the session. Nice indecision print on the lows. Is the downtrend snapped? I think so. And there it is. You can see that displayed. Now, as for Tesla, what dog been up to? Nice rebound there. Stop out. Again, it was a little stop hunt, additional liquidity grab before it decides to make its additional move. What has this name been up to? Thank you. Back to VWAP. And that's exactly what we want to see. Ford, probably going to be relatively illiquid. AMD, nothing that we got going on. It's curling off of those lows. Let's see if there's anything else. We take a look at QBTS, whatever this is, EOSE, Apper. See what Apple's up to there. Nice indecision print at these highs. This could be a potential failed break of the high of the day. Risk profile defined at that high, and if you're looking for that move back into VWAP, but there it is, a beautiful hammer candle right at VWAP, holding these levels, and then you get that move. The top side. Now, as for Amazon, what are you up to? Down to 244. So you're coming off of that 258 high, roughly, or whatever, along those lines. Not too far off of that specific levels. Warner Brothers. Consolidation, not something that we trade every day or is necessarily an intraday trader. Goggles, you know, Katina Man was involved in this. Nice pop-up through the VWAP. Now we're trading north of it one more time, so not too bad. If this name wants to rally, then I think we like our chances that the market might slowly start to recover. And some of the losses, anyways, I'm not going to say a full recovery. That's going to be tough. But Microsoft not doing too much as it heads and is around the lower end of this neckline is something that you want to be cautious about there.
All right, brother. Just setting up. Here we're going to start the news now as it's 5-2-1. It's a heavy news day. I have in my notes 16 stories today, so there is plenty to talk about. Unlikely to get through all of it. Let's get right down to business. I just got to set up my and my stops and everything. We're good to go. Let me just make sure that I'm not on a screen that I want to be trading. Let me just 1 second here, guys. Yeah, RG said we'll put that one on the last screen so that we don't interfere with some of the trading screens. Let's talk about NVIDIA. Interesting comments yesterday that he made with respect to China and where they fit into the AI race relative to the States. He walked back some of it, obviously, but let's get down to it. So, CEO Jensen Huang reportedly told the Financial Times, quote, China is going to win the AI race, close quote, citing lower energy costs and looser regulations as some key advantages they have over the States. Hours later, he issued a revised saying China is nanoseconds behind America in AI. It's vital that America wins by racing ahead and win developers worldwide. Of course, we know his statement comes as NVIDIA faces heavy restrictions on AI chip sales in China amid U.S. national security concerns. Now, they're getting it from both sides here. They're getting it from the Chinese regulator, and they're getting it at home through the U.S. Commerce Department. Wang confirmed NVIDIA's market share in China has fallen to 0. Those are his words. I thought it was a typo yesterday. No, he repeated that statement. Now, 95%, they had 95% of the Chinese AI chip market share back in 22. Now it is 0. So you can see why he would be railing against this. Of course, national security trumps that. No pun intended. He warned that Western regulation and cynicism, those are his words, are slowing AI progress compared to China's aggressive government-backed energy subsidies for AI infrastructure. Separately, Joseph, you and I were talking off camera about this, and I was making the point to you. I think that they're stringing thousands and thousands and thousands of these Huawei Ascends, as well as some other non-NVIDIA-like chips, or don't the standard of NVIDIA chips together, and they're not energy efficient. But that doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter because they're building out terawatts of energy.
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't care.
They don't care about the environment.
What do you make of this?
No, I agree, man. I think at some point, too much regulation obviously can put a chokehold on a lot of things. We see that definitely here in Canada, in my opinion anyways. But aside from that, I had a feeling about this race. I mean, we call it a race. end goal? Because in a race, there essentially has to be a finish line. I don't know if there's necessarily
I don't
going
really
to be.
understand that.
Right? Like, what is the finish line? Like, what? Yeah,
like, did somebody win the internet and we
yeah,
didn't
like,
know about
exactly.
it?
Like I don't get it. Like I understand that, hey, you want to have the best in class, but what is the end goal? If this AI stuff is going to go on past our lifetime and multiple lifetimes, and it's just going to continue to grow. So I don't necessarily see a finish line. But as for the regulations, I mentioned it before, man. I'm going to use a prime example is that they tried to, I think here in Canada, they tried to get kids to stop tobogganing on hills. And then at one point, it's just like, well, when are you going to stop, right? Like kids are going to hurt themselves. That's inevitable.
That's how they learn.
Things are going to happen. It's how they learn. Exactly. And I'm not going to, it's obviously not the same thing, but too much control can obviously slow things and tamper things a little bit.
Yes, sir. All right, Adara, these were fighting words by Jensen today. What do you make of this whole thing?
See, I'm actually going to make the argument that they weren't really, because I've said this many times on the show. Jensen has always said, yo, U.S., hey, like, why are we being like this? And he's always said to the U.S., we have to be careful because they aren't that far behind us. Now, I think the drastic kind of or die way that he worded it yesterday, like the China will win the AI race if the U.S. doesn't catch up. I do think, obviously, kind of the intensity of that wording maybe be more serious. But again, this is not even at all like off base from anything Jensen said before. So I was kind of surprised the market was that shocked by it, truthfully, and even more surprised by the fact that the company wanted him to quote unquote walk it down. Now I say quote unquote because again, he didn't even walk it down much. He said China's right behind the U.S., which again, to win a race, you have to get ahead of the other party, right? Assuming this is a race. So yeah, I think my comments are, I was shocked that the market cared, but alas, you never know what the market's going to care about. The market did in fact care about these comments. And yeah, interesting look here for NVDA, but I always want to remind people, like, this is not off base for Jensen. This is not a new take for Jensen. He's always been very clear that these concerns here with regards to export controls are in the end going to hurt the U.S. Saying it a little bit more plainly, hopefully now maybe people listen. We'll have to wait and see.
Too, but you know, there's only so much money to go out. Thank you, Adara. All right, talk about Eli Lilly. There was multiple headlines, of course. We'll get to those in the intervening period of when this was drafted. But Lilly advances to next-gen obesity drug after a major trial success. So let's talk about it. They announced plans to begin late-stage trials of its experimental amylin obesity drug, okay? Next month, it's in a 48-week mid-study. The highest weekly dose led to an average weight loss of 20.1%, which outperformed the placebo, and it reinforces leadership, of course. Lower doses significant efficacy. The lowest dose had 9.5% average weight loss. The two-step escalation had 19.9, and the three-step escalation, for whatever reason, resulted in less, 16.4. The result position this new drug as a potential successor or as a complement. Both options are on the table here to be used in place of or in conjunction with existing GLP-1 treatments like Zepbound and Mounjaro. Just to give you some information about this amylin drug, it's a hormone co-secreted with insulin that helps suppress appetite and reduce caloric intake. The drug mimics this hormone, the amylin, this Lintide drug. It mimics this hormone amylin, of course, similarly to GLP-1s, but may improve patient adherence through enhanced tolerability. To me, infer from that some patients were a little bit intolerant of this. We keep hearing about gastrointestinal issues with GLP-1s.
Yeah.
Looks like this may not be as bad, Joey.
Okay, that's good. I mean, I'm going to stand that there's probably going to be some effects down the road for taking this for an extended period of time. I mean, I get it. Some people have issues losing the weight. They want a little bit of a boost to help them to do so. But once you've done, I think it's start to build a healthy lifestyle, and it's going to the gym day to day. It's literally not a fad. It's none of those. It has to be a part of the lifestyle. But as for what's going on with Lilly, we know that let's pull it up here actually momentarily before I eat my words quick. We'll take a look at the technicals and see what we got going on. Now you're getting a little, okay, this is good. This is a lot better than what it was before, considering you're down at 623, now trading up to 9, so where we're currently at is 928. You're up 50% roughly off of those lows, so you're not going to complain about that whatsoever. GLPs, I think it's still going to take the world by storm. The oral pill is definitely going to be the way of the future. People aren't going to want the injectables.
Before we go to it, Dara, I just want to mention, guys, that we had a news conference earlier with President Trump, the focus of which was the deal that he's trying to strike, of course, with pharmaceutical companies. One of those announcements were that you're going to pay, some co-payers are going to pay up to as high as $150 for these GLP-1s on a monthly basis, of course, with some patients, I'm assuming there's going to be income qualifications, paying as low as $50 co-payments. Now, if we compare that to what Hims and Hers is charging, $600, if you compare it to Lilly Direct, which is $500, that's very margin compressing for the company. So we'll see how much of their market share is going to go to Medicaid and Medicare, but it is not a good look for margins. All right, Adara, give us your take on this new obesity drug.
Yeah, I'm going to focus less on the new obesity drug and more just kind of on other aspects here with and Novo Nordisk. And I guess with regards to the new obesity drug, though, I think it plays back into the ongoing competition between Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. So we know Novo Nordisk really has been trying to get more into this space. We know they want that Metsera acquisition. Apparently, they even raised the bid on that. So I think it makes sense here, Lilly, knowing this, just trying to continuously up their game. And so that's why I really, really like the idea of this new drug, the fact that it's doing well. Let's see, again, how it's tolerated, because as you guys mentioned, that's been a bit of an issue with some of these treatments. But anyway, if you get like good tolerance on that, I honestly think it's going to be first to the finish line wins, to keep using a race analogy after our friend Jensen Huang did so with the NVIDIA story with AI. But nonetheless, long story short, I think that it's a good look for Eli Lilly. And I've said this, and I'll say it again. I do think between Lilly and Nordisk, Lilly is already better positioned. So as long as they keep, putting their foot in the door, keep those things going to the upside, then I think it's a pretty good look. We didn't get to hear too much from Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks, and we heard nothing from Mike Dustar because, as mentioned earlier, unfortunately, a medical emergency led to the early termination of this conference. If it is being resumed, which I don't know, it hasn't been yet, but I'll keep you guys posted if there are updates. But yeah, either way here, I think Lilly trying to stay relevant, stay on people's minds, smart look, play. Good job, David Ricks, and go Lilly.
All right, let's talk about Qualcomm. Beats on earnings, but faces the overhang. More on that in a second. Let's talk about how they did. It was a strong fiscal Q4 for them. I hate these companies that their fiscal year doesn't match the calendar year. Get your together. Yeah. Adjusted EPS of $3, Joey, on revenue of $11.27 billion, beating the $2.88 expected EPS by the $10.79 billion, $10.79 billion. So an easy beat on the top and bottom line. Also issued an upbeat Q1 forecast. They're projecting now 11.8 to 12.6 in revenue, with EPS coming in at 330 to 350. Android headsets, auto, and Internet of Things, IoT, are responsible for momentum, offsetting the Apple exposure. So what happened here? Qualcomm confirmed it expects to lose Apple as a modem customer in the coming years, as Apple has its own C1 and C2 now 5G modems. Citi, they're not really pumped about that, maintaining the 180 target and keeping them at neutral. Bernstein maintaining their outperform and keeping their target at. Likewise with Deutsche Bank, they're keeping their rating at hold, and then 165 price. And here's how they did in their different segments. Handsets are up 14%. Automotive leading the way, up 17%, with the Internet of Things lagging behind here at 7%. The company reported that margins were slightly softer this time around, 33.8 versus the 30 expected. And they continue, Joey, to expand into PC and data center and AI compute, with more details expected in the first half of 2026 at their Investor Day conference. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adara.
Take a look at AAPL and TSM. Mac rumors reporting that Taiwan Semi has been, quote, reportedly informing major clients like Apple about further price hikes. So AAPL dropping a little bit here, to be fair. Whole market's dropping. If I see anything on that, I'll let you know. But either way, TSM reportedly telling Apple and other major customers there are going to be some more price hikes.
All right, yeah, cool. Go step.
Qualcomm, brother.
Yeah, Qualcomm, not too bad, man. A double beat, top and bottom line. I like that they're going to look to divest their, expand their investment, whether it be in the automotive and obviously with the smartphones, not too bad. Qualcomm, I thought, was going to be that next name that was going to break out aggressively. You had that strong move all the way up to 205, punching through resistance, and the volume supporting it. I think this is just one of those that's a bad beat, right? If you see this any day of the week and the selling pressure doesn't get as aggressive, then sure enough, you're going to get a continuation in the trend. But the market has been relatively weak within this concentration of days here. So out on that, but other than that, the volume supporting it, a retest of the breakout zone, and if it holds and slowly starts to curl over, I like Qualcomm as a potential breakout.
All right, brother. DoorDash misses EPS but raises its spending outlook. Let's talk about Dash. Where are they at? Because they were markedly red on the morning. Oh no, they're down more. They're just like, they just defended 200. We just hit the $200 area on Dash. Oh, we actually below that earlier. We
Shout
got
out DoorDash.
190 yesterday, Joey. You like that?
Well, I know. Well, the thing is, I didn't mean to trade. When I went to put on an intentional trade, it didn't work, and I was so infuriated because I had a game plan. I left.
Oh, like, that's the trade you were telling me about? My bad. I didn't know which one you were talking about.
And then I got filled this morning.
Tell him what you.
I did.
Okay,
I told him from DoorDash.
All right.
So last for the earnings report, I was trying to short it from 208, and I'm like, okay, nice. For some reason, I wouldn't catch the fill. It kept the order out, and then this morning, it failed me short at 208, and I got that move down. And I'm like, yes, the trading gods were looking out for your boy finally. So yeah, that was a lot of fun.
All right, there's a new IPO, BLLN, just opened up here. We're going to look at it now. BLLN, I believe on the NQ. We're going to have to find out over here. Just before we go on to the next one, yes, so this one did open up a little while ago, actually. It opened up at 12.39, so it's been trading for a little bit here. 120 high. It looks like it opened up at $99 or so. That's what I see there as the opening print candle. So BLLN, I don't have any information on this, but I can give you some other stuff. So the IPO was priced at $60, and it opened up at 105. What the helly? I'm just continuing to look over here. Just allow me a second, guys. 4.551 million shares. That's what the float is. Yeah, the IPO was priced at $60 per share, and it opened up at 100 and I think I just said 119 or something like that. Give me a sec. 105. Indicated open at 105. Okay. It the company at $4.4 billion. Here I'm getting more information about it. Here it is. Shares of Molecule Diagnostics Company billion to one jumped 66.67% of their NASDAQ debut on Thursday, giving the company a market value of $4.4 billion. California-based firm raised $273.1 million in the IPO Wednesday by selling 4.6 million shares at $1 a pop. The IPO pricing exceeded the initially targeted price of $49. So it was oversubscribed at the IPO price. It almost opens up double what it was selling at yesterday. They specialize in developing non-invasive prenatal and oncology blood tests using its single molecule sequencing technology. They have a product portfolio includes Unity, its prenatal testing offering, and North Star, which focuses on cancer diagnosis. So there you go, guys. New IPO there, BLLL, and they ballin', baby, because they really are balling. They're 77.25%. So
fly high.
These guys are definitely balling right now.
Be balling.
Shout out to the balling company.
Ooh.
All right, let's go on with DoorDash over here. Well, we didn't even start it. So DoorDash is hot garbage at the moment, trying to defend 200. I'm kidding, of course. They beat on revenue, but they missed on EPS. EPS came in really light, 55 pennies instead of 69, on revenue of 3.45, beating the 3.36 and growing at a 27% year-over-year pop. The net income, $244 million. That's better than last year, mind you, at $162 million. And their order volume, Joey, 776 million orders, slightly above estimates. Margin compression, though, and higher future investment plans weighed heavily on sentiment, hence why the dropping. They revealed that they plan to invest in several $100 million in 2026 for growth initiatives and infrastructure. Part of those growth initiatives are a new global tech platform, which they'll ramp into in 2026. And a key part of that, Joey, is autonomous delivery technology. Ooh. They're calling it the Dot Robot. And they announced it in September. Yeah. Hopefully we'll see something like that next year.
Yeah, I mean, the street's not going to like the CapEx spend on this one, Shreve, and you can see that reflected in the price. I was reading up on this report as well last night. So very interesting stuff. If you eliminate the delivery driver, what's that going to do? Margins at the end of the day, and I think that's the overall goal for the majority of these, every company, I think, at the end of the day. But here it is, 199.11 is what we're currently trading at. Big time gap down, from yesterday's close, 238. You're down a whopping 16%, a little bit more than that. So keep an eye on for anything that's going to say, hey, are we going? I mean, we talk about DoorDash getting that massive gap down. Well, obviously, I want to go back to this name here. Meta, obviously, two completely different companies, but same price action here, massive gap down, and then getting that continuation to the downside. I'm going to be patient and wait for those indecisions to display themselves, because they will. And it's the exact same thing with DoorDash. Do I take Meta over DoorDash? I don't care what it is at the end of the day. I'm going to look for the exact same price action prints across the board and see if we can get involved in those.
All right, something's going on with the critical mineral. MP got a spike, USAR got a spike, Criminal got a spike. So I can't see anything on my news blotter, but there was price action pops on all of them. Thank you, Blovin, for pointing that out, brother. I have no idea why. As soon as we do, we will let you know ASAP. But all the material names retracing back down now, so it looks like it was an algo price spike up there. I don't see continuation. That's USAR. Let's have a look at MP. MP also retracing off that 54.75 high. How about Criminal? Criminal, yeah, dropping back off 11, dipping down into 1074. So be on the lookout right now. I don't have any news, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. Let's go to the next story, Joey. So the U.S. government has been shut down. I don't know, day 500 now. No, I'm kidding. 37 or 38, something like that. And as a result, the U.S. is going to cut flight capacity by 10%. So let's talk about this. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced a 10% flight capacity reduction across 40 major U.S. airports beginning Friday morning. The move is going to impact about 3,500 to 4,000 flights per frickin' day, marking one of the largest proactive operational cuts in U.S. aviation history. The Duffsters called the action proactive, saying it was necessary, Katina Man, to preserve the safety standards as strain builds on the air traffic system. The reduction has no set end date at the moment, with officials warning further cuts depend on conditions evolve. FAA Administrator Brian Bedford said the decision came after internal data revealed mounting operational pressure that could threaten system safety if left unchecked. The FAA is going to meet with airlines, Joey, to coordinate the reduction and evaluate the regional impact. And as I put on the morning note this morning, keep your eye on that Jets ETF because it's going to affect all these companies, Joey. Maybe some do better than others as they're able to schedule and be operationally more efficient than others, but Jets down today 1.5%. Before I get your comment on this, brother, we're going to have to go to Adair.
Yeah, so Nikkei Asia here had a report on these critical minerals plays. This came out, I think it was probably about 5-10 minutes ago. And here's the thing, it actually is maybe a little bit worrisome for some of these names because the headline here, China-US deal to ease rare earth controls hits snag scope. Now, apparently, according to this report, there's some discrepancies between what China thinks the agreement is with rare earths and what the U.S. thinks the agreement is. Apparently, Washington or the U.S. here has been saying that past controls are also going to be eliminated. China saying that's not a thing, or they haven't announced it yet anyway. So thank you to an individual in our chat for bringing up this headline for me. I was able to find it because it isn't really circulating much. But either way here, looks like there are some concerns here between the U.S. and China over these rare earth minerals names. It is worth noting MP and USAR both reporting things after the bell. Google also, I'm just seeing this now, unveiling 3 new AI update for sell-side products. Back to you.
What do you make?
No, I think it's interesting. Brother. I'm curious to why they're going to. Do you know why specifically they're going to be reducing capacity by 10%? I don't understand why that has
the
to correlate.
specific amount of 10?
Yeah, like why?
Because
why is that correlate?
The government shut down.
Yeah, I know, but aren't some of the airlines publicly traded? So what is that?
Yeah, but the FAA, all the air traffic controllers and stuff like that, they're all government.
Okay, they're all government. Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough, right?
Yeah.
That things. Again, the government shutdown not working too good for the Americans. That's why yesterday we've seen a pop in some of these names in AAL. You can see yesterday was a solid session, but still within inside this range. We can go to a couple more of them. DAL. We brought you the Jets ETF. Again, a strong session yesterday. Leading in today, not doing too much. We can take out Love as well. Not something that's not too much. Southwest. I remember I used to write a lot of options on this thing. Okay. But as for that, Sharif, these airlines, a lot of sideways price action. They get on these little runs and then they start to cool off. But I mean, this slope is steady up and not too bad, and you can't really complain about that. Considering with AAL, you are currently up down 30% off of those previous all-time highs.
All right, Adara, 10%, 3,500 to 4,000 flights per day. What do you make of this?
Yeah, it's quite scary, but it's also not too surprising. And the reason I say that is because it's been pretty clear from the beginning multiple aspects here of the Trump administration have focused specifically on airline and air traffic controls, sort of as a way to hopefully try to get the government out of shutdown, saying, hey, what happens if we don't have these airports reopened at full capacity before Thanksgiving? Because we know that's going to be a huge travel season, right? Caroline Leavitt spent, I'm not going to say the bulk of, but I will say a good portion of her prepared remarks during her press conference earlier this week, talking about how these major airlines are going to struggle. We know that J.D. Vance said the airline industry will be, quote, a disaster if these don't open up, right? And same thing with obviously comments as well from DOT Secretary Sean Duffy. So the point I'm trying to make is it makes sense here that they want to get this government reopened and they view it there as being a holdup. Trying to play at the heartstrings here with the airlines makes sense. We'll have to see what happens, though, because it does seem like as for now, the negotiating tactic is going to be trying to pick at things with these airlines now that we've actually had this cut, which again, it's been threatened a couple times. We'll have to wait and see if there is a response. But either way, longest shutdown in history. Let's see if this does end up hurting these industries the way J.D. Vance, Vice President, predicted it might.
Thank you.
Man.
All right, have you heard of this company, Robinhood,
Oh,
Joey?
buddy, did I?
I've heard a thing or two about them. You like how I set you up there, eh, for a big boy
I've
trade?
seen it, yeah, brother. We like
When
it.
Ram heard that you had a big boy trade, like her face just turned. Like she doesn't like when anybody else is in a good
she
mood.
good. She
she
good,
likes
man.
bleakness
She good
all
mood
around
today.
her.
She's in a good
She's
mood.
in a good mood?
Yeah, she got me
passed you that garlic stick.
Look
eh?
at the smile. What a cute smile she got.
Oh,
See,
my God. Oh, look at this guy gaining points. All right, I'm not. I'll tell
I'm
you
going to be honest. I was going to ask her for another garlic stick.
Yeah,
She's sneaky one. You know,
get it,
sneaky
Joey. This
boy.
guy's good. This guy's good. All right, let's get to work here, Joey. All right, so Robinhood smashes Q3 earnings, Joey, and they expand to wealth and they expand into crypto. We've jokingly called them, the JP Morgan of the Gen Z generation. Well, let's see if that actually ends up being true. Major Q3 earnings beat. EPS 61 pennies. Street wanted 53 on revenue of 1.27 billion. The Street wanted 1.19, and that top line number grew 100% year over year. So an easy beat. Top line, bottom line. How much did they take home, Joey? Out of that 1.27, eye-watering. $556 million in profit. Compare that to the $150 million they took home last year on the quarter. What a beat. A 270% surge in profitability on the year. Despite the top line strength, though, there's always a an exception here. The transaction revenue, which came in at $730 million, slightly missed estimates, showing minor softness in trading volume. More on that in a second because the company wants to rely a little bit less on it. CFO Jason Warnick highlighted another strong quarter of profitable growth as the company added two major business lines into its portfolio. One, the big one, I think this is going to be huge for them here. Prediction markets, they're tapping, I should say, into that speculative retail trade. Bitstamp acquisition, that boosts their crypto exchange presence. So good look on both sides. Both units, believe it or not, are already generating over $100 million in annualized revenue. So these are not businesses that still need to kind of work into the remote. Both units making over $100 million. They're trying to diversify, Joey, Robinhood, that is, trying to diversify away from transaction dependency, focusing more on a recurring revenue stream model like interest income and asset management. Yep. They're saying, look, man, a lot of people trade, in good environments, but we have to be able to be profitable, whether there's active trading or not. They don't want to be too reliant on
Absolutely. And I mean, you went over the event contracts there, right?
I mentioned that they're getting into it, Joe,
man.
yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, it's large and vast growing segment within Robinhood, just amplifying its numbers. So they're really starting to grow on there. Their transaction volume on that has been through the roof. Again, when I first discovered this name, it was like crypto transactions, 700%. You're getting those high triple digits and everything along those lines. And I'm like, hey, with this company and this type of growth, I need to get involved. And it's still sitting in triple digits, and I think it's absolutely phenomenal. I'm considering that I sold at 122. Yep. I've been in this since the April, roughly there, so I had a massive return. I trimmed some. Well, guess what? If I get anything 121, 120, I'm boat once again on Robinhood. This thing is becoming a Swiss Army knife of a company, and I love it to the fullest extent.
And I want to build on what you just said there because it's fantastic. They're starting to close the gap, apparently, with Coinbase, Fidelity, Schwab evolving into that multi-asset wealth management platform. Joey, they got this trade PMR acquisition. Accelerated their push in advisory and managed account. Like I was, I say this jokingly, of course, they want to be the JP Morgans. They got a lot to do, obviously, to become that Gen Z, but you got to start somewhere, man, and this looks good.
Dude, I was listening to the All In with Vlad Tenev. This guy was one of the individuals. He's like, okay, we're going to take some of these private companies, we're going to tokenize them, and he was giving them selling them to individuals in Europe, right? Not as easy, obviously, in North America, but he's starting that, and he wants to get more involved. He's like, yeah, I received a phone call or two from Sam and Elon Musk. But
Sam called?
Well, yeah, apparently he spoke to him a little bit. He's like, yeah, he said that they didn't really say, he didn't get too deep into what he was saying about it. It was actually a lot more difficult to tokenize OpenAI because of that it's a for nonprofit, which made things a little bit more difficult. But it's still, people in Europe were allowed to own these private names, which is absolutely phenomenal. So I'm glad on what he's doing. He's a quant. I believe in this guy. His haircut, he's got the glow up. It's like a Mark Zuck glow up at the end of the day. Crazy.
Yeah, they did him dirty though on my morning. I gotta show everybody this because it's funny. So every morning, to generate more impressions for the morning note, we gotta weasel in and make a bit of a, thumbnail there, Joey, just like we have for the show. And I told chat, make a picture or generate a picture of what's his name, Vlad Tenev, where he is smiling with an evil smile. And this is kind of what it generated over here, Joey, which I don't know. Like, they did him dirty there, man. They did. First of all, his face is not that wide. He's not that chubby, but they did him a little bit dirty there. Make sure to get the note, guys, now that my shameless advertising. If you're not a premium member, you got to click the join below the video on the stream. And then once you're joined, you're going to get this members only post every morning. I drop the morning note, Sharif's morning note. It's quite thorough. It's what we're using right now. You just click that post, hit more, and it's on the Google Drive right there. So make sure to get that sent to you guys every single day. I put out like support levels.
Jacques said something, just the current users, imagine how much wealth they'll be sitting on in. I mean, their assets under management have been going through the roof. This company is still growing, so I like it. I like what Vlad's doing over there. So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, TD Baker, I did say I'm pretty sure $150. Guys, I wouldn't be surprised if you see a 2 in front of this name at some point. I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but just with that growth rate and the way that it climbed from those April lows, I think I have a lot of faith. Well, I do have a lot of faith. I'm sure that I have a lot of faith in Robinhood that it will have a 2 in front of it at some point.
All right, let's go on to Figma, Joey. Figma obviously IPO'd earlier this year. Where are we at? Let's just check over here. Okay, well, we are down. Joey, how much do you think we're down on Figma from the highs?
Oh,
Don't look. You already know?
Yeah, it's man. It's
70%. Okay, to be exact, 69.19. See that, Ozen?
It's a lot, man.
You're down 69%, Ozen. But let's talk about the report, Joey. They reported Q3 revenue of $274 million. That topped estimates of $265, with EPS coming in at 10 pennies. Revenue did grow 38% year over year, which outpaced analyst expectations. The company posted an adjusted operating margin of around 12%, nearly double the consensus of what analysts thought. They were looking for 6.5. However, the net loss ballooned, guys, $1.1 billion. Or about $2.72 a share, if you want to put it in EPS terms, compared to the $15.6 million loss a year ago. They lost almost $1 billion more, largely due, of course, to the massive increase in stock-based compensation post the IPO. Let's talk about their AI adoption and their customer expansion. Their growth is powered by Figma Make, company's generative AI design tool that allows users to build apps with AI assistants. About 30% of their enterprise customers are spending over $100,000 annually now using that Figma Make weekly. The CEO said Figma Make was a major driver of new customers acquisitions in Q3, with their net dollar retention rate among clients spending at least $10K improved to 131%, up from 29 last year. The company, Joey, added 1,262 large customers, which means they spend over $100,000 annually, which is up percent quarter over quarter. The guide here, not too bad, 292 to 294 million above the 283 consensus, implying a 35% year-over-year growth. What do you make of this? Look, it's not a good look for the stock,
no, it's
brother.
Not,
I mean, what can I say?
No, and like I think we're gonna leave it at that, man, because buying that IPO, it was really exciting, right? You get in, it opens up around $84, oversubscribed, you get that move up into 115. Next thing you know, you're gapping up the next morning, it's 130. Climb to 142, and then after that 142 level, it's been nothing but bad dreams and crying and essentially sorrow at the end of the day, Sharif. That's why buying some of these IPOs is a really tough thing. Like we can go through some of the bigger names, right? So you're at the lows on Circle. You're on the lows at Webull. Webull's just been getting absolutely slacked and beaten to a pulp, man. This is some tough stuff. CoreWeave, what have you been up to?
Well, we're going to get to it next.
Oh, we got it?
Yeah,
okay, so I'm going to save that for later. For FIG, I'm not going to say that things won't turn around. You just have to be extremely patient, and sometimes that's why. I mean, the thing is, though, when I was buying its IPO, you already have something that's already traded on an exchange, so I think that backed it a little bit. There was a lot of demand for it, but after that, once the fundamentals start to settle in, you see it, hey, everything isn't all rainbow and sunshines, because as Sharif mentioned, you're down a substantial amount from that 142 high, and this will take years and years to recover.
Yes,
in my
sir.
opinion. Yeah, like a long time.
Yes, sir. That's a no good.
Yeah, it's no good, man.
All right, Joey, let's get to the one I promised you we'd get to. CoreWeave expands $1.17 billion partnership with Vast Data. So they signed a nice agreement to the tune of $1.17 billion. It's a commercial agreement with Vast Data extending their existing AI infrastructure partnership. So they're already doing business with them. Under the new deal, Vast will become CoreWeave's primary data platform, and they're going to manage large-scale storage and process AI workloads. The agreement spans 3 to 5 years, and it aims to optimize data storage access, speed, and efficiency for GPU power. So in case you're wondering what this Vast Data company does, they build software to handle and stream massive data sets used in AI systems, billing customers based on usage capacity and feature sets. The company's platform is faster, more cost-efficient AI computation. Look, they reported $200 million in annual recurring revenue, and the new $1.17 billion agreement could further boost its revenue visibility and support expansion. But we all want to know, what does that chart look like, Joey?
It's not too bad. Like, compared to the other IPOs that we were talking about earlier, Sharif, like, this is one of the better ones that's holding up. You extended move to the top side, and you know what? Even though you are forming a lower high, I personally don't think the business model is too bad. I think it's pretty good. Rent the space out, and then sure enough, you can profit of that. I understand the cyclical, like that rounding effect, that consistent circle of going between NVDA and CoreWeave and all of these names. But hey, if there's an extreme amount of demand for cloud, I like what CoreWeave's got going on. If that trend line snaps to the top side, you might continue to climb a little bit higher. But as of what we got currently going on, you might get a retest and then additional break of that $86 neckline. But who knows? At some point, I think CoreWeave has a chance to be off to the races.
All right, guys, MTC's halted to the upside. It's about 14 pennies below the high of the day. It is halted at 575 with the top showing 574. Sorry, 375. The top showing 370 now. I need to let you know that the halt time 128.50 and the high of the day is 389. So this is the highest I think we've closed since around 12:30. So about an hour ago is the last time we were up here. Keep your eye on MTC, up 70% on the day, but look at what yesterday got close to 1,000%. All right, let's go on to the next story over here. We're talking Tesla. Oh, baby. 3 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. That's when the annual general meeting, the shareholder meeting to, yes, talk or this. Elon Musk's pay package. There's other things as well that are going to be voted on. But so the vote Thursday on whether to approve Elon Musk's $888 billion compensation package. That's the largest executive pay proposal ever in corporate history. But there are very aggressive operational milestones that have to be met. So let's talk about them. They have to have, or they have to actually release 20 million vehicles and deliver those over 10 years. There has to be as well 1 million robo-taxis globally deployed, as well as a market cap growth from 1.5 trillion to 8.5 trillion. Passage is likely, according to as Musk holds currently 15% of voting shares, and now the vote occurs in Texas, not in Delaware, after Tesla reincorporated in that state. Supporters here argue that Musk's vision could multiply shareholder value if met. Critics, for their part, they say, look, it's excessive and shareholder unfriendly, creating too much key man risk. The Tesla board warned Musk might step down if the package is rejected, which obviously is the stakes. Shareholders will also vote on whether to allow Tesla to invest directly into XAI, which Musk has basically said should back XAI financially. And they're also going to decide whether to eliminate the company's supermajority voting requirement and replace it with a simple majority approval. Prior efforts in 2019, 2021, and 2022 failed to meet the two-thirds threshold. So what he wants is to drop that down to a simple majority. Separately, Joey, obviously he wants 25% control as well of the company. Currently, he only has 15. But we're going to have to see how much influence these proxy guys like Glass Lewis and ISS, and obviously not a proxy, but the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, not down.
Yeah, I mean, he's wanted 25% for quite some time now. He's wanted to take some of that control. So, I mean, but at the end of the day, I mean, one thing that is like, okay, so 8.5 trillion is insane, in my opinion. I think it might be a little bit of a stretch, but as for some of the other goals, 20 million vehicles over 10 years, I think that could be attainable. 1 million robo-taxis deployed globally. I think if you get some more clarity even here north of the border and what they got going on in the United States and even in other places like Europe and Asia, obviously everything along those lines, I think it can surpass that drastically. I think that the robo-taxi is going to be that next thing, and it's not going to be the robotics, it's not going to be Optimus that drives Tesla to 8.5 trillion, it's going to be the robo-taxi. I mentioned this before. If individuals who already pay for the subscription of FSD, they're like, man, I don't even touch the steering wheel anymore at this point. I think it's going to be that if I can own a robo-taxi and not have to worry about touching a steering wheel and a brake or anything and pay essentially no mind to what's going on to the road, I'm going to take advantage of that. And I think a lot of humans on this planet will do the exact same thing.
Before we go to Adara, this is the insanity that MTC has been providing on the day. It was a halt band up at 75, goes up to, I think, 89, or where'd it go? It went to 88. So 1 penny below the high of the day, drops into 3, trying to hold 3, and now trying to move back up now. MTC all over the freaking map. All right, Adara, what's your take on this big shareholder vote in a couple hours?
I have a lot of thoughts, and I think, too, I was thinking more listening to you guys talk as well. So I think the biggest thing here is I find it very funny and interesting that these proxy firms allegedly thinking on behalf of the shareholders are saying, oh, this proposal is going to be for shareholders, yet we know retail shareholders overwhelmingly support this issue. So I don't really know how you can claim to speak for shareholders and then speak the opposite of what they're saying. But that point aside, I really think, I was thinking about this, I think this issue comes down to whether or not you can that Elon Musk is the CEO of Tesla. Because I know, I've talked about this a lot, these retail shareholders, like the Tesla boomer mamas, the Herbert Ongs of the world, the people who are really, really, really pro-Tesla online, a lot of the reason they love Tesla is for Elon Musk, the CEO, right? He is part of the brand. He's part of the face of the brand. He's really made himself a part of the fabric of the company. Understandably so. But meanwhile, I think if you're going to be like a proxy firm or larger institution, you may not care as much that Elon Musk is the CEO, right? So I think it really comes down to if Musk is the CEO. If you do, you're incentivized to vote for this package. If you don't, you probably aren't as much. That's my thoughts. I have a feeling it'll pass. I'm with Dan Ives of Wedbush. I think it will pass. But also, like Adam Jonas with Morgan Stanley, I do understand there could be risk to the stock if it doesn't. Wait and see what happens here tomorrow. But I think either way, I do think it comes down to whether or not you're in it for Tesla or for Elon.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go on to the next topic. Snap surges on a strong Q3 beat, and they're going to buy back $500 million of their stock. So, yeah, market liking that. Let me look at where Snap is over here. I'm just keeping an eye on MTC because it's like holy dollars right now. So Snap on the day, yeah, nice, man. 11.75% on the day. It's off the high though. Got 9.25 in the afternoon session yesterday, dropping a little bit now. So shares jumped nice after Q3 revenue beat, and as I mentioned, $500 share repurchase program. Revenue beat expectations, a little over $1.5 billion. They lost 6 pennies per share, but the EPS comp here not directly comparable to estimates. Their global daily active users barely beat 477 million, and the company actually reported that that number may drop further as new age restrictions in certain jurisdictions comes into play. We're talking about like teen accounts and stuff like that, so their DAOs may start going down. Now their ARPUs, their average revenue per user, beat expectations, 360. She was looking at 313, but what's his name? I forget the name of the CEO, but anyway, he said that they were actually going to increase that number likely next quarter as they start to use AI a little bit more in targeted ad placement, just like Meta's been doing.
Sorry, what is
average revenue per user.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Their Q3 sales, guys, up 10% year over year, but the net loss did widen from $153 million loss this time around to 104. Narrowed, excuse me, they lost less money, $104 million they lost on the quarter. Last year at this time, they lost 153. Now their guidance, they guided Q4 sales substantially higher than Q3, 1.68 to 1.71. Makes sense as we get into that Christmas quarter and people advertise a bit more. That's slightly above consensus though here, Joey. Now, they did announce a $400 million partnership Perplexity, and the way that's going to work here is it's going to integrate the conversational search into Snapchat by early next year. Perplexity is going to pay Snapchat through a mix of cash and equity, marking a new revenue source, of course, for the company. Integration gives Perplexity default placement in Snapchat's inbox, allowing its AI to answer user queries directly within the app. We've seen that. Though they throw it in WhatsApp, they throw it in Messenger, they throw it in Facebook. Nobody's using it either way. Evan Speaker said the Snap goal here is to make Snapchat a hub for AI agents that engage users in creative and trusted ways. I remember Meta trying to do this. Remember the personas? There was supposed to be an arrogant person that you would be able to chat with, or like a very nice person. It didn't really take off though. They also are augmented reality, Joey, AR glasses. They're looking to speed up the collaboration, of course, with Luxottica or whatever. Management sees this as critical to maintaining its edge in consumer AR while reducing internal capital drag. Joey, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Not too much growth here, but for me, it's one of my only social media platforms. The ads have been just coming out the wazoo, so digital ad revenue has to be increasing at some point. Teaming up with Perplexity is good. Am I going to be buying the stock? I don't think so. Again, I'm not going to compare it to Vine or anything along those lines, but Instagram's dominance is just so large. I understand that there's a lot of users, social media individuals who make livings off of it. I'm not going to use the other word for it because I don't think that's the correct one, and it starts with an I. So yeah, I don't agree with that whatsoever. But anyways, at the end of the day, Snapchat isn't bad. I personally like it. Is it going to fall into the world of the Vines and just what's that one, MySpace and everything along those lines? I don't think so. Okay. It's pretty big, and a lot of people make some money off of this thing.
Sounds good. Let's go on to the next story over here. Lucid misses Q3 estimates, again cuts production. Randy, perfect time for you to walk by, brother. And they widen the loss, Randy, so that's not the only bad news for them. Let's talk about this. I'll tell you, 1 second. Wider than expected loss, missed revenue. EPS, Randy, negative 265, wider than the 227 the street was looking for. Revenue, 336 million, missing the 379 expected. Net loss, Randy, they lost almost $1 billion on the quarter. That's more than they lost last year. That's a little bit less than they lost last year. They lost 992, now they lost 978. I hate to laugh about this, but they're continuing to bleed money. What else? A 17% net loss. Despite the miss, revenue did grow 68%. So they got that top number up, but they got to get costs under control. I guess so. That's what it is. Lucid cut the high end of its annual production guidance to 18,000 vehicles. Previously had been 18 to 20, marking a second consecutive guidance reduction cut. 18,000 vehicles. I find gravity over here. I'm just looking. The company delivered 4,078 vehicles in Q3, but it doesn't say if those were gravity only, Randy. They don't break it down. They said the Lucid also developing a new midsize EV, though the production isn't expected until late 26. So the deliveries missed. The total deliveries for the year missed. Everything missed on here, brother. It was not a good look. They're trying to expand its credit facility by asking the Saudis for more money. Can you believe it? But they are trying to diversify a little bit away from the Saudis, Joey. All right, enough making fun of this company, Joey.
Well, I mean, you're going to send it to me, and I'm going to go over the technicals, and then we're going to probably make fun of it a little bit more. So we may as well just get right to it.
Get it to
I mean, I told you this car business is a tough one.
Brutal business.
Yeah, it's really tough. But sure enough, it's even tougher if you're a Lucid shareholder. You don't want that whatsoever. I don't even want to give you the metric because it pains me to even look at it from where we're off of those previous highs. But downtrend still fairly intact. I don't see that breaking anytime soon.
All right, let's go on to the next story, Joey. Warner Brothers Discovery. They got plans here, baby. We'll see. So they confirmed the plan to split into two separate companies by mid-next year as a part of a broad strategic review. The company continues to evaluate, of course, potential asset sales, including part or all of its entertainment holdings in response to interest from multiple suitors. We've brought you this story before, whether it's Netflix, Amazon, many others, of course, Paramount, Skydance. Speaking of Paramount, Paramount has made 3 takeover bids. All have been rebuffed, while Comcast and Netflix have also shown interest. The planned split would create the following. One company would be focused on film, TV, and streaming, so that would be like your HBO Maxes and your Discovery Plus. And then another one is going to be housing cable networks, the legacy stuff like your Discovery, CNN, the best network in the world, baby, Food Network, and TBS. The breakup is expected to finalize in Q2. You know I'm joking. Finalize in Q2 2026, aiming to unlock shareholder value and simplify operations. They swung a Q3 net loss. We know that, Joey. They lost about $150 million compared to the $135 million made in profit last year. There has been obviously a marked change in how people consume, television and streaming growth versus linear television declines. Talk about it. So Warner Brothers Discovery added 2.3 million streaming subscribers, bringing the total to 128. That's across HBO Max and Discovery. The advertising revenue plunged 16% down to $1.41 billion, while distribution revenue also slipped 4%, $4.7 billion. Content revenue dropped 3%. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
So definitely having a hard time of it as of late.
Man, we need another pandemic or something, Sharif, because I'm looking at some of these numbers. It's just like, and why am I getting at this? Look at what's going on with Warner Brothers Discovery from that level. You're down 84% from that high. Oh boy, I wish I was. If I knew what I knew now and another pandemic happened, it's everything, man. I'm going to be sleeping in my car for a bit. Just buying the overall stock market, just funnel everything in there and just sit on it for some while. But at the end of the day, in all seriousness, I think with Warner Brothers Discovery, that obviously with the legacy business, it's tough. No one's really watching cable TV anymore. There's so many different ways, and obviously with the streaming wars is insane because you have giants like Netflix, obviously Paramount Plus as well too, and then you have the likes of Amazon and Apple TV. You got Amazon Prime. You're still looking to recover from that area. From those April lows, you are currently up 179%, which isn't horrible. But if you've been bag holding for 5 years, it's going to take some time. I don't know if it ever recovers to those levels.
All right, Joe. Good. Let's go on to the next story over here. What do we got? Moderna beats on Q3 expectations, but faces ongoing sales decline. So better than expected, as I mentioned, Q3 2025 results. Revenue, $1.1 billion on the dot. The street was looking for $850. They beat by $150 million. Despite that, they're still down on their top line number, 45% year to date, or year over year, excuse me. The net loss, $200 million versus last year when they actually made money, $13 million. Not big, but at least they were profitable. Vaccine revenue reached $971 million, with $781 million coming in from the U.S. market. EPS obviously was a loss of 50 pennies, but better than the 74 penny loss expected by the street. Now, they're trying to get costs under control here. Operating expenses fell 34% year over year, up to $1.28 billion, beating the forecast of an operating loss of $1.74 billion. The drop reflects aggressive cost-cutting and efficiency gains as post-COVID demand contracts. The CEO highlighted strong commercial and financial execution in 2025. Despite the cost control, the company remains unprofitable. They also narrowed their guide, their 2025 outlook. They're guiding $1.6 to $2 billion in revenue. They were guiding 1.5 to 2.2 earlier, so a little bit below the midpoint. And their R&D expense, Joey, look at that, 3.3 to 3.4 billion. People ask why drugs are so expensive because they spend $1 zillion to figure this stuff out.
Yep.
What do you make of Moderna?
Moderna has been tough, man. Another pandemic name right here that has been in a world of trouble with mRNA. I was buying this name just before the pandemic. Again, the most simplistic thing possible is who's going to be with the leader in the COVID vaccine. But as for what's going on, if you don't have much in the pipeline, Sharif, 95% off pandemic highs, 495 the high, and you're trading at $24. Not too good of a look.
All right, guys, we're just in MTC here looking for some continuation pop. I got in at the 20. It seems to be holding the 20 EMA on the 5. It's at the $1. We got 6s. I'm just going to layer the orders here over here. I already have my stop in place. So let's see what comes of this bad boy up here. All right, let's go into the next story, Joey. Elf Beauty plunges after weak guidance despite the road boost there. We'll talk about that in a second. EPS, 68 pennies adjusted, beating the 58 pennies expected. Revenue, 3.44 million, missing the 366 million expected. Sorry, 344 million is what they took home. The street was looking for 366. Net income, $3 million. That is less than what they made last year, which was $19 million, an 84% decline year over year due to tariff-related margin pressure. This article reads, sales growth did increase 14% year over year, but below the 20% growth that the street was looking for. So they acquired this company called Rhode. It's Hailey Bieber's Rhode Skin is expected to contribute about $100 million to full year revenue. They paid $1 billion for this thing. It represents roughly 13% of total sales. So $1 billion is going to take them 5 years to make their money back if that number stays the same. Interesting. Rhode's annual run rate now exceeds $300 million, making it Elf's largest growth driver amid slowing organic momentum. Their full year 2025 outlook, $1.55 billion to $1.57, 18 to 20% growth or thereabouts. That's less than the $1.65 the street was looking for, and their EPS as well missed, Joey, 280 to 285. Oh, nice. The street wanted 358.
Good look, Street. To Elf Beauty and the technical. Some people saying crypto moon. I know that's not necessarily the case, but a pop in Bitcoin right there, guys. A low of around 56.89 and continuing to climb a little bit higher on today's session. Downtrend has been broken. But the downtrend has been broken, and you're now starting to climb a little bit higher. But now moving on to Elf Beauty, you can see that you have this massive down in the technicals, guys. That is not a good look, down 40% from yesterday's close. Ooh, tough look as you're heading towards some key support levels, and I think that's going to place us around $50 or so, Sharif.
Bang. All right, just looking over here at the block, Joey. All right, what else we got? We got Bucks. Starbucks faces union strike and a threat of ahead of the Red Cup Day. So Starbucks Workers United voted 92% in favor of an open strike beginning on the 13th of November, which is the Red Cup Day, one of the chain's biggest annual promotional events. The strike could occur in 25 or more cities if no collective bargaining deal is reached by the deadline. This action marks the union's largest coordinated effort yet, building on organizational momentum that's been brewing since 2021. Workers are demanding better scheduling, higher pay, and the resolution of over 500 unfair labor practice charges against the company. The Red Cup, hell is this? The strike would coincide with Starbucks' popular reusable Red Cup giveaway, a key holiday kickoff and traffic driver. I didn't even know they did this. Disruptions could hit Q1 full year 2025 revenue, which historically includes a company's strongest seasonal sales. We're talking about those holiday drinks, the gift cards, the merchandise, all the stuff they sell during the holidays with no fixed end to the possible strike, Joey. The strike could significantly affect store operations and supply chain continuity during that critical period. Starbucks, for their part, they said, look, we're ready to talk, but expressed disappointment at the union's decision. The company claims the Workers United represents only 4% of its workforce, or about 550 cafes out of 18,000. Starbucks maintains it had already offered the best retail job, citing $30 plus average annual pay and benefits. So that includes annual pay and benefits, low and industry turnover, and 1 million annual job applicants, and higher employee engagement versus retail peers. So they're saying you guys already got it good. What's your take on it?
Making $30 an hour at Starbucks?
Well, it's not 30. It's that
the average,
including your benefits and stuff like
like that.
healthcare,
Okay, yeah,
stuff
so
like that.
something.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not too bad. Baba, let's go, says Katina Man. As for Starbucks, we know that they're starting to close down their stores. They're teaming up with or sold a stake in China, which is, I think, really big as well, too. But for me personally, I'm not a pumpkin spice latte guy or anything along those lines. Starbucks is a no-go. I don't want to own that stock. I think it's a tough space to be in.
Oh, my bad. Dara, what do you make of Starbucks?
Here with Starbucks, I love that they're timing this for that Red Cup event. I think that's really, I like how pointed that is. They're like, you know what, you want to have, well, I'm going to make it a little bit harder for you. The only thing, though, is given the fact that this is only roughly 4% of the workforce, I don't know how much of a dent this is going to make. And I also think it's a lot harder to make your point when you're trying to do this strike, when you're trying to time it, especially the way that you're timing it. And yet you represent such a small portion of the overall workforce, right? So I don't know if the impact is necessarily going to be the extent that they've clearly intended it to be. We'll have to wait and see. I have mentioned my several qualms about Brian Nicholas, CEO, in the past. I won't repeat those again, but I do think Starbucks, he keeps talking about going back to Starbucks. I think they need to do that soon because we still have some, you know, obviously the sales in terms of the comparable sales anyway in the U.S. and China were maybe not as hairy as we were expecting them to be, but I still think SPUX is a long way to go. The stock and the company, and any kind of strike, even if it's rather small in its scope, probably not a great look, especially when you're struggling this much.
Very much for that. All right, guys, that concludes the news segment. All right, watching now. TC, it's got a seller of note here at, I want to say between the third of a dollar to the quarter of a dollar. There's a seller at 26. What do we got on? We got 6s on. I'd like a price spike up. Let's take out the $0.50. It's putting in higher lows. It feels like it's accumulating for a break, but you never know with these monsters over here. MTC, there it goes in the 30s, Joey. Seller at 30 here, continuing to. There's a big seller at 30. Can't shake them. And you can't shake any of the new prints that are coming on there. So big buy order. Can't shake that 30 seller. So we'll continue to watch as that level continues to keep the price below the third of a dollar. Back into 29s. Let's take a gander at that 30 seller again if we work our way back up there. Not quite yet. So we'll have to pack there. Also keeping my eye on this one, BGS, nice curl off VWAP, still south of 5. I think we've got 83s on. And then MSAI, I've continued to keep my, where is that? MSAI, continuing to keep my eye on that one. Beautiful hold off VWAP, but still below that 150. Keep your eye on that 145 level. We're going to pause for a second. Adair's got breaking news.
I just want to mention here, CRSP, pretty volatile. CRISPR getting priority here with this FDA awarding their second batch of national priority vouchers. Looks like CRSP benefited from this announcement from the FDA with regards to, again, national priority vouchers. Thank you.
MTC through the third of a dollar. I think we got 48 prints there, but true to form, it works its way into a key area of psychological support, namely the resistance, that is, namely the $0.50 sells off. Keep your eye, though, on higher lows. Are we still holding trend? Or are the sellers starting to take over? So we know we've had trouble with the $0.50 all day. Look at that candle, the 5-minute candle at 12.25, rejects the $0.50. How about that candle at 12.50? Rejects the $0.50. How about the other one at 1.15? $0.50 rejection. You guys know where I'm going with this. So be on the lookout here. Right into 42s again. Let's take a gander now at who's selling at the $0.50. Monster seller at 45s, Joey. 48s now showing up. 49s, let's wet the beak there. We're waiting north of that level as well. We've got 58s. We've got 69s, of course, waiting for that position to clear. There's 50, seller at 50. We're shaking him. Oh, we down. Yes, we are shaking it momentarily, a little above 50, a little bit below 50. So the zig and zag continues with MTC.
All right, man. Good look there, brother. I'm just, I got a lot of tabs open here that we're gonna have to close down.
Get it, Joey.
But aside from that, guys, just sitting on was trading earlier in the day, going to preserve a lot of the mental capital for earnings this evening as I tend to go home and trade those. I plan to do so. Lots of names across the board. We went through the expected moves. QBTS was definitely the trade of the day in that short to the downside. Indecision print on the 5-minute, right at the volume weighted average price, and then boom, clean, clean, clean to the downside. Clean. So fresh and so clean, clean on that one. Now, as for Tesla, guys, I only traded 2 names, and that's going to be QBTS and TSLL. TSLL was a good one out of the gate. We put on that size earlier in the day, but then we did give a little bit back. The majority, as I was mentioning it not too long ago, let's see. But you can do it, man. It's just not loading the data for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. Combo with Stephen Joe, wet the beak response. Oh, you want the... Okay, we'll hit that. Hold on one second. I got you. Oh, you're ready with that one. All right, no problem. It's so true, Drew. Getting to trade in between calls is legit, and being able to mess around in the chat. Biggest thing is getting to see the kids that are... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course, we all do, my friend. That's just how the nature of things go. Otherwise, we wouldn't be trading and putting up contracts and doing all these things, trying to make some extra dollars, not a couple extra dollars. We want those thousands at the end. No, guys, in all seriousness, we take a couple attempts here on Tesla. We go 1 for 3 on that one and still stay profitable on that. Bob, no trades. Exactly. Just holding on to what we got going on today. Adair, what do you got for us?
Walmart, guys. WMT. Sorry, cough drop. Trump saying he, quote, has a lot of respect for Walmart. WMT on watch. Back to you.
We'll take a look at Walmart. I mean, again, it doesn't mean anything, but I have a lot of respect for Walmart as well too. So maybe I could get this stock to pump. If it moves on something like that, I think is absolutely insane. But here it is, Walmart breaking through some 101 levels. No real volume stepping in on that one there, Sharif. So I think everybody in this room has. Yeah, I think everybody in this room has. There's no way a stock moving or having an insane volume spike. Obviously, Adair, thank you for bringing us that. But if the stock were to go parabolic of saying I have a lot of respect for Walmart, in my mind, is slightly insane. But I'm glad that it didn't. Walmart is a good buy. Yeah, we love Walmart.
I love them.
Get
him, Donald.
Sam. Sam was a good guy.
He's a good guy. Well, don't ask Elon that.
Oh.
Elon like openly accused him on
Sam Waltman.
Oh, yeah, Sam Waltman. Shout out to the OG, man.
You're not Sam Altman.
Yeah, well, they're pretty close, bro. Sam Walton and Sam Altman.
Yeah, exactly. So, no.
My dad made me read that dude's book.
Like, really?
Yeah, because my dad's a retailer, right?
So shout out to the good old kind of Walmart there. But no, in all seriousness, guys, I think this is an absolute beautiful buy for the long term.
Sam Waltman. Walkman. Shout out Grant Ratcliffe.
What was I going to pull up here? That's going to be Costco. This thing is, again, starting to consolidate off of those lows. Downtrend still fully intact. But I think an absolute buy. This name is the epitome of essentially what you want from an investment. 21 all the way where this trend breaks. We're going to we can't even get a percentage metric. Adara, it's 2 o'clock anyways, guys. Adara, what do you got for us?
Novo Nordisk CEO Maziar Mike Dustar coming in hot during this Trump press conference. He was asked here by a reporter what's happening here with the MTSR deal, and said, well, we want more details. So basically, we had CEO of Novo, Mike Dustar, saying, it's between us and Pfizer. Trump asks who's winning, and Maziar Mike Dustar says, our bid is higher, and our message to Pfizer is if you want to win, reach in pockets and dig out more money for a better bid. So interesting look here. MTSR not really reacting, but Pfizer and Novo, of course, also on watch as Mike challenges Pfizer to outbid them for MTSR because Novo also just raised their bid too. Back to you. I love when CEOs get challenged.
All right, back to us. What's going on, everybody? Thanks, Adara, for all of that great, fantastic. One more time. Yeah, well, they weren't going back to the midday there. We've got Alibaba on. We've got a lot here. Let me get out of something so you guys can see some of the trades that we have on right now. There's Alibaba now, $3 in the money. As we get right back to regularly scheduled programming, trying to break higher right now. There goes Alibaba. We tried it at 67. We got a little bit in. It broke to 66.50. We got out. Then we back into the long. Alibaba right now, a little bit of a move higher here. Like, I don't know what's going on. In a 5-minute chart for Alibaba, this is like just straight chick, 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 chick. So yeah, we're happy with that move there for back upside. But yeah, welcome back. We see Eli Lilly, some of that news that went down. If you were watching during the midday, we just heard about Prime Minister Modi and good. So there's some good talk there about India. Eli Lilly got that bump rate when we left you guys right about noonish, and then down, and then back up, and then down. So, we'll just continue to watch the plays for you here and hopefully be able to make some good ones here to the afternoon. Big earnings again tonight, some of those. And yeah, we'll talk everything we can possibly talk about here today with you guys. So many stories, Neil. Duolingo.
It was ridiculous how
McDonald's
much
reporting, tanking. IonQ reporting.
D-Wave reporting getting smoked. AMD just
SMR
trashing
killing.
to the downside. Like there was so many stocks that went ham today. It's almost hard to keep track. And apparently, you know what? We should all have respect for Walmart. I respect Walmart. But I'm not weird. It's an odd thing to say.
Just a day of reporting something. It's like Walmart's already sort of been.
It's like
not moving on that comment.
Well, what's crazy about Walmart is this morning,
Bounced exactly.
as if it bounced off $100.03. As if it did that. I think sometimes when you get like a liquidity vacuum, like when you have a drop like we had this morning, a lot of times you just want to like maybe just scan not just for the things that you were planning on looking at, but have like a cursory look of like everything in your watch list or everything in your quote board, whatever it is that you use, and have a look see what is the most enticing. Because that 100 level, you got to be kidding me on Walmart. There was also a note this afternoon or sometime around lunch, I had the exact moment, where the administration said they're looking to add silver and copper to the critical metals list. Silver was breaking VWAP in there, so I went VWAP long, kind of adding to it. I haven't traded this in a hot minute as well. SMCI from earlier. Apple was nice. Like it was weird all morning long and how strong it was, relatively speaking, to the market. But we still like the fact that it's above the resistance that somehow when they got that Gemini deal. I keep saying, yeah, okay, she's got it right this time. I was so used to saying Perplexity this morning that when I say Gemini, I'm still correcting myself. Right. No, it's hilarious. I think we talked about this deal like 8 times this morning, and every single time I kept saying Perplexity because I use Perplexity here. That's probably why. But they're getting a steal. They're paying Alphabet $1 billion a year. They get $20 billion a year from Alphabet. They pay $1 billion a year. I mean, I think it's a good deal. That's my 2 cents. So they're headed to the upside. There's not as many earnings names today or tonight. Certainly, just even going over, recapping all the movement we had today, there was a lot that went absolutely crazy when you put it into perspective. And when you look at what's going on in the overall market with the Qs, like we're kind of trying to get back and break out VWAP. So like it seems like we've made a nice rounded bottom. I think we're favoring the longs here. I'll probably end up I might get stopped out of SMCI pretty soon. I don't know. No, I'm short.
I was going to say, because my longs are crashing.
No, like the longs are working, but this is about to break. SMCI is about to break Chen, so I'm about to get out of the SMCI short in a couple of cents.
All right. Meanwhile, Google just continues to work off that 285. We kept on trying 285 over and over again. It's a number that we had written down right here. So when that broke through 285 and came back in, we were long, and kaboom. Another trade here for Google. Hitting this one all day, so just continues to make new highs, not new highs, but new afternoon highs. If we're going to take out this 286.50, which is where we're at right now, so let's go. We gave a little bit back midday, doing a few things, not with Google, that was 1048, but we lost a little bit with Alibaba there. Did we trade the TQs in the middle of the day? No, this is the same trade that we had on first. I can't believe we're not short that, by the way. That's such a nasty drop right there, but we're long now. Now there it is, man. Now it's $2 for us on Google. Let me put offer here, another 3 or 4% out per time, and there goes Google, man. We're back to a reasonable level for ourselves. Alibaba is like the one, man. We were 167. This is going to go out near the day's high here. Look, Nasdaq's still down, but this name is cranking right now. 3.25 in the money as we continue to watch these futures pop off, as they say. All right, let's go. When we're ready, we can go over to Sharif. That?
Not yet.
Oh, Sharif's not even here. Okay.
Well,
all right. Yet. So delayed on that for a
We
while.
got time. We got
Oh,
time.
I tweeted
Casey just said Bears got the fears from the QQQ breakout. I would think so. Because it's the deeper, sometimes the deeper the flush, let's call it, then if you get past VWAP, if you make that curl, the relief rally can be a little bit violent. So we'll see what happens here. You know, we haven't, look, we're still down 100% on the NASDAQ. So like getting to green, that feels like a pipe dream, but we can put a bit of a dent in it at least. The market can put a dent. Oh, you at the lunch. What did you
Yeah, I
think?
just put it on here. I thought it was really good. This was the salad right here.
I thought the beet salad was good.
Yeah, there's some sort of beets with some kidney beans there, and then chili. I just poured this on top of that, mixed it around, had a little taco salad type of thing with some chili on it. I thought it was fantastic. One of the better lunches that we've had in a minute there. Yesterday with salmon was okay. You know, you didn't mind the salmon. Apparently, Brendan didn't like his yesterday.
He might have just got a bad piece. I thought the same.
Yeah, it was
No,
pretty
that
good.
lunch
It
was
pretty good.
healthy, it was tasty, like everything you want. I ate it separately. I'm like, this is all.
Where's the tilapia?
They do something like that every day. But I made a promise to Mr. Westermeyer. I made a promise that I would wish his wife a happy birthday. So happy birthday, Madeline. So one of our good friends. I call him Mr. Westermeyer.
I don't know why it seems awkward to me, but
It's Daniel. It's just a thing.
well, I knew that. You're the one.
No, it's weird because I've been doing it for a while. I just kind of do it because whatever, it sounds fun to me. But he gave us this. Watch Magic 8 balls.
Both which don't work anymore.
No, this is the old one. I think the old one does work.
Still doesn't work. We'd use it the other day.
Okay, I'm going to ask it a
Try it.
question.
Yeah.
All right. The NASDAQ's not going to get green. I need a better question than that. Will the NASDAQ close above 25.5, which is kind of the midpoint of the day? How about that? And the answer is don't count on it.
Oh, good. Okay, it is.
No,
Okay,
this one.
That one's good.
Yeah, like the old one is all the custom stuff in the old one
That's what
is like it's really old. So some of the names of people on the just just what it is.
Well, Tesla hit $480 today. All right, so I only have 5% left of Alibaba. So as this continues to rip up, man, I wish we had gotten less out here, but we got a good VWAP, that's for sure. I was out going for a walk when all this was happening. We put the trade on, put our out there at VWAP, got a big portion of our trade out right there, only to come back and see this thing moon. And then Google, same kind of ways, where we got a whole bunch out right around 286. So the fact that we're up to 286.60, all good on that one as we just continue to rip higher for the day. Yeah, good green day over here for me. I hope that you guys are green as well on that side. We're getting ready. As Sharif gets all set up, we're going to go over some of the names that you want us to talk about. The strongest name of the bunch today, though, of course, we've identified this numerous times. Apple seems like they really got going early, and they haven't done much late, though, right? I mean, it was just like a big move against the whole market there, faded back out, should have been bought up. I have a very, very big order sitting at 270.25. I don't think it's going to come in, so I'm actually going to cancel that right now. If it does come through, we'll trade it when it does get there. But I put that there just in case I wasn't at my desk. I put a stop order in. I love this 270 if it ever dipped into it, but didn't happen. Pass on that for right now. And then, yeah, man, I've been talking about this. I cleaned up my SMR position, and thankfully we did that about 70% ago, up at $57. This thing ahead of earnings tonight is getting clapped like crazy again. So I don't know. I don't think I'll get back into this anytime soon, but SMR right now getting hit down to the downside. So just a couple about some different names there, but we are ready. So let's go figure out what's on the board. It's Sharif with our rundown.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and ready to look at the tickers as cited by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat and vote every day. You got to throw in that $sign, though, followed by the ticker of your choice. Let's start by looking at all four major averages. And yes, all four major averages red on the day, decidedly red, that is. 0.38 down in red territory for the NQ. Likewise with the ES, faring a lot better though. Down 0.8 at the moment. The Dow faring the best of all four averages, down 0.2%. And the Russell 2000 working its way back down into 2400, down 1.3 at the moment. Tesla, the first name as cited by you, no surprise there as we all await the shareholder meeting starting 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Texas, now that the company's relocated there. And on the ballot there is going to be Elon Musk's around $1 trillion pay package, as well as many other issues of governance. Guys, Tesla down 2.85.
I saw someone in the chat saying it was Zed, but I couldn't tag you for some reason, even though I tried just putting in Zed, asking, why is Wall Street Bets shorting Tesla? Okay, I didn't even know. Look, I during COVID or like during that year, I think I probably went to Wall Street Bets times. I certainly read some of the Roaring Kitty stuff out of interest for GME, but I don't spend any time on the site, so I have no idea whether that's true or not. So it would be pure speculation. It could be, maybe it's to sell the news because everyone believes it to be good news, and it's like a 95% chance. It actually might be higher now. Oh, it's down to 94. It is 1% lower. Kalshi has it at a 94% chance instead of 95. I'm just so used to done deals here. Just so you can go up here, and it was as high as 95. Apparently, it's been trading a little bit. So maybe it's a sell the news thing, but like everything else was rinsing so hard this morning. It's been catching strays. Like AMD didn't have necessarily a particular story to have caused it to go down. And I said on the lesson of the day, ultimately, like there's lots of ways you can claw back. You can claw back by getting, like I said, I got lucky because someone, a trader in the chat this morning who pointed out stock, and I was like, I'm not even sure that's a good short. And then I went over and shorted anyways and like made the morning back. So I basically took a B setup to make everything back on Tesla. But it should have been like, it should have been SMCI short that did it. It should have been like an Apple long that did it, but it doesn't matter. So Tesla, it rinsed the big support level that it's been holding for the last week. Heavy. But once again, the buyers have come back in. Now the question to me will be like, how strong, forget about this afternoon. Like, how strong is it after this upvote? If it's really seen as good news, is this the kind of thing that's going to get us through this like 65 area top that you can't get? If that's not the case, then we're doing this dance in Tesla, which is to the upside, admittedly, where you just can't put in a couple of more than 1 or 2 good days in a row in Tesla. It just goes up 1 or 2 days, and then there's going to be a heavy down day. It's in a huge chop. So maybe this vote blows this chop out, hopefully to the upside, and we can test some new highs. But it's a weird one. Like Tesla has been it gets to the low, wait patiently for a reversion. It gets to the high, don't get your hopes up that it's going to break away from this 65. And it's a choppy mess until proven otherwise. Lots of intraday range though, so that it can be good to trade if you're patient enough.
Just watching Google here now. Still going a little bit higher here on Google. We're almost $6 in the money on these two positions. I trade the rumors or buy the rumors, sell the news. Unfortunately, it's as good as done, right? That he can get board approval on that package. So shareholder approval. So that's not a good sign, right? But remember, the market did make a move down as well. I'm okay with Tesla today. I mean, you're very, very close to all-time highs on this thing, and you got to be happy with where it is. That's about all I have to say. Like, if you're holding this for anything that's a future, like that we've talked about, Optimus, Robot Army, Robotaxi, clean energy, anything like that you think Tesla's going to be working on in the near future, then you just want to hold it through everything. It's not like you're going to sell it. We talked about that when it was down here. We know traders sold it sub 300. It's at 460. There's lots of opportunity to get in and out of Tesla. So if you don't like the stock, you can exit stage left, but I really like the stock, and I'm not exiting anytime soon. If anything, I want to buy more at the puff pass level down here at 420. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening tomorrow. Congratulations to everybody that owns Tesla. It's printed millions and millions of millionaires, and that's going to stop anytime soon. So keep holding this stock. I like it. It's not a huge part of my portfolio. I'm definitely in all the other Mag 7s and whatnot way more than Tesla, but I like it for the volatility. It's a great stock to trade, and it's a great stock to hold in your portfolio, regardless of this vote.
Who sold 300s?
Someone sold less than 300s.
What?
Someone sold less than 300s.
Oh.
Yeah. About that. Joe rotated out of Tesla and into Robinhood.
Oh, that was a great rotation. I just didn't know. I'm a curious type.
Yeah, we have Randy here too. We talked about Randy earlier about Tesla. You remember when Tesla was down near 300? You were more excited about Rivian than on Tesla. You know, now Tesla's at 480.
You think it gets his pay package, Elon? So Randy's
don't want
against
the pay package.
Randy's against the pay package.
Randy's against Tesla. He doesn't like the stock.
Fair enough.
Well,
I think it's overvalued.
Yeah.
And it's not worth it.
Okay, but that's
right. So it's overvalued, not worth $1 trillion. This pay package, he doesn't even get until $8
trillion. But he only gets it if the thing goes up 7-8x.
Yeah. So, you know,
which I think, like, to me, like, think something's overpriced. I guess you can like the company but think it's overpriced. To me, that's like you don't like the stock. You can like the company and just think it's not worth what it is, I suppose.
Yeah,
that's fair enough.
I mean, right now it's starting to go. I just want to say to Ciopsy there, it's not. It was never. This is the stock right now. It was never like when you're saying it was 900 pre-split. These are split adjusted, right here. So you're up at all-time highs right now for Tesla, right? Remember, Nvidia was also $2,000 at one point. You know, so yeah, no, I was just saying, like, right now Tesla performing quite well, even though, Randy, we know sales are down in China, sales continue to go lower, but the market rate here doesn't seem to be too worried about any of that kind of stuff. And as we know, it's more of a FSD story and a technology. They've already sort of broke through on EVs, right? I mean, they're the only profitable EV company. You've seen BYD, right? That stock is the complete opposite right now of Tesla.
I just think, in my opinion, that they're overvalued. And that the $1 trillion payout is just, I don't see it. The underlying technology is what's holding the value here. The cars are cars. Anybody can make cars. BYD has proved it. But I don't know. I don't quite see the value in the pay package. I just don't.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've never been in a BYD car to know.
I couldn't tell you.
You know.
Mark was in one.
Yeah.
What's real? I agree with Sharif on something. Polestars are nice.
Yes.
Polestars are nice. They're really nice.
Beautiful.
Like, I don't know about the stock, but
They're undervalued.
Well, I'm not gonna speak on whether you should own Polestar shares, but no, they're really nice. Very, very nice car. That's a really good car. That's one of those, like, you hope they make it.
Polestar is Volvo.
Yeah. Well, okay. So here's just. I know we're gonna go back talk about Robinhood just very quickly. The Nasdaq is right into prior support, into resistance at VWAP. And Apple, which there was like a bit of a negative story on Apple that caused that push. So it's breaking its trend right here. So I'm going to hop out of it and wait for VWAP again on Apple, just given the futures are at a bit of a rejection spot. Let's talk about Robinhood. All was not good in the hood.
Not today, Neil. 7 3/4 in the red. Great report, beating on the top and bottom line, raising guidance and announcing 2 new avenues of business revenue that's going to be coming in. But the market was focusing on an increased 2025 expense forecast. The company raised forecast for 2025 adjusted operating expenses and stock-based compensation up to $2.28 billion from a range of 2.15 to 2.25. So the market not liking that, down, probably some profit taking too.
I have a question, because in the chat, someone's saying it's nuts that Tesla's up 50% from the split. But look, a lot of things are up way more than that from that same low.
I mean, we have
like Micron.
These guys are leading stocks. Like
Micron's
Robinhood's up 4 times.
Robinhood's up
in 6 months.
SoFi's up a ton. Like, there's a lot of stocks that are up a huge amount from the lows. It's weird. I get it. Tesla.
Dude, Marvell's up 40% in 2 months.
Tesla's an unpopular. It's just one of those weird ones. Like, there's a lot of, like, I feel like it's not hate.
In the chat, I said there's too many people hate on Tesla. That's all that it is. It's people haven't made enough money on Tesla as others have, and I think they look at it and they kind of hate on it, right? I mean, that's just human nature. So.
That's fair. But like you said, there's a lot of, you could hate it. Like, I don't know. I wish I'd liked Micron more.
Exactly. There's
like ARM doubled me up, and I'm like, why the hell didn't I buy a Micron? But I'm not going to hate on Micron because of that. We can hate on Hood for one day, today. That's where we can hate on Robinhood. But you know what? This is one of those.
Robinhood's down 40%, I think.
Well, yeah, from the highs.
Yeah.
Actually,
oh no, now it's at 130. No, it's much better now.
It's
what got down to 107?
So 15%. 15 from that, but it's actually bounced 50 period moving average. So, you know, like as bad as it might seem today, if it closes like this, it closed dipping into the 50 again, and 50 period, and holding. Very much on trend. Like, you go back, like, it held the 200 period back in the 80s, right? Like, you know, everything made the bottom there, more or less. And then since you held that 50 like a month later, it's been gold. So you let this one calm down for a day or two. As long as it holds that 50 period for a couple of days, I think there's like a nice potential dip buy. What's crazy though, is we've seen some names not even wait, where like maybe even tomorrow, if it's holding this 129, 130, it could just be like a quick recovery long. I wouldn't rule that out either. But I think you give this one a little bit of time. They did have, it wasn't a perfect report. If you looked at their trading revenue, just a small miss there. Crypto trading, small miss there. Everything else, pretty strong with Robinhood.
Yeah, my worry is that Robinhood is like adjacent to a crypto play. Like, they've been getting smoked, as has Bitcoin and Ethereum and everything else. So despite having a near perfect quarter, they continue to get hammered. And I think a lot of it has to do with this. They're not a bank. They don't offer anything similarly to any bank that you can think of. They're just trading. They do have an investment wing, obviously, in there as well, but they don't have their bank license. They can't offer loans or anything like that. So, and if they ever got bank charter, then it might be a completely different story for me. But I still prefer SoFi. To me, it's not even really. I'm not a of Robinhood, but you know, if I was, it would be a pretty good sell. I would say even right here. I think you can get out now before this breaks 100, sees this 80 area or so. And it's just a matter of what you think about the market. If the market falls like it's been doing the last couple of days, Robinhood will get crushed. It's just, if the market continues to be positive and near or at all-time highs, Robinhood's going to. It's a new stock. It's a cult. It has a cult following. I like this stock, but not at this valuation and not at these levels. I'd say call me in Robinhood at about $50, like 80 or so. $80 price, I think, is where I'm buying Robinhood.
All right, guys, Meta continues to bleed to the downside after that earnings report that we got on the 29th last month. It is now, from the day of close on the 29th to currently, we are 18% negative off that number. Percent away from being in a bear market. No real major news headlines today on Meta. There was this little tidbit from the morning that multiple different reports of fraudulent advertisements, on Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp failed to be removed by Meta over several years, basically saying ban medical products, illegal online casinos, fraudulent commerce sites, and many others. Nothing new to all of us who are on that platform and see these things all the time, guys. Meta down 1.8.
Yeah, down heavily. But let's just quickly, there was Sam Altman was speaking, and he said, we expect, of course, OpenAI. Said we, because he's the CEO of OpenAI. We expect to end this year above $20 billion in annualized revenue run rate and grow hundreds of billions by 2030. So Sam Altman is bullish. They'll need that money because they've committed a lot of places. So they can need that cash. Meta, when you zoom it out, like if you zoom it out on the monthly, it doesn't look as bad. It looks bad on the daily. If you zoom it out on the weekly, it doesn't look good either. On a weekly, this is now breaking the 50 period on the weekly. I think what it yesterday or 2 days ago when we're talking about sort of if it dips underneath like 560, anywhere into this area, like 480 to 560 bucks. Like that becomes more of a go zone for Meta. Then you're talking about like this year's like the, Liberation Day lows. I'd be surprised if it got into there, but at least above that prior consolidation area feels like a decent shot. So I think that's like it's headed for now. Some things are just in the penalty box. Right now they're in the penalty box. It's downward. It's a downward break of the trend. And it's the only Mag 7 name doing it, right? Like there is no other Mag 7 name that's breaking trend to the downside. It's Meta. And so right now, Meta is in the penalty box till it catches a bid. I'm going to use like the weekly chart just because it's a higher time frame breakdown. So if it can kind of occur on the weekly, I'll add a second time on Meta. But until then, hands off with this one. Kind of let it settle down. It hasn't done so yet.
Mag 7 here that's breaking trend. Is Microsoft, and I don't blame Neil for forgetting. because I didn't even know it was here. No, we looked at this earlier.
You're right.
It's nobody's bad. I didn't, this morning, I had no idea it was here. So like, I'm trying to buy names at good prices, and I really thought that Microsoft quarter was a banger. No, I mean, not a banger, but wrong with it. They did make a move up. They did almost get to and break through all-time highs. And then see what I'm saying? Like now, these companies are starting to sell off like crazy right into here. So I don't know, man, but it's not going good on here. Cancel off. We are hearing, is NVIDIA going up? I just heard it in my ear that it's at 190. Did it break 190 yet today?
Down big time.
Up. Oh yeah, okay. Easily. Okay, I wasn't even watching that today. I mean, I'd be more concerned. Oh, we have NVIDIA coming up next. Okay, let's go back over to the desk and we'll start talking a little bit of NVIDIA. But I don't mind Meta. Like, I think if you were going to buy any of these dip downs, you could actually just buy the NASDAQ. You know? But if you wanted to get single stock exposure, I said this earlier today. If you're looking to buy some Microsoft or some Meta to that fact, I would just start the bidding slowly. Like if your position is 100 shares, do a quarter now, do a quarter in a month, or I don't know what time it's going to be, but do it as it starts to hit key levels so that when you look back in 6 months from now or 8 months from now, you could be like, okay, at least something in at those levels. The only time you're ever going to get a full position is when you really believe in something and you go right into it. And right now, I don't know if the market is giving us those signs.
To me, someone asked about what I was doing with that Meta. I was like, well, the bid filled today, and that was 20%. And then that level I just showed, that'll be 20% again. And I'm actually more inclined to get all in on the way back up as opposed to on the way down. Like if I don't get all in on the way down, then usually I pick a spot on the way back up to get all in, as opposed to, you just 20%, and if it eventually gets to 100, most of the time that never happens on a good company. I don't think I've ever DCA'd into a single stock. Even when I was like, I really want to get a full position in ARM, and I never got full in because the way I see it, usually I'm not.
NVIDIA's going crazy.
No, NVIDIA is going crazy. Let's talk about NVIDIA. I think it's breaking out right now.
All right, guys, NVIDIA down 2.4% today and about 12%, less than 12% off all-time highs that we put in back, on the 29th, same day Meta dropped as well. Today, the headline revolves more around Chinese comments made by Jensen Huang, basically initially saying to the financial that China is going to beat the United States in the AI race, then basically retracting those comments and qualifying them and saying they are seconds behind. Market didn't like that, guys. We're down 2.4.
Okay, NVIDIA is breaking a channel right now going into VWAP. So we can get into what happened this morning. It was worse for AMD this morning than it was for NVIDIA. That's a positive sign for NVIDIA. Not that it really matters, but sometimes I like it when NVIDIA is stronger than AMD, and I think the days where AMD is stronger, you want to trade that one. But if you look at the bottom channel, these higher lows and kind of these higher lows and then these kind of higher highs just closed above that channel. So I'm in, and if it breaks the wick underneath, then I'll jump out. But as far as NVIDIA goes, remember yesterday, let's just stick with what Jensen was saying. Yesterday, he tanked this stock with those comments about China leading the way. And then today, I feel like it was part that and then part catching the strays of everything else. But I would think swap could be an interesting place for another secondary breakout to add. But if you get back to that low that got made yesterday, that ended up as resistance today, 193.7 to 194. I think that's going to be a key level to watch. If we can't get through that, NVIDIA is still kind of dancing around in front of support. We didn't even get all the way to the 50-period moving average, which stock, when it's rode the 50 period, it's been trading under the 50 period when it bounces. So I'm not completely convinced we found the bottom of NVIDIA just yet. And it didn't, like I said, it didn't help what Jensen was putting down last night. That comment to cause stock to drop $6 in a half an hour is nuts. It's just it shouldn't have done that. It shows there's maybe a little bit of froth or traders are getting a little bit decent, whatever it might be. They lost more value from the highs of only 15 S&P companies have as much market cap as they lost from the high, which shows you how big a deal they are now.
Yeah, they're a huge deal. So I played it the other way, right? I played it with Alibaba today, and I even mentioned it right into here. Good talk from Jensen about China chips and deal with XPEV for Baba launch with the robo-taxis. This is a long. She just played it the other way. I didn't even look at, and we don't have Baba on there. I didn't even look at NVIDIA really. I was just looking at Alibaba today, and we had some good spikes around 167, and now there it goes all the way back up to the top side. So instead of looking at Alibaba, I just sort of turned over to China and said, NVIDIA, and said, you know, what potentially is creating this problem? And it looks like China right now, and all the talk from the fearless leader there, Jensen. So yeah, downside. Neil just nailed some levels there. Like I said, man, last time I bought this was 175. Again, if we can come back into those levels, and maybe we do, right? If I'm going to say the market right now is at a tipsy-turvy little situation, NVIDIA is not going to be, you know, I guess, able to avoid a market downturn. It's going to not most likely lead the way. I mean, you see what AAPL is doing today. You know, the whole chip space is not extremely healthy at this point. Still have names like Broadcom. I mean, look where the SMH is. If you want to have a quick look, this is the VanEck Semiconductor ETF. You know, just to grab a basket of it all, like the sky is hardly falling right now. So I like it. I like China talk. I mean, it's giving you an opportunity to buy some of these names, like an AMD, even lower maybe. But yeah, nothing to see here. I think we're just very hyper focused. NVIDIA all the time, and when it moves 3 or 4%, the impact that it can have on the market, right? That's why I focused obviously today on Alibaba, and you can see, you know, that we've had some decent success over there. So there's lots of names to trade. Sometimes we get hyper focused on NVIDIA, which we should. I mean, it's a huge company, and it is sort of the dog that wags the tail over here. Let's hope that it just keeps on wagging. Talk about a stock that has its opportunities and its day in the sun. I don't know if it's today. Let's go find out from Sharif.
It's not. Spoiler alert.
Definitely not today, Sean. Down 2%. This company was supposed to report earnings today, but they abruptly canceled that. Said they're rescheduling it to November 11th. The delay, which rattled investors' confidence. The company is attributing that to needing more time to finalize what they're calling, quote, a substantial non-cash impairment charge related to its long-lived assets. Also, it cited ongoing restructuring and operational challenges as some of the reasons for the delay, market making them pay here to the tune of 2%.
Is that all?
Not so bad.
Okay, so you know what? I forget who it was in the chat. There was someone in the chat that was like, "Oh, thank you for the 150 on Beyond Meat." Again, I didn't go over to Beyond Meat to short that 150. I paid for locates, and then I chose something else, and thankfully that worked out. That being said, the reason to short Beyond Meat when it pops, or not, the reason to look for a short Beyond Meat when it pops is just the pattern is pretty unbroken. Since it made that, I don't know what we're calling it. We're calling it the dead cat bounce, the mean bounce. Oh, I can't see it on the 15, so I can go to a 30. Now you should be able to see. So since it had that crazy pop and drop, like at what point has it not been a short? Like there's the drop, short the pop, short the pop, short the pop. This one kind of breaks out and fades. Every single one of these rejects the prior level breakout. Every single time it's done that. So until it stops doing that, you just don't chase the move in Beyond Meat. Maybe it bounces off $1. Maybe it goes all the way back to 50 cents and gets another rally. But until then, forget about it. And thank you, Sean, in the chat. Sean Blotzer.
Yeah.
They need to smash that like button. Almost 5K watching and only 215 likes. Is that real?
Yeah, that's real. Yeah, I know. I actually the one that put that up there. We can get rid of that. We'll clear that. But yeah, here it is right here, man. 5 watching, 288. So thanks, Sean, for bringing that up. Let's now get that buzzing a little bit here, guys. If you can, that would be greatly appreciated as, yeah, we work hard to put on what we hope to be a good trading show. And in your words, the best one available. So we appreciate all of that. Again, like try to prove our worth every day with the trades that we put on in the discussions, of course, that we have. So we do appreciate all of that. But yeah, Beyond Meat, I mean, to me, it was Open Door was a little bit of a better discussion because of $7. We come into finally a pretty key level here on Open Door, and we don't get much action off of it today except for whoosh, downside right here. So let's see if some of this. We've made these lows before. So I think if I was going to make a play on something potentially bouncing on a good market recovery tomorrow, and not that I'm saying that's we'll talk about that as the show goes on, but I am thinking of Beyond Meat, of Open Door much more than Beyond because you are at a pretty nice level right here, needless to say, on Open Door, right? We've been cracking through here a couple times, but never really broke. I mean, that wick was down to 620. I'm not sure if that was real, but if you're going to play it, you could use 650 right there. I like Open Door in this situation here today. So, yeah, that's something that for us to look at here into the close. But yeah, Open Door on my mind. Oh, there's earnings
They
tonight?
report.
Okay.
Expected move of 12% on Open Door.
Okay. Not a huge move, actually, as expected, right? 12% puts it 60 cents, 70 cents higher than maybe where we are right now. Let's go over to Adair quickly.
I actually have an infographic you can find for this on X at TTV Research. I'll just pull it up so you guys can see it. But yeah, you can find this on X at TTV Research, featuring new CEO, former CTO of Shopify, Kaz Nejadian, and the EPS and revenue estimates, as well as their earnings from last quarter and what they guided for this quarter report. Again, all of this and more on X at TTV Research. There's also earnings preview infographics there available as well for XYZ and DraftKings, DKNG. Likely going to work on one for Affirm too before the reports. Back to you.
So many.
Yeah, that's tonight. That's tonight.
Yep.
Open Door. I don't know what time they're going to be. We got another super chat if we can throw it up. I don't have the page open. Thank you, Purity. Is there a NQ, NDX, or IXIC for levels? I don't know IXIC.
I have no idea what any of those are.
I don't know IXIC, to be honest with you. But, I mean, for the most part, if you're using any ETF tracking the NASDAQ, there shouldn't be any tracking error, really. The days of inefficiency like that, like maybe when we started out, you would see inefficiencies like that in the market, but you have things like Reg MS, and then you have algos being like 30 to 40% of the, actually in some cases even more than that of the market making. You just don't see inefficiencies like that anymore. That kind of stuff was fun for day traders, but it probably doesn't matter. I think most of the times you make your determination based on what's the most liquid. Like liquidity is king. Like if I'm choosing between an ETF to express a trade, it's got to be what has more liquidity. DraftKings too. We didn't.
Expedia, MindMed, Airbnb, USAR, Sunrun, Scandesk, Open Door, MP Metals, Archer Aviation, Take Two, Block, Soundhound. Join me and Adair tonight. Affirm, Monster Beverages, DraftKings, SMR, Peloton. Keep going, man. Let's keep going. That's it.
Oh, I thought there was a couple more in that.
Exactly. That's always keep them thinking.
But DraftKings might have had the bigger story. It might have had the bigger story today with partnership with ESPN. We'll see. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to matter. Down. This was actually double digits when we sat down this morning and didn't bleed all day long, right back in,
Alibaba.
and was essentially flat. Like just absolutely nasty for DraftKings. It's got to catch a bottom at some point. I think this is one of those that I've got the eyeballs on. I've actually never owned DraftKings before, but I'm really considering after earnings pulling the trigger here. It's such a good level. Look at how long. You got to go all the way back to 2023.
You can do it.
So after earnings, I might put a shot in this bad boy. We'll see. I was trying to find D-Scurv. I was trying to find if there was a story at noon on IBM, and I just couldn't do it. IBM it did a really big right turn. I don't know what it is. All right, so, thanks, Adair. Adair is going to look to see what it was. I'll go there in a quick little second. But remember that trend? We did the trend break. It then loses the trend, the prior trend line, and NVIDIA hop out. Was looking to play this into a breakout VWAP and into 194, but the volume coming out of that. And before we throw to Adair, this is what I was talking about. With something happened, caused IBM to drop $3, and then the immediate reaction, or $2, immediate reaction after, to just trend up $9. So something that I didn't see in the middle of the day. I like it. I'm happy IBM's going up. I own it, but yeah, didn't see the story.
All right, nice job hopping out of NVIDIA there. We don't want to be in things for too long. And on that note, Google is trying to make some moves downside as well. We're $1.50 in the money here. But look what's happening right now, man, on Alibaba. That is now over the day's high. 170 right now for Alibaba, 350 in the money over here on that one. What's up, Adair?
Neil, if that drop was around 12 p.m., I think it might have been David Sachs' post on X. The Trump AI and crypto czar David Sachs on X posted around 12 that there's not going to be a federal bailout out for AI. That's the only thing I'm seeing tagged with regards to IBM today. And again, not seeing any other news on it. No social media attention for IBM. Let's talk though about GDRX. Good which does have news and by far its largest volume candle of the day. CBS reporting that other drug websites like RX will not be partnering with Trump RX. We know that Trump RX, of course, is going to be how the Trump administration is rolling out these drug pricing deals. I would keep an eye on HIMS as well, Hims and Hers, which of course kind of similar there. Hims and Hers moving down a little bit, but the volume here is certainly in GDRX of the two. Back to you.
All right, thanks.
I'm trying to figure out that. I'm trying to figure out that quote, because actually I'm seeing it here too. There will be no federal bailout for AI. The U.S. has at least 5 major frontier model companies. If one fails, others will take its place. I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, I'm happy IBM went up on that. I am. I'm just trying to figure out why that's like $9 up on IBM for that story. But you know, it have to make sense. Sometimes something just gets bought up. And that just is what it is. But at the same time, okay, well, that was interesting. Apple, that's not the drop in the VWAP that I would have been expecting on Apple. It was a heavy drop into the volume-weighted average price. The market's not doing too much right now, but you are starting to fall off a little bit here. I'm just kind of looking across. If we're turning the corner again, then again, the only short I like today was outside of Beyond Meat is SMCI. So I might hop back into this. Might leave it to pop up a little bit here. But the market taking a right turn. I mean, Apple was so strong, and all of a sudden it's underneath VWAP. When the market's recovering to VWAP, that's not a great sign. Another super chat there. Do Mark in the chat, Canadian dollars. Let us know where you are in Canada.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Tesla? Is the pay package, if the pay package is passed, will it dilute the stock, or will this be seen as a positive and move up? So look, it's 94, 95% chance it's going to get passed. Now, ultimately, you only see that payout if ridiculous targets are met. It's got to go up 7-fold from here. Is it dilutive? Sure. But how much do you, if this goes up to like a $7 trillion valuation, how much do we care about that dilution as a shareholder? I can live with it. I know I can live with it. So yeah, it would be dilutive, but at the end of the day, like personally, it's not, it would just, the performance of the stock has to be so great to get met. So I wouldn't be crying over any spilt milk about it. But yeah, that is factually correct. Adara?
Seeing reports here with regards to major, but I think worth noting here regardless, because we know that these plane-related deals have been a bit of a bargaining chip when it comes to trade deals the Trump administration is making. Seeing reports, statements suggesting that the Trump admin is going to be announcing, as early as today, some deals to sell up to 37 Boeing planes combined to Kazakh, Tajik, and Uzbek airlines. Back to you.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, we were talking about, as Elon did say, the stock was overvalued a while ago. That's when it was like 400, then it went to that 900.
I'm pretty sure we were alive when it happened. Yeah, we were doing the show.
Yeah. Oh, we were live. Yeah.
Yeah, we were live when it happened, and it was wild. Like it was absolute. It was kind of in a slight downward trend. I was blind luck in a short. I think it was just shorting like VWAP or something normal. And he literally came out and was like, I think Tesla stock is undervalued. Spiked down. It's like, okay, that's nice. But like, I think that's brutally honest. I think as a trader, you should care about price action. As an investor, I don't know. I'm going to care more about the company and the direction of the company for sure, and whether or not leadership is actually doing a good job, and whether that can be measured. And that's usually measured very easily. You can measure whether a company is doing well. So if he does well, he does well. And I try to leave it at that. Yeah, this Apple moved to the downside. I'm not liking it, but this was the area it bounced before, and it did have a jaunt underneath 271. If it's able to recover like it did the last time, I'll probably take a shot back into the long on Apple. We'll see. This market doesn't seem to want to take that next leg yet, but it's still early. Only 2.
I'm just going to put a stop out for Alibaba. I mean, I'm just going to use this 50-period moving average. We don't have very many shares left, so we're just going to get out this break right into there. It's rode this 50-period all the way up. That's part of the reason why we did take this trade, because the levels that it was at. My stop order was 25 cents on this trade. Oh, it was down to, 166.25 was my stop. So that was 28 cents or so worth of risk. Now to make 340 cents. That's like I said, I'm trying to hold more to the upside. So we did really good getting out there at 169.50. We also got our biggest piece out though was at 168. That was still a good trade. Like, I have to be happy with $1.50 there, but obviously trying to hold something to the upside, we did it and we accomplished it. So let's not like forget about it and then it just drops back in. So we're going to put a stop right there. And then if it does wind up breaking the 50 period moving average, we're out, right? You can see completely different styles in us, which is what this show is all about. We want to thank everybody for continuously watching, man, over and over and over again. Some people are asking about DraftKings. Like, look, I don't like DraftKings at this level. We've already talked about DraftKings breaking through $30, and that was, you know, if there was going to be any sort of an Alamo, it was going to be right into here, and it did not hold it, and it fell back in. As soon as I heard, and we went out with ICE, Intercontinental Exchange, not the other one, we went out with those guys a couple weeks ago, Brendan, myself, I'd been, I don't think, and, you know, we talked about Polymarket, you know, they put $5 billion, it's public information. They bought Polymarket, put money into there. We keep referencing, you know, Kalshi, which you can literally go in and bet anything you want. Like that South Park episode was hilarious, and just continues to show that, you know, this is having a huge effect because this is borderless. You can just bet whatever you want. As far as I know, anyways. Like here's the pay package is their very first thing. You're not going to find this on Kings. You know, they also do have sports on here too. So you can go ahead and here's golf right away here, right? So there's different, you know, aspects of whatever you wanted to bet. And we heard a good story here about, see, here's the game tonight, right? 80% chance Denver wins.
Man, I wish we could be on.
So you could just be on here, right? And then here's the spread, the total, like it's all here. This is draft, but on crack. So the thing is like, this is part of what I'm talking about when you're saying, oh, Robinhood's all good because predictive markets and same as BKR and all that. Now, scrap that, man. There's so much right now on so many different sites. There was another one, not AAA, I forget what it was. Randy was saying there were some other websites that were similar to this kind of stuff. But it's just like, for me, for DraftKings, it's you can see what's happening here. They still don't have California on board. It's not their fault. They don't have Texas. And there was one other major, California, Texas, Florida, all unable to gamble with apps. Then it's geolocated and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I like DraftKings because it's first mover advantage, but I really don't love the stock, man. I mean, breaking lower. I'm going to stay away from this business until, I don't know, some sort of capitulation moment. And that might be tomorrow. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Earnings might give that.
You know, moment. Earnings might give a big washout. Like, so it's doing 22 million shares today. You know, if we can do 100 million or 75 million and potentially bounce off of some kind of a bottom, then maybe we can stamp that one as a good opportunity to get into DraftKings. But for right now, I don't want to chase falling knives, man. I mean, like yesterday I heard that story and I just plowed in like a decent amount of money into Apple yesterday when I heard that Gemini story, and that's at all-time highs. So, like, I want to buy good companies that I can wrap my head around, potentially the story. I could get it wrong. You know, the analysis could be wrong, and it happens all the time. Ask my wife. But at the same time, I like stories that make sense to me, the simple man, that can try to get it all figured out. Was that a call to Adara?
I think so.
All right, then.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on our street. Beta Pro by Global X, Canada's largest provider of leverage, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs. They've just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSLA 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 30th. 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies will use currency hedging, which offers the power for potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot there, Dara. No, you can everything on Kalshi, including the #1 search person on Google this year, who is not, it's not even who I would even think. Hope is 1, Trump is 2, and Kanye, Bianca Censori is #3. I mean, I would have had one of those 3 on my bingo card.
Kanye.
Yeah, but I would have guessed Trump. I wouldn't have guessed.
Oh, Trump for, oh yeah.
I mean,
what was that the most, what is
Pope by a long shot. By a long
well.
shot right now. Why are there no...
What is the question? Number one
search person on Google this year, Pope, 42%. Okay, I get it, but I wouldn't have thought that high. Trump, 17, I understand that. Bianca Censori, I wouldn't have guessed that at all. We're going nuts because they love to bet on anything and everything.
Right.
Literally.
Right.
Literally. It's, speaking of which, today would be a good day because we didn't do one for good. Who do we like as the biggest earnings? Maybe not the biggest company, but as the biggest name reporting. Because I don't care about market cap. If we can run the list again, we should do another poll. 3 o'clock right now. Yeah, we have the graphic. I mean, Dara has a much better graphic than I have. We just got to decide who. We got to agree. I just have literally. Okay, posting it soon. So I literally have all of these. Maybe open. People might think Open Door. MyMed, Airbnb. I mean, people are probably concerned about USAR a little bit, but they still have negative revenues here. I'm looking at the screen. I want to make sure you guys can see all this. MP maybe? It's Sunrun, Open Door. Probably Open Door, but SoundHound. I mean, a lot of traders interested in SoundHound. I mean, SMR has just been getting pumped. And that is just a brutal, brutal stock, man. Almost down 50% in just a couple weeks, SMR. I'm still counting my blessings getting out, speaking about the Pope, getting out of SMR a while ago. But yeah, Trade Desk. Wait a minute. Do I even have Trade Desk? Yeah, TTD. I don't know which. I don't know which one. That's actually tough to pick. I don't know which one people are most concerned about on here. It's definitely not Peloton. Definitely not Peloton. As well. Archer even. Will it take definitely not Block. I don't know. You guys let us know in the chat right here which ones you guys wanted. Maybe we can put a vote up on that. And we'll just put a vote, green or red, or we could just do the market tomorrow. I mean, honestly, the market has been a wild ride. Yeah, maybe here for a while. And we could get some love back in on the market. Oh, by the way, Alibaba does come out, and we just stay disciplined. So we have to watch out for that. Make sure you do get it. Wait a second, I thought I was getting out on the 50-period break. Oh, it just moved higher. Okay, so I could have seen, just by being here, I could have saved 25 cents on that, but that's all good. I'm fine with giving a little bit up there. But there it goes, man, $3 and change on that Alibaba trade. And now we just hold out for Google did crank a little bit there, so we got out again. We have 2 outs right here at the 50-period moving average. So getting lighter once things break. So when you do see these positions, this is less than 10% of what I had on Google. So we'll wait to see if we can reload this at VWAP. But the one stock that I do want to reload if the market continues to go lower. I'm also going to look for some shorts here as well. But Apple, if we can get down to 270, we're getting close. We just dropped $2 there pretty much. Sorry. $1.30 to the downside. We were at 272.20, and we just went down to 270.80 right there. I don't know what's up with that kind of a move, but the futures aren't as bad. And we're doing the rundown, and honestly, as I'm not as focused here in the afternoon for big, huge trades as I am in the morning. That was a great VWAP. The futures haven't seen VWAP all day, and it finally does, and it just gets pumped right back in again. So that should have been taken, especially on a first VWAP test. Forget about this at 9:30. This is 9:40 right here. So that little bump up, whatever, then it just cranked. But that's a good look right over there. But yeah, keep the questions going. How about this is from Brian in the chat. Oh, good. Will Bitcoin hold 100,000? It's at 101 right now. We can. That's a pretty big level. Yeah, if you guys want to do that one, that's fine. It feels like there's something wrong with my microphone. Yeah, Bitcoin here will actually. That's good. A lot of people are looking at Bitcoin. Look at what's happening in Bitcoin right now. I think a lot of people don't care about Bitcoin. No, it's a 2-level pullback. To me, it's. I read a thing this morning. Tom Lee said 94. I'm not sure where he got that number from because I don't know. I'm pretty. I've had the same chart up, and I feel like this is the prior high, and then it turns into support, and then it bounces and goes to this high at about 91, and then that turns into support, and then that. So why wouldn't it just go there? So this is 91, and then I think this morning someone said 88, which is this level here, 88 to 91. So it does a little bit of a dip underneath that support. I think 88 to 91 sounds good to me. So that's where it seems like it's headed, but the real question is, in the short run, please be a 15-minute. Sometimes trading view, my 15-minute or hour, when I come in the next day, it somehow magically turned back into a daily. Right now, it's correct. The last time we got to 100, it wicked the bottom, held 99, and recovered. Today, it actually held 100 this time. So tomorrow, can it do it again? Because it's downward trending, which means a retest seems pretty likely to me. I don't mind that one, but you guys, the gap fill is pretty huge. And I agree, there's a gap fill into the 90s. I just happen to think it's a little bit lower. So I would be waiting a little bit deeper than apparently Tom Lee would. I don't know. I have no, actually, I didn't even say that. I have no idea if he's dip buying. He just said 94. I think it's a little bit lower if we lose this 100 level. The market's trying to go. Silver's trying to bounce off VWAP. Apple is also, Apple's trying to go as well. All right, so last time it did this, it was kind of an easy break and hold of VWAP. It retested underneath and then went. So it was kind of a fake out first. So I want to see this actually hold the volume weighted average price, which it hasn't done yet. Apple's also been slightly downward trending. So 72 is going to be some resistance for sure. And yeah, that's what I'm going to be watching. And if you're wondering why silver, there was just a headline on silver and copper. US adding both of those as critical metals. So US government.
But that Boeing news a little bit, I was trying to watch out for Google. Google, I don't know if it's going to break it back above.
Is it more news?
Yeah, Dara had some sort of a story there earlier about Boeing. But yeah, plane sales in the Middle East here. So it's okay. This is a name that I bought like literally at I think 201 or 202 the other day. So this is a name that I've been dip buying. So again, just trying to get away from tech. You guys are asking sometimes for stock, you know, different ideas that we have. You know, I'm not telling you like I sold it up here or up here. I think like I'm buying it right now, and I just did. So I bought it right at this level. It goes all the way back to March, back in here 24, where we had these tops. And look, this could be a bad buy. Like we could make our way back down into here for sure. I like of this thing right now. And I know that we're going through a little bit of a tough time in the market, and their earnings were not great. So, you know, we're letting it settle down a little bit. Earnings right now. We're going to see if it comes back into some key levels. And Boeing does have the ability to get back up. And I think this one I'd scalp out. Like if we can get back up here to 30 or 35, I'm just going to get out of it if it, you know, if it gives me that opportunity. Boeing. Obviously, we haven't bought any Uber, but we're still long it. And that $100 break on Uber right there, that's too many times up there. Like honestly, that where we came back up, we broke it just by a little bit and faded out every single time, man. Like boom, boom, boom again. And now this is a name that we get questions on all the time too. And this is a decent level of $90, man. So watch out for that. And I think this one, if we ever got into the 200 period, I like Uber. I like all the levers they can push, man. We talked about some of the delivery segment was pretty hot. Although didn't we have DoorDash going the other way today or yesterday? Was it today or yesterday? I think it was. Yeah, today down 17%. It
was worse overnight,
right there for DoorDash. So why are they telling such a different story than Uber, right?
So Uber's better.
Yeah, exactly. So I have to look into that, right? And I want to and that's why I'm getting away from DraftKings. Is like, you know, there's going to be other opportunities here, and I think DoorDash here. I don't know enough about what it's like in the United States or anything, but for me, I don't even see DoorDash ads really around here too much. We have something called Skip the Dishes, which I think is bigger here than DoorDash. Not to say that DoorDash isn't big here. I mean, it is. Sometimes my wife will order something from Pet Value or whatever, PetSmart, I think it is. They have a deal with DoorDash to deliver and whatnot. So yeah, but this is a big miss, and you know, probably catching a little bit of stray from that today. Also, the market downside. But yeah, I like Uber, needless to say, much more than DoorDash when we're looking technically at these two companies. But that's just coming from parts. I don't know enough about DoorDash versus Uber.
Well, anecdotally,
as a business. So do we have that up yet? Are we putting that up, Bitcoin?
Oh, what? Are
you doing it, or is Andre? Okay.
No, that's my bad. I can always just do it in a quick second. Andre's always busy. It takes me 30 seconds.
Okay, so we'll get that up. So what we're talking about right now is Bitcoin versus 100,000. Who wins, basically?
And we'll call it by tomorrow morning, like 9:30, right? Like at the open tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say, because right now, unless we have a dramatic move, we might not get 100 in, and more people will probably vote over than under. So yeah, let's go tomorrow at 9:30. Let's go tomorrow at 8:30. It doesn't really matter, but just by tomorrow when we go live, let's see where Bitcoin is, right? And we'll call it a tie if it's at 101 still, right? Let's see where it goes, right there. That's hilarious. Oh, look at Cletus over here. That's great. I'm gonna put that up.
Cletus?
That can't be true.
Isn't that's the character from the Eddie Murphy thing?
Right. No, it's
Isn't
not. He starts with a D. Delirious. Is that what are you talking about?
No, isn't it from Nutty Professor? Isn't Cletus one of the characters he plays in Nutty Professor?
Maybe. I don't know enough about that actually.
He's funny as heck. I'm
Eddie
gonna go.
Murphy's great.
I'm
What's
gonna
he
go
doing
with
lately?
under.
No, said in the chat, I can't find it to put it up there.
I don't know. He doesn't like
He was saying the DoorDash guy ate his last order. That was the funny part. I was just like,
the clumps.
It has nothing to do with DoorDash.
Yeah,
It's
the
a driver
clumps. It was the
situation. Oh, the clumps.
The clumps.
Okay. There it is right here. So I'm going to say, I think the market rebounds tomorrow. I'm going over. So I'm going over Bitcoin tomorrow, over, and it's right now 50-50. Let's keep this up, and Adair and I will review that also in the after show.
Yes.
And we'll just get people able to vote. But, vote now if you want, because it doesn't really matter. Even if this thing goes like 90, I still, if there's a rebound tomorrow, it's a 24-hour market. I think Bitcoin has a chance to hold 100. And that's only because I do think tomorrow we get a little bit of a rebound kind of a day. Remember, the NASDAQ was up like 0.2 or 0.3 to start the day. Now we're down 1.5%. So there is some get up here that could get going later on. But yeah, all right.
Get up like Ford, apparently.
Is Ford?
Vaughn Clark. Ford is that squeeze action.
Ford is that man.
For this would qualify as somewhat squeeze action. Like when Ford does this, that's pretty good. Thanks for the super chat there, Vaughn. It did this yesterday, and it seems like it's trying to go again. Don't look now, but Ford doesn't suck. It's like GM's chart. I would argue GM's chart looks a little bit better, but it's.
No, it looked way better. What is it better? Is it coming back?
It was like way better before. Now I would probably describe it as
way worse.
It's still better, but like Ford's starting to go. So like GM's always been better for the last little the chart, but because Ford's recent rally, like it's not as pronounced as it was before. So GM's still better. I'll say that 10 times out of 10. I don't own either one of them. It's just the chart literally for itself. But you're not squeezing until you break out resistance, Vaughn. So 1340 has to go. That's the big key. If you do that, then you get a secondary move. Higher lows are always good. Maybe like even kind of a rounded bottom, I suppose, but kind of a setup, and Ford is not necessarily good enough. I'm just checking back in on Apple. It's still somewhat struggling with the volume-weighted average price. Like it gets kind of above and then immediately underneath. Not much happening there for Apple. Just trying to see what's moving around here. It's nothing terribly crazy at the moment. Like I might reload silver, but even that's not moving as much as I would like. I think that news on might be better for a swing than for a day trade, because that's coming back into the 50-period moving average or so. But it didn't really give as much juice off the, like it essentially went like 43.6 into 43.8, and then back down into 6, and then back down into 75. Like it's not doing a secondary push. On news, you want it to trend up. It's consolidating after that headline, which isn't necessarily the most exciting thing in the world. So I'm looking for something else. Maybe an Apple. Could be back to NVIDIA. SMCI was a short. Probably still a short. Yeah, like this is basically a short all day.
We have fun with David, of course, and David goes his silly trades or whatever language he uses of the day there. And for my bonehead trade of the day, I missed Google right there as it just came right into VWAP, and I just wasn't paying enough attention to the stock there. So unfortunately, I just bought 13s or whatever. I just bought to average into this position. It sucks because we missed that bottom. So if it does come back in here, I'm bidding 285 right now. Hopefully we can get it. I'm bidding 285.04. It's just a really stupid mistake by me. I should have had an order sitting there. I really like VWAP. We talk about that all the time. And I should have had a little bit more, because the thing about it is, if I'm long here at 284, I would have only been 285 flat. That's where I would have bid. I wouldn't be long at 85. I would have been long right here. So if that comes back up, maybe even Not even. I would take this 20 or 30 cents right now. Like that 200 period moving average. I don't like when that stuff gets broken. I like this for support, which just showed it to us. So we'll give it a go one more time if this is going to be support or not, and then we'll just wax out if it breaks below that. I mean, this is actually setting up. This is like my A+. You know, we all have them, and for me, this is mine. Like you now have a bottom against a level of support, a name that we've traded very, very heavily. It's going to be the P&L number one here today across the shows, not even close. I like Google there, and I just think that if you follow your own rules, and Neil and I talk about this, then you have to be sitting ready to execute. And I have to be the first to admit I was not ready to execute there, and I missed that trade on. But it's nice that we at least have 17 or 18 cents back to the upside. I will take, there you go, I was gonna say I'll take a little bit out at 36s just to, experience that. But there goes, damn it, Neil, we should have had more shares on there. But okay, we'll still take this one to our grave for sure. We do like Google here today. We'll take another out right there. Again, right where we need to, man. The market has been low and continuously going lower, it seems like anyways. Let's try to respect our trade with Google and get a piece out there near 50s. Does Hood have a chance of going SSR?
It's only 1% away.
Yeah, well, okay, so now it's down. Okay.
It's like 1 point away. It didn't get there this morning.
No, wait a minute. We would have it marked on our screens.
128.
It is SSR.
Yeah, it is. It's already SSR.
Yeah, so we have a little thing here that says E.
Yeah.
That means SSR. So otherwise, like Google, that's not SSR.
Unless he means
it says N.
Get back down to 10%.
Right here, N. Yeah. Oh, maybe.
I mean, you went, big spile.
Or you might don't know that it's SSR. Oh, that's big spile.
Yeah, it is big spile. So obviously you're short. Only go short, which is fine. You do your own thing. But back to the lows, well, it's relatively weak compared to the market. I'm not trading Hood today. Didn't like this one on earnings. But yeah, it seems like it's down. I think if you're looking for shorts, you should be trying things like this or, like I said, SMCI, that are very clearly weak relative to the market.
What is that?
Because the market's making an attempt to bounce here. So, personally, I'm looking for some longs through VWAP, but nothing wrong with Robinhood to the south side of Derek.
Yeah, let's talk here about UAL. Not too much of a move here, and we already kind of had this foreseen. But UAL just announcing they're going to be cutting 4% of the U.S. flights for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So again, more flight woes as this government shutdown continues. This is the largest government shutdown in the books for the U.S. Well, not in the books, ongoing, but either way, shutdown woes continue. UAL cutting 4% of Friday, Saturday, Sunday flights in the U.S. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. Yeah, not good. The shutdown still going. I thought the odds had improved for that, but
didn't we get 48 days or something now?
Yeah. Well, you would looked it up. I actually don't remember.
For what it's worth, U.S. Speaker Mike Johnson said earlier today, too, that he doesn't really know when it's going to end or ending, which is, I'm obviously paraphrasing a bit, but the vibe that you get from all these leaders is it's really hand-wavy as to when this is going to come to a conclusion.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Yeah, nobody knows. I mean, I think if he did know, then he'd probably be lying, right? Because you got to get all these votes going down again as well. And I think I got to go get some more in a second here. But right into there, 285.50. We just got out another piece right there at 285.67. And yeah, so there it goes upside. And I was actually thinking, like, is there a stock or is there something that we would want to trade? The minute we hear, like, okay, the government's back in, right? They're sitting again and they're back to work. Like, what stock, what name? You guys put some stuff in the chat here because, like, I was trying to think about it. I don't remember any specific stocks like hit really hard when they got shut down. And I don't even remember, like, the market was just at all-time highs 3 days ago.
That's the issue. Nothing really got crushed because of it. So how do you?
And I only call this up because this here is the chances of a rate cut. Into September. Hey, what's up, September? Into December. September's when we started. Oh, you're getting me high over here. Yeah, what's going on, Russell? We like that right now. Was that some urethane or something?
Yeah.
Oh, Verathane, as if I even know what the difference is, but there we go. Good call on that. We're getting it around here now. All right. Oh, wow, can you smell that?
Dude, it's like it's making my eyes like water up.
Maybe that's what it is. No, I've been coughing for a minute. I'm not.
You know what?
Coughing.
Someone in the chat
all
was
die.
like, Mike Johnson looks a little bit like the leader of the opposition here, Pierre Poilievre.
Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the opposition.
No. Mike Johnson, the leader in the States, looks like the leader of our opposition.
Right.
Here.
But
he doesn't.
our opposition, I don't think is conservatives anymore. I don't
Oh, but okay, you know the guy who lost president. I don't see it.
Put it up on the screen.
I'll show you. This is.
Who knows what the hell we're talking about?
Yeah, that
Looks like Colbert. Is that Colbert?
I don't see. I don't think they look alike. Well, because they both have the same color hair and
I've
glasses.
thought this too so much for so long.
Really? I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but because they're in suits and have glasses.
So it goes Pierre, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're similar. I think they both look like Colbert. If you guys watch Colbert, for sure.
Yeah, Colbert. Yeah.
Stephen,
Actually, I haven't watched Colbert.
Stephen Colbert. Treasury, yeah, TLT. Okay, that's a good one. Swamp Rat as well. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Adair's got something.
Swamp Rat?
Yeah, for the record, I thought we were talking about Stephen Colbert and Mike Johnson looking alike, not Mike Johnson and Pierre Poilievre alike, though they could all be like cousins, I guess. I do want to talk, though, not about that, but about this November 6th post-market earnings board. As Sean mentioned, it is a evening. There are so many names reporting after the bell. In fact, the exact same amount of names on this infographic as there were yesterday, which is roughly 17 in and about. So take a look at this at X at TTV Research, the implied moves for all of these names. Smallest implied move is 6.9 on TTD, which for the record last time dropped like 38%, so it could very much do more than that. The point I'm trying to make is there should be a lot of post-market earnings excitement, but you'll miss out on it if you don't join Sean and myself on the market recap. Join us there. My pre-market earnings infographic for tomorrow's report should be out pretty shortly, guys. Back to you.
WO? Yeah.
Fabian just asked us what Take-Two looks like.
Tonight.
Like, you know that the meme of Ralph where it's like, stop, he's already dead? I think that's what, I don't know, anyways. Ralph from Simpsons, for those who don't know. No, but that's what
Well, of course, you're talking about the trade desk. He's talking about Take-Two.
Oh, you're talking about Take-Two. I'm talking about TDD.
Yeah, Take-Two looks actually pretty good here, Fabian.
TWO?
Yeah, as they're, well, because they Grand Theft Auto.
Finally releasing.
They might be dropping the release
tonight?
Yeah, they're going to drop it and say it's after May. It's supposed to be May.
March, maybe?
May of 2026. But it's holding up quite nicely here, Fabian. So if you're a fan of the stock, this is actually a pretty good time to buy it if you do think that. Yeah, exactly.
They're going to print.
Because everybody has
Yeah, they are. My kid's already like, Dad, I'm already getting it. I'm like, dude, it's like, what is it, 18 plus or something, that game? He's 13 years old. He's like, I'm getting it. He's like, if you don't get it for me, like all my friends are going to get it. And I'm just going to get it off them.
That one on you?
With the Steam account and all that stuff. I don't care. The game, whatever, man. I remember playing like Leisure
just a game.
Who remembers Leisure Suit Larry? I mean, that was a
that game was legit.
Game. I was running that game.
There was nothing wrong with Leisure Suit Larry. It wasn't that bad.
Leisure Suit Larry is an awesome.
It wasn't that bad.
Leisure Suit Larry? No, that's what
I don't think it was that bad of a game. I think it's weird because a lot of the stuff there's some stuff, like even like the cartoons back in our day.
Yeah, they're just so gangster, right?
No, like Looney Tunes. Like, they won't even show Pepe Le Pew anymore.
Right.
That dude was a problem. Like, legit. Like, it was. You look back, it's like.
He's a bad character. Think about it.
He was a really bad character, and there's a bunch of old stuff we watched as kids. You look back and it's like, well, whatever. It was just whatever to us, but it was a kind of.
People remember Leisure Suit Larry.
Yeah, of course.
Go through all those different missions. You get to go into the bars and all that kind of stuff. That was gangster, man. That was pure great movie for sure. A video game. Okay.
They should have made a movie.
They could have, for sure. I'm going to take another piece out here on Google. It's made its way back up. I'm going to take some 70s right there out. So we just offer 70 and get filled. As it's bounced a little bit off of the 50-period moving average. I mean, you guys want trades in the afternoon. Boom, there it is. I only put one trade on right there. Google, let it dip into 285. Grab that. So we should have had 285 flat. We have 15s. So there it is, man. It's 60 cents straight up to the upside right there. I've only traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names. Really just 4 names today for me because this IonQ was like a flash and then I was out of it right there. So I'm pretty happy with getting out because it tanked in. It barcoded and it basically did nothing until eventually it takes some of these levels. And even then, it didn't do too much either. So just 4 names for me today. And those are Alibaba. We sort of, that made it back. So that was a good one there. That's Alibaba. You already talked about that. There's Marvell. Come on, Marvell, load. Or not. Marvell was okay. We did, again, very, very quickly trading Marvell, boom, 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 and out. it for a little bit, give it a breath. We only got a small amount of shares there. As you guys know, we were trading this live, so that was a small piece, and then we were able to average into it after we 94 and then bounce back up. So that was a really good trade until it broke 94, and we wound up getting out right there, and now that's where Marvell is. And then obviously the TQQ trade, again, like just a drop in the pan today, up and down for the TQs, and then, you know, not here. No, it's not that I wasn't here, it's just an excuse, but, you know, I wasn't here to trade, like my orders here, down here near the lows of 106.50. So that was another situation there for the TQs where I could have been buying those lows. So just 4 names for me today.
Yeah, I always trade more, but they're all essentially flat for Tesla. They all make up for each other except for Tesla and Fergie. And it should have been, like I said, it should have been beyond me. I can, look, it's not going to move much. I can show you to it later. But first, bit of a pullback to VWAP there on Apple and a loss of VWAP on the NASDAQ. So that battle, like to me, kind of looking for this tail candle on the NASDAQ, because it looks like a nice little bottoming tail, to have been a VWAP breakout after. And that just didn't happen. So the market isn't breaking the volume weighted average price, which is half the reason I liked the long. And then we ran out of steam at already here. Actually, it's a little bit higher than that, like 60, I think 67 up here was the local top. So I'm going to pop out of it, maybe look for something new. Just nothing too crazy. Oh, Michael, this is a good one. My thoughts on that IPO, billion to one. This, okay, so it's easy to pull this up and say, oh my goodness, look how great that IPO was. If you just went long, you got your 20 bucks. Not so simple. In the first 30 seconds, it ran to 105, rinsed down to 95, and when I looked at the 5-second chart, if you have $1 stop on this, you were not getting out at 99. Nope. You were probably getting out somewhere in like the 96 or 97 range. There's no liquidity on this thing. Its total volume is 1,000,001. So it really wasn't that day tradable for us. So like my thought was this was just never enough liquidity to trade, at least not the way that we would. And if you have strategies that work for this, like maybe you have some kind of like an IPO day one swing trade. Take the opening print, you're holding it for a couple of days. I don't know. That would be more viable if you have something that works, because this was just not liquid. So yeah, strong upside, and then looked like there were key levels. Like look at it hold 120. The problem is, again, liquidity. It's a $1.50 spread right now when I just pulled it up. Like the offer is here, the bid, $1.50 spread. And if it breaks down, it's probably another $1.50 before you're getting out. So if you were long here, like you might be risking more than you're accustomed to, is all I will say. I don't think there's any big IPOs scheduled left for the rest of the year.
This year?
Yeah, I think
Darren knows of some, maybe. I don't know. But any scheduled IPOs you know about coming this year?
Big one. I don't think so.
Yeah, so we'll pass on that one. I think that's a good call. But Navin was, I guess, the biggest last one, NAVN. We didn't even trade that, but that billion to one, I didn't even realize I love the name.
It's a great name.
Yeah, so this was the most recent IPO of some sort of note. I remember we were debating taking this one, and hasn't done anything. And then the one that I'm always going to remember, look, there's Figma, there's Klarna, there's various other ones, but because we keep talking about StubHub, that was one that came out at 25 bucks, I believe, and really hasn't had a very run of it either. So there it was like $24, $25, and then StubHub just getting stub clubbed all the way down in, and was just at lows right there. Could be a bottom, down there at some point. I think StubHub does have the market somewhat cornered just because of the name. Obviously, there's SeatGeek and Game Time and Ticketmaster, but I think that StubHub has developed themselves enough as a name there. Oh, there's lots of risk, but part of the risk of all of this too is legislation and whatnot, especially in this country where a lot of people were complaining, obviously, about the prices that scalpers like Neil were charging, just joking, on StubHub. But that is the problem. It's the market.
Look, we sold some tickets. I can't say we didn't sell.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. And it's the market forces, right? Yeah. And I don't have a problem doing that either. I go to StubHub and buy tickets and sell tickets. So it's just, there is a risk of that. Like people are kind of hating on Live Nation or whatever for some of those things as well. StubHub's not allergic to that, right? Like they could get some sort of like before Doug Ford came in here, so just a couple years ago, they had it set that I think the most you could sell them on any of these for was like 20 to 25% grossed up, and then they took that away. So now you can sell them for whatever you want.
I don't like the price controls. I think you should let the market decide. My only issue is I cannot stand, there's a monopolistic aspect to it. So like the fee that they charge shouldn't be fixed. Like their service isn't somehow more important because the ticket price is higher. So why, like there should be some kind of
like $20 there, $20 there.
Like why isn't it more of a flat fee or some kind of a sliding scale on the fee that they're charging both ways, the seller and the buyer? Because like the World Series tickets, like normally you'd have like tickets that are like $100 and you charge a percentage of it when you resell them like in the regular season. All of a sudden, because people are willing to pay 4Gs, they're gonna get a rake of dollars. Like their service isn't any more important. It's just because there's nowhere else to go that they get that benefit. So I think there's a real risk, like a very legitimate risk there, because it's a kind of an antitrust thing. For Monopoly. There is a super chat, so I'm going to throw it up here. See, I can use it. Control Alt Escape. What up? Appreciate you. You said you got orders at 90 for BTC. Can you help explain your thesis? If you did already, sorry, I missed it. Sure. Answer: yes. It was, like I said, I have 4 lines on this picture, and this has been the case for a very long time. And every time I talk about Bitcoin, I'm just going to show you this. When everyone went nuts about the breakout, the long consolidation break at 70, I was like, where did it first stop? Where did it second stop? And then from there, back into the breakout price. So you and then you have the recent highs. And these lines aren't perfect. Look, I just drew the line around the top ended up being, so they're not going to be exactly perfect. But when you pull back to the second level, after that initial 70,000 breakout, it was first resistance, and then it turned into support here right around 91. You could make an argument that, and some people have said here, that this low is like 88 or 89, and you could say that too. I think it's an area. So that's where I'm buying in front of. It was the same thesis for me in April, and Liberation. We had the tank in April, or Liberation, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter. It was a 2-level pullback. I'm like, you're buying in front of the previous breakout. That is simple resistance turning into support, support and resistance turning into support again. Like I just keep it simple with BTC for that. So that's the easy answer there. And we got another one from, oh, you know what? Or I'll send this one up, but we have to just throw this. David, the super chat, you keep making guesses on the screen. So I'll just forward that on to Mark and we'll see if you're right or not. But the second that was too busy getting out of Tesla puts for a daily trade. Well, that worked out for you, David, so congratulations. I'll fire that over to, I guess it's Mark that we've been asking for sure, and maybe Affirm beats, but also tanks. That wouldn't be the first time. I feel like Affirm, we don't talk about Affirm enough, really. Like it was a really hot stock during COVID for a minute, and lately, didn't get its due. Like this was 3x from the Liberation Day lows. Like this went 3 times. And we keep talking about like, Tesla. It's like, Tesla's up. Tesla's doubled since the bottoms in April. Affirm has tripled.
Exactly.
And actually, and it's pulled back a ton, and it's still a double from that level. But it has broken trend. Affirm is a curious one because, you wonder. It plays both ways when you have job security concerns and the labor market, you go into recession. Sure, you can make the argument that more people need to use this service, but you can also make the argument that purchases just go down in a general sense and less people are able to pay back. I'm wrong about it being the latter, but I also don't think, in the US, I don't think you guys are in a recession. I think we are here, but that's an unpopular opinion. I think the economy is in a lot of trouble. You guys may go into recession, but I think that could weigh on Affirm a little bit. So this is kind of a make it or break it quarter because it's a downward trend that it needs to break out of. It's not like a bunch of high-flying tech stocks that have been like this is more akin to, and this is not the same space, but like you look at Hood or SoFi, like strong, and then I look at like how Coin just has able to get off the schneid, and it's like it's in a make or break it spot. It's pulled back into support. Affirm's doing that. Like it's on the precipice of falling apart. So important report tonight after the bell. Off the top of my head, even though we've looked at the list like multiple times, I cannot remember what the expected move was on Affirm because there's like 17 names reporting.
Yeah, I don't know either. No. Probably 20 plus.
I remember MP because somehow it's only 7%.
Right.
And I think I'm surprised by that. It moves more than that every single day this week. It was maybe like one day that, no, but there's one day that it hasn't moved 7%. And its expected move is only 7% on earnings for MP. Yeah, I'm shocked.
Even expected move for SMR is 12%, and it's like doing that today.
Every day.
DraftKings, Dara does have the graphic. We'll call it up at some point here. Those screens, my wife is watching. What's up, Marissa? Hope you're doing well. Obviously, as I'm chatting to her, she's fine. She's saying those screens behind look awesome. So thanks for that, as they do. Okay. Yeah, SMR, there it is, man. They most expect to move 12%. The biggest mover tonight, we have Peloton, 12. We have DraftKings, 8. MST, Monster Beverages, 7.5, not MSTR. Of course, there's a firm there, 12. SoundHound, 12. 10 there for Block. Open Door is the biggest, I think it looks like, at 15. So 15 for Open Door and 13 or 12.5 for IRAN. IRAN, you ran, we all run for IRAN. What's going on, Adair?
NVIDIA is going on here. I'm seeing a report that NVIDIA and Kazakhstan have signed a memorandum of understanding for up to $2 billion of advanced AI chips. If I get more context, I'll let you know, but I am just seeing this headline circulate now. And NVIDIA and Kazakhstan look like that's $2 billion, up to $2 billion advanced AI chip deal. Again, though, if there is more context, I will certainly keep you all apprised. You back to Sean and Neil. Make sure to like and to subscribe.
Around here.
No, I liked when I was just telling Sean, I liked it when the bottom one was on because it was a little bit warmer in here. Oh, I actually got to.
We had Sharif last year. He complained it was too warm.
I didn't have to wear a sweater all the time.
Exactly. And now today they're off. But we'll pretty soon, man. Even that desk behind us is going to be all. There's Mark looking at everything, but like that's just such an impressive, huge screen, man. We got the tickers rolling around at the top as well right now. Thanks, Fabian, for all the work that he's been doing as well on that. So big shout out to the whole team. I mean, I was just speaking with Russ there. He doesn't know exactly when we're going to be done that other side, but you know the team is working every single day to get everything done, and the progress is amazing. It's getting closer and closer. We did have an idea of the fall, and it's the fall, so we pretty much close to being on target there. You know, all projects, you know, they hit snags every once in a while there. We had to wait a while to get the screen shipped, of course, in here as well. You could imagine sort of how much
apparently saved
time that
saves a bunch doing it that way, though.
Borat, very nice. That computing power there for Kazakhstan and the rest of my wife. Appreciates that one as well.
What is that guy even up to these days?
Borat, he's just counting money, man. That guy, that's all that guy's doing. What's him again? He's a great actor. I used to watch him.
I'm literally saying
Sacha Baron Cohen.
I just said Ali G. But then
Ali G. And
you have the glasses on.
That's the show. Ali G. Man, that was an awesome show.
Best.
Things like that were back.
It's just not the same. To be honest, if you were a fan of Ali G from the beginning, you understand that some of like the movie stuff after, like it's all good, but it doesn't compare to when people didn't know him. Like when he wasn't so well known, his gags were out of control.
Yeah, he used to sit with like
dude, he sat with Newt
senators.
Gingrich.
Yeah,
he sat with you can see he sat with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump didn't fall for anything.
But Rudy Giuliani did. And
Giuliani
he was already famous at that point.
Which is terrible. Newt Gingrich, he wasn't famous. Newt Gingrich got punked for sure. Shoot, there was another super chat there. I missed it. My bad.
That's okay. Are we going to Adara? No.
Affirm probably crushing it because everyone's credit cards are maxed out. It cuts both ways.
Are they maxed out?
No, I mean, but yes, they can get a boost because more people use them. But then if things get even worse, then they can end up in trouble as well. So it's that simple with Affirm. And look, I haven't owned Affirm in a while. That was one of 4 like COVID plays. Pfizer.
I wonder what PayPal's doing. PayPal 365 yet?
And the best out of all time, Silvergate. The best exit of any trade. I sold Silvergate like I missed out on the last 50 move, but then they went bankrupt.
Yeah.
And then I put the money into Coinbase, which did okay. Like, I don't know, it's yet another. I was like, I'm keeping it somewhere in the crypto. And I remember being like, I didn't have to pick Coinbase, but whatever. I had a Coinbase account that I was using at the time. It was fun.
That was
still got I have some Doge in there that I mess around with every now and then.
The trade was nice.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so out of more of this, man. I mean, as we get into the close, we could just bleed the rest of the way. I'm actually going to cancel Google right now. I'm not going to reload this thing. I'm almost out of it all. We started rejecting there, so I just took another out right here, a 37s, yeah. And now the bleed is on, and you're starting to come back in. So I'm going to stop out on a break of VWAP right here. We only have, actually I have about 15% left. I'm going to get even lighter on that right now. Okay, so we have under 10% left right now on this trade, and I'm actually want to just tap out right now. I'm not loving this at all. Like, we just had a complete rejection again of VWAP. Look, we took a huge advantage of it, man. We made that nice trade on Google, and you just don't want a good trade to go bad trade. So right now, a big rejection there of VWAP. We haven't seen a minute here on the NQs. I'm basically always focused on the NQs. I don't even really look at the ES because, again, you know, I've traded 4 names today: BABA, Google, Marvell, and the future and the Qs. So I'm focusing very strongly on this. And there it goes, man, breaking it right back down in. All right, I'm just going to, I might be wrong on this. There we go. We offered those 21s. We cashed it. Another one. And we'll props it up for it. But I got out the last 10% there for basically nothing, man. Just offered out, got NASDAQ. We're out of that trade. It's a good one. It's a reload. There's only a half out there, and here it comes in. So I don't feel any kind of ways about getting out right there. I've actually, Barry Horowitz, tap ourselves on the back. We are now out of that trade. We are now flat. And so far, good here. Could make a trade into the end of the day. If it was going to be anything, it might be some Apple. But, you know, that's down to 270. If we get into here right now with only 20 minutes left, then I even want to take it at that point.
It's losing view up again.
Yeah, and Bitcoin right now is trying to test.
It might break it.
Could
close.
So we want. Let me see what everyone's voting on right over here. Right now, will Bitcoin be over 100K by open? So yeah, right now we do have a slight favor to the long side. That one over 56% versus 44. Fabian, not that you don't have anything else to add to your list of things to do, but we could also, similarly to the super chats, we could do something. Votes. No, because you know how we don't really want to show the chat anymore? Here he comes. Oh, to figure out the poll. Yeah, like just like how we put the super chats up, we could put the polls up, because this is just hard to read for people.
Well, plus when we have everything up there working behind us, that's the kind of stuff we want to put up. Well, that's
hey man, you are the man.
That's a YouTube problem.
This is why I'm specifically calling on you. What you got over there? What is it? Oh, remember Chargers over there? Honda, eh? Sure, that's a pretty sick little
Taking it old school.
windbreaker. Remember those windbreakers?
Those guys get a new Charger and we don't?
Is that new? Oh, he's moving. Yeah, they're setting up in the back there. It's very impressive, everything that's going on here. Yo, those white monitors look sick. How do I not get those white monitors? Oh, these ones are, okay, the ones I have is better? Okay, good. Right, screw those white monitors. Who the hell would want a white monitor?
He's just telling us that.
I know, exactly.
No, they look easily better.
Right.
Yeah, why would we have the best monitors?
I get it.
Or the best PCs?
In our lifetime, we could see 1 million, what's up, Mr. Easy Street, on BTC or 0. Yeah, I think that's about right. I don't think you'll see 0 or 1 million, but I think you'll see 100,000. You might see that today. I don't know. I
think you'll see 100,000.
I have no idea where Bitcoin's going.
Oh, 100,000 you'll see. We'll see that.
A joke. Yeah, I don't know.
1 million?
No, not in our lifetime. It's not going 10x from here, in my opinion. But
I don't think I'll live long enough.
No, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think either. I think the more reasonable targets are like the 250K. I can see that.
I mean, yeah, I can see the NASDAQ doubling from here.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I can see 250K. I think it could, in the right circumstances, outperform enough that you could do a little bit more than that. But 1 million, like that, the million ones are always the ones that get me. It's like that.
It's so dramatic.
No, I just feel like there's some things about the economy that.
Kathy thinks 5 million. Is that what it was?
No.
I think you're.
Oh no, my chat literally crashed. I got the snap.
Oh, you're probably.
What did I do?
You have the show running on too high of a.
Let's go to Adara, and I'll jump back in.
You guys know here, TSLA on watch. It is now 25 minutes until their annual shareholder meeting begins. I have the stream up. There's a stream except for, just the kind of logo of the meeting, but I will be covering that on the recap in addition to all of the many earnings with Sean and myself. I'll be focusing on this shareholder meeting, so I'll keep you guys posted. Just be aware, the meeting, which again, we are waiting on the vote for Tesla CEO Elon Musk's pay package. You'll get live coverage on the Twitter TV live market. So do not miss out, guys. Back to you.
5 million person. Thank you very much, Sir Adair. Carter said, she said he would, said 1.2 million yesterday.
I thought I heard someone.
No, somebody has
been her call on Tesla.
Yeah, somebody said 5 million. I do remember that as well. No, it might not have been her, but because I remember being like, what? I'm like, yeah, that's great.
I thought that was like the high. Maybe that's your boy Tom Lee over there. I don't know.
Yeah, you start to worry about some of the valuation.
Let's check on Rivian here. So we are now moments away. It's Tesla shareholder today, and you know that vote's going to come down as a yes for them for sure. I mean, we had Kalshi market out 80% today, so I don't, unless somebody really does flip there, that's a huge stakeholder. We do know the Norwegian Sovereign Fund was a no, and that they're one of the bigger shareholders, so we'll see how that all goes down. But Rivian today coming back in, right? They had a very big move down today. Rivian down to 14 and change again. I said yesterday's move is what it is, right? And that's a very bold statement, but meaning absolutely nothing. It's just yesterday's move, I think. Big break of 14 there. It was on earnings. They ripped higher and well rewarded, right? I mean, back up into where? Past support, past resistance in this case, right? So we got right back up into 1550, and now today we're falling back down, and it should surprise nobody. We always talk about key levels, and you're looking for extension. It's only day 2. I'm not here to, hate on Rivian. I think that there's a great opportunity for this company, and why? Look at this move. That's a huge move. If anything, trend right here, although it doesn't look like there's much of a trend now, you got to like the long better than the short. We've now had bottom, 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 bottom. So if anything, you're starting to make higher lows as we continue into looking to make higher highs. And if we can do that, I mean, you're still kind of in this movement down. And if anything, we might have broken that trend right here anyways and started to go back to the upside. So I'm still going to say Rivian, good opportunity here to trade. What's a solid American company there, still losing every single car, but I don't know. Once they turn that EPS positive, you could see this start to run again. Remember, this was $108 stock at its IPO, so all the way down to $15 now. So they've already sort of been taken to the woodshed and destroyed down there to the downside. So I think I'm long 11 and change on this name. Yeah, I do like the stock. So, but I want to see it break just a little bit higher. And then as the reason why I'm talking about this, and of course, Google's now up from where I sold it. So, we just didn't want to be part of any sort of a downside move. Tesla very much doing nothing here into the vote, which makes a lot of sense. If anybody's taking a position ahead of this vote, we've talked about
also might not move
sort of there's upside and downside. You are going to essentially, by voting yes, diluting the shares, a couple 100 million shares actually, dilution there if you're going to give him the ability to eventually hold those shares to grow into the valuation. I think we've talked about it a lot on the show, so we won't beat a dead horse on that one. But yeah, there is a great opportunity today for some aftermarket moves with Tesla. And Derek just mentioned it. I missed, was it 4:15? But they're going to take a minute anyway.
Yeah, it'll take time.
There's proxies and all that. But
Schwab was under some pressure because
there goes Google. Look at that.
Basically, there was some big time account holders at Schwab that were saying, "Hey, look, if you vote against this, we're going to take our money out." So we'll see how it goes. But there is some serious pressure. By the way, I'm just going to I don't think silver is going to get back up to that 43.8, so I just flatted that one. It is what it is. I think the news might be better if it can follow through and continue tomorrow. That might be a better play. But didn't really go all that far. That's the thing about news-based trading. If it doesn't break out, it goes up and then it consolidates, it doesn't go after a while, it might not be that big of a deal. But Tesla is just one of many things that you got to pay attention to for the aftermarket show. Like yesterday, it was almost as if you couldn't go through the earnings fast enough, and you're going to get the same thing today. The only thing is, the least volatile names today are violent names. Like the lowest expected move to be MP at 7%. You're telling me a stock that has been cut in half in the last 3 weeks has the lowest expected move tonight? Yikes. Suffice to say, it's going to be a wild one. I can't see any way that's only 7%, but the options markets usually know what they're doing, I suppose. Yep. Another super chat. Thank you guys so much for all the super chats. All fire. David the Red A lot of Davids. Good way to differentiate.
David
How does
the
the
Red.
setup on CEG look?
David the Red.
So the thing about Constellation, they got their earnings. Look, I'm a GEV guy, so I'll get that one out of the way. But 9 minutes till imbalances.
Yep.
Very, very similar, right? So you're thinking about powering all of these data centers, all of the extra strain on the energy grid and source of energy that will be needed in the next 10 years for all this crazy buildup. So it's part of that play. So I'm thinking, like for GEV, I'm being a little bit more patient with the dip because I felt like these went a little more parabolic than they were used to. And really, like this is what 150 to 400 is only pulled back $50. That's not really that much. Like I'm thinking more the 200 period for these energy plays. And I'm just giving, that's just based on the fact that that's what I'm doing with GE Vernova. Right? Like I was saying it's way too parabolic in my opinion, despite the fact that I'm happy about it. And it held that consolidation up top. And I'm like, I'm trimming, but I'm waiting for the 200 period to look for any kind of a dip buy. And that's how I would treat CEG as well. I think they're a little bit akin. I'm not making any plays. I didn't make a play on earnings in GEV. I'd already trimmed before of it. And if I was in Constellation, I would treat it exactly the same way as I already did for GE Vernova. All of these names went absolutely parabolic and have a lot of this AI risk, where if like the bubble's bursting, they can pull back a heck of a lot. So
Bounce indicator working? Mine isn't. Oh, yours is. I'll have to
fine. I
reset
have
mine.
Kenview, Big Sell.
I don't know if I have a different setting.
Oh,
here.
Uber is an early look buy of 1 million.
I'm
That's
gonna have to
something.
reset that and figure.
All right, so yeah, I usually look minutes ago. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. Well, I was starting to look at them too, and
It's gotta be-
I don't know. It's fine. I refreshed my blotter and it was giving me some issues, so I'll have to.
Okay.
Might be some data problems.
But Uber is a 1 million buy on the early look, so that's pretty good for Uber. It's only done 12 million shares. That's a decent chunk.
Circle will be SSR tomorrow. Let me just double check. Bavin in the chat. Thanks for the yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Oh yes, it will.
It is right now as well, right? So the minute you go or more, then it's this day +1, or is it +2? I think it's just +1, right?
This day now.
Yeah. So you got today +1, so T +1, and then if it's again tomorrow, then you can add that as well, and then that'll give it another day, and so on and so forth, until eventually it settles down and you get the ability to hit the bid. But right now you can't. The only way to get short on Circle right here is to offer this price, which is why you're seeing this happen. It's just going to keep on, as I say, right now, just keeps on sort of ticking. This guy's going to keep following down. He should close the gap. All right, so now you're short. Like the only way to get short is by offering. So you can see no one's necessarily bidding, but it is kind of just swiping levels back and forth right here. And again, Circle, man, just getting crushed as there has been some stable coin USDC. I really like the USDC idea, Tether, USDC, all of that is we do need stable coins to, stabilize the market again. And I just wonder what the news is for Circle and why is this going down? Did we already have Circle earnings, or was there a story, Adair, about at all? Circle, I know that it's been a pretty dramatic run here for them. They're reporting in 6 days, so we don't even have their report yet. Yes.
So I did mention it for CRCL, and I highly doubt this has anything to do with anything, but they just released, I guess, how they want to implement the Genius Act or what they want to do with the Genius Act. That was earlier today. We had a lot of about stable coins from Fed's Hammock to JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon. Honestly, nothing to explain that drop, though, that I could find all day.
Okay. Thanks.
Celsius will also be SSR.
I have a sign for that.
Thank you very much.
Celsius, did you see this one?
What the? They report? I see more and more people drinking Celsius.
That is not food. Not good.
Oh boy. Some of these stocks that aren't like the bellwethers are just getting crushed. Like these high-running, highly volatile names are.
And so the other thing is,
enjoying the market.
When we say SSR, just because it's SSR doesn't mean it's going to bounce the next day. However, it's just like if it does catch a bid, it can just be a little bit better because it's for people to pound it down on the short side. It's just, sometimes that relief rally can be a little bit better. That's all. But Celsius, yuckity. Lots of people drink these. I mean, I'm not an energy guy. One of my good friends I played ball with literally has like 2 of these things a day.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly my response. I was like,
I don't know enough about it. That might be okay. I have no idea.
There's a lot. There's a
caffeine and stuff.
a lot of
in there. Some of them are caffeine free, I guess.
Oh, really? But then what's the? I thought the whole point is that caffeine.
An energy drink. There's some natural.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I didn't
They're
know
used
that.
to drink Celsius. I don't know. I think they're all.
I thought they all had.
Western Bar says they're killing it on Celsius, but their other products are hurting. Oh,
But what else
he
do they?
drinks one every day too.
What else do they do?
I don't know. I don't know enough about that company, to be honest with you. I thought McDonald's, yeah, they're getting hit a little bit today too, down 2.5% as their spike and then drop here today as well for McDonald's, down 2.3%. Names like Chipotle continue to get crushed. Downside, Kava, like that's done another 4%. Like this is the problem with catching falling knives. We always get asked, at what levels do we like the buys? And I mean, this is why I don't like DraftKings. It's, oh God. Right, that's right, the split. You know, like you might have been talking about support here, 45, 46. When you break that, it's gone. And then you say, well, what about this support right there? Well, there's earnings gone. So sometimes you don't really get that opportunity to get out like you may have thought that you could have had earlier. So just be careful with all of that. And, you know, those that win on plays like this, you have to give it a second. You're not, you know, to jump in now, there could be downside in all of these plays, especially like the market's not even really bleeding yet. You know, the Nasdaq, sure, today's bad. Today's bad. It's down almost 2%.
Almost at 100.
We've had 2% today. We've had 2% days already this week. 2 days ago it was down to 2.04. So you're having the second worst day of the week. It's only Thursday. Look at Kava. Like you want to talk about a cliff. You know, like there's some bad trades that you could be putting on. You know. And then these are like not mega cap names. And then just now you have a break of Meta breaking through 620 just now, and you know potentially looking lower on this one too. I mean, Meta looks like Kava too, like bang. Almost thought I was looking at Kava right there, but yeah, not a healthy environment right now to be dip buying really anything. I mean, the Nasdaq is down pretty.
Good now, 11%.
Yeah, and like I don't know. I don't want, like, I always hear people say, you know, that's okay where Robinhood is, it's down and all that kind of stuff. But like, you have to feel bad too for giving up some of the gains that you've already had in some of those names, which is why we talked about it. Joe talked about getting out some Robinhood at 120. And when you do that, sure, you miss the move to 150, but at least, you know, I mean, 120 is not even that great of an out, but right now you're starting to crank lower, and it's just like, this is why I say it not really that jokingly, like there are a lot lower prices that could potentially come for many of these names. And including SoFi too. It's, I can't just be like.
I think you have to make a decision.
SoFi's 27, that's bad.
I always have to make, like there's always things that I will trim and other things that I'm just not touching. And like you make that determination. And sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. Like,
yeah, for sure.
I trimmed ARM, I trimmed Slice, I did trim SoFi, but not at the actual high. I took 2/3 out of SMR and held a third. There's lots of things I trimmed, but there's plenty of stuff that I didn't. I trimmed a lot. I trimmed some Tesla, but I didn't touch anything in Apple. I didn't touch anything actually, no, that's a lie. I did sell like a small amount of NVIDIA. It was really, really small. And then I was like, I don't know, I don't want to sell anymore. But it's just some things that I make some cash. I'm never going to sell everything, but there's certain things. And I like to predetermine that. I was getting up there. GEV is the other one I was trying to think of. I was just talking about that, and for some reason I couldn't even come up with it. I trimmed some Caterpillar, which I hadn't done in a very long time. But certain things, I hadn't touched any Walmart, holding all of that. And that could be the wrong decision. But there's certain ones that I'm like, either I just don't have enough of it, or I feel pretty profit taking. But ultimately, like Robinhood, $85 is not crazy. SoFi. Load.
I already called
it twice. SoFi, I think more like the 22 area, but the imbalance has just dropped. And Kenvue again is a big sell. Uber does come out as the expected buy, but Kenvue a 3 million sell. There's getting a lot of pressure of that stock. Apple's only 850,000 to the buy side. That's pretty nothing burger. Uber and Kenvue, NVIDIA is not even there.
Apple was a buy.
Small buy, 840. It's not that big. 5.5 million paired volume as well. So Uber, let's see if it actually moved on that.
Apple is up 0.1 right now in a market that's down 2%.
They had
absolutely.
They had a good story that really is defensive. Like even the story yesterday is defensive towards an AI bubble, right? Because they got a really cheap price for recurring revenue that is going to end up being, for something that's going to generate recurring revenue, keep people in the ecosystem, generate more in their services. Like they're only paying $1 billion for it, and they're getting that billion from somewhere that there's no risk of Google not being able to pay them, right? Unlike OpenAI, like sure they'll be fine, but if they were to fail, there'd be a huge problem if OpenAI failed. Apple's going to get their money. That's the difference.
Yeah, they don't even need money. They also have $100 million buyback, which is why I bought it. Look at not the reason, but that's the reason why I keep buying it. Look at SMR, down 14% today. Like, these are the names, man, the names that have no revenues, the names that just continue to drop and literally, like, can't find bids, you know? And tonight we have earnings for SMR. So that should be a real exciting spot tonight, coming right back into again for this name. Another key level coming into play there as well. Like, look, Boeing's not even making money either, right? So it's not like some of these big companies, they're not just all small companies that you have to worry about. But yeah, SMR, what a disaster. As that keeps going down, Oklo, all the names today getting hit. Tesla into the close looks, let me just quickly see. The close looks still fine. It's bad, it's down 4%, but not necessarily getting hammered here as we await the big decision tonight. I don't know if we'll be able to have any sort of resolution by the time 4:30 hits, but Darren and I are going to have all of these earnings ready to go for you in 6 minutes.
Absolutely, and we also want to talk about the old adage that trading had to mean risking your own money, or you just didn't have enough to start off. It caused the fear of losing and kept a lot of traders on the sideline. But that's now changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits here, no barriers. Just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. So visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now. Get 10% off your evaluation. See some random stuff coming up there in the chat, by the way, Ari Pages. But I'm only gonna, Ari, I'm gonna address this one. I don't even see it in the scroll, so I can't put it on screen. But I like this. I now firmly prefer calisthenics over traditional gym training. Love the feel of calisthenics, especially on pull-ups and dips. No word of a lie. I haven't said anything. I don't really talk about, like, I enjoy working out. Actually, I'm not a happy person if I don't work out a few times a week. But for the last month or so, or couple of months, I've only been doing body weight and calisthenic stuff. Nothing crazy, just push-ups, pull-ups, body weight, Bulgarians, like that kind of a deal, mobility stuff. I've just to switch it up every now and then, because I don't believe in going to a gym. Like I always work at home. I have a home gym, so I'm always like to keep it interesting. So I'm with you on that one. I think in anything, like sometimes just randomly changing up your routine can it's just to help spice up life. Like it's good to have a way of doing things. Sometimes you just got to change things for sure. Mr. Easy Street, Neil Wake Up does 3 push-ups and calls a day. Nah, that's not. My latest one for push-ups is, it's a simple one. Just 10 high-quality push-ups, no BS. I'm a stickler for that nonsense. Some of the stuff you see, it's like, I can do 1,000,000 push-ups or pull-ups. I'm like, no, you can't. Look at your form. Every minute on the minute, just do 10 for 10 minutes. It's 100 push-ups. It's actually a pretty good, quick workout. I do that a couple of times, 2 to 3 times a week. I do a similar thing with pull-ups. I do a similar thing with single-leg Bulgarians. It's pretty cool. So ultimately, like, it's just, and then after I do that for a few months, I'll probably just go back to lifting. For you there. But the imbalances, like I said, were kind of a nothing burger. NVIDIA popped into a sell here with 55 hit. NVIDIA came in a sell late at 1.5 million. Kenvue kind of stuck around there. Uber's still a bit of a buy for 1 million shares. Not really moving off of that. I think we made the right decision. NVIDIA kind of selling off again. I went for the long in here, but there's an old saying that's not that old because I say it all the time. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. I took the breakout trade. There's a channel break. I took the breakout trade. It lost the channel. I got out. If I fight with the stock, maybe I can make it work for a little bit. But when it breaks down, Second day in a row, NVIDIA is going to end up losing trend. Only difference is it really tried to go in the afternoon. But again, loses trend, weak, down 4% today here. Lorenzo just said circle. Ooh. Oh my goodness, broke 100. This one was another potential trend break. Had this one, and I take these 10 times out of 10. If you're going to give me a $10 drop and a trend break, my risk is $1 and VWAP is sitting there 2 above, but circle breaking 100. I think this is what, I think yesterday we got a question specifically about circle, and my biggest issue with buying was we're going to buy it when it's hanging on the cliff. And there's Fed's Waller, stablecoins not a threat to monetary policy. Well, right now, circle is a threat to itself. It loses the bid, loses 100 in like 1 cent or so. It hasn't technically broken $100 yet. 100 is on the bid as we speak. Not a lot of size, no trouble pushing through if it doesn't want to. Like that's a nasty, nasty 11% down day. So that'll be SSR. You don't really have, there's $100 and you have nothing underneath here outside of maybe like the first day prices. The first day closed like $82 or so, and then 69 where it opened up. So there's a lot of room down beneath on Circle. I think there can be a bounce, but it's not looking too good. That's all I got to say. Open Doors, another one of these earnings names that we're going to be paying attention to. I was a little surprised at how nasty it's been. 9% down. Yikes. Some of the moves that are happening today, like the Nasdaq's down 2, the ES is down 1. These high-flying stocks, if you're like, everything is moving 9, 10% here. SPCE is 26%, NVIDIA 4%. Like these are some hefty pullbacks. And the frothier you are or have been, I think is the best way to put it, because like to say that Open Doors is frothy after it's pulled back like 30-something%, maybe not fair, but it has been one of those names. If Open Door was $3 next week, how surprised should we be? Eric Jackson might be surprised, but we wouldn't be surprised.
All right, I think we got a good idea. Yeah, a good talk there. We are getting set up over there, so Adair and I will take you into the close. We're pretty excited to do that with everybody today. Yeah, Comcast, I'm hearing. Maybe that's what you guys were just talking about. All right, so Google, good out for us eventually, right? Unless you were trying to hold this all the way to the end of the day, where we've just made an out right there. So we got out right there to come back in. All right. Just hearing that Trump just was told that they'd have to fund SNAP food benefits until Friday, so I think that's probably a good thing for most people out there. Kenvue still has the big sell under it, KVUE here on the imbalances.
So weird.
Rate 3 million. It's not really doing anything right now into that. SMCI's had a bad day, obviously, today, as well as that continues to look lower. Wow, down 4%. I mean, I shouldn't say wow. I mean, everything is pretty much down 4%.
The quote board is nasty.
Yeah, there's not much to celebrate today, I don't think, Neil, as the market is very, very red. The only green name that I have on the board that I normally watch here today, we have, well, look, we nailed it with
Lilly.
Alibaba. Yeah, Alibaba, Occidental, so JP Morgan, yeah.
Oh, Moderna, because Moderna held on to it.
JP Morgan's actually a decent holding. Man, it's really matured into a nice trade.
Energy.
And then, yeah, Micron, and then Marvell, you guys know we love, and then Google. So, yeah, really, really restricted on what's up. Hood, SMR, Soxel, Affirm, they're all down. AMD, Coinbase. All right, 30 seconds now until the market is closed. So let's throw it over to Adara to see what she has, but there's only 10 seconds left. So.
Oh, shoot.
As there is now a countdown on the stream. We're literally seconds away now from this shareholder meeting. Be covering this along with so many earnings with Sean on the market recap here on Trader TV Live. You don't have to go anywhere. Don't miss out live coverage. Back to the guys.
This closing bell brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex on a crazy earnings day where there's even more. There was so much action that we couldn't cover it all. Ring that closing bell. Thank you so much there, Adara. We didn't even have Fortinet, literally, like a cybersecurity name that was down a boat today, only 6% actually, but let's be real. It is a wild week because of the volume of earnings, and all of these ones tonight are big-time movers, whether it's Affirm, whether it's, I don't know, I'm surprised that MP's only expect to move a 7%. You know those are going to be big ones. You got Block also reporting after the bell, so you're in the right spot. Buckle up. There's a lot to go over because the kind of days you want to see what was a little bit too weak, what was actually holding some strength like Alibaba and some of the Chinese stocks, like some energy names out there. But you're going to see a boatload of movers. It'll be fast and furious. You're in the right place because it have you covered. It's going to be wild. So sit back, relax. Your market recap show is going to be a banger, and we're going to start it right now.
I'm just confused by his accent. That was just what I was saying.
It's a quite a unique
It's
one
from everywhere.
there. Okay, here we go. We had Wynn Resorts on our note today, but Wynn
They weren't.
Yeah, Wynn Resorts reporting right now. So here we go. We're starting to get going here. Not much happening, down to 121 and change now. And so that's trying to tick a little bit lower, but really no volume coming right here. So nothing going on there. This is what it looks like right now, 446 and change. So again, not a whole heck of a lot happening right now for Tesla right now, but they're all starting to fly through right now. Akamai coming out, I'm hearing in my ear. Oh boy, this is not very good in my ear today, so this is going to be a problem. We are brought to you by Global X. We want to thank them for continuously sponsoring this market recap show. Check out their Beta Pro platform there. But all right, it's Tesla. We're waiting, man. Now out, EXPE.
Oh.
Let's have a quick look at what this is doing. So a $10 spread, but a nice upside play there for Expedia right now, up 13% as there
TTD
goes.
up.
What's that?
TTD.
TTD is now in as well. So let's go find out what Trade Desk is saying. They've been getting beat up, so it's nice to see a little bit of a move higher now for TTD.
Yeah, I would call it a massacre. Being beat up is a nice way of putting it, Sean.
Thank you.
But yeah, this name was down 38% in its right now, nicely to the upside, at least for now. Adjusted earnings, 45 cents, narrowly beating 44-cent estimate a hair. Then you've got sales, 739.433 million, beating estimates of 718.69 million expected. Good look for TTD, but the Trade Desk right now, trade desking lower on this Trade Desk.
Yeah, it's definitely trading lower right now. Wynn misses on estimates as well. So Wynn right here.
TTD guidance.
Yeah, TTD right now not great after all. Back to flat. Did you just get guidance?
The guidance isn't bad, actually. It's a beat 840 million or more than 840 million, they're saying, versus estimates of 830.156 million. I want to mention, too, this name, when any other company, specifically Mag 7 companies, announce any kind of ad innovation, TTD usually gets hard, so be aware of that. Which one?
Airbnb. Airbnb is now out right now as well. So we have a miss on here. 221 versus 232, but a beat on sales. So Airbnb right now just trying to figure itself out. There it goes, nicely cruising now back to the upside. I want to thank everybody. New member, not new member, 34 months, Apple Fritter. Thank you so much for that. Airbnb now reporting and is now out. 221 out for Airbnb right now. A little bit of a beat for these guys. Akamai is out. Peloton is now out. Like a lot of earnings coming through. You're not going to see live level 2s anywhere except for here. So thank you for watching. Right here, here's live. 3 cents for 1 cent. Sales beating. Double beat here for Peloton. But doesn't look like it's cycling anywhere except for stationary, which makes sense. Stationary Peloton,
yeah.
So not moving around very much at all for Peloton. So we'll skip on that one. SoundHound now out as well. Wow. Just flying in today. Here comes SoundHound right now. Q3 revenue, 42 million, up 68% for SoundHound right now, but they're ticking lower. They're down pretty good today, but there's the little tick now for SoundHound, down just a little bit more right now into the thing. Yeah, we got Peloton. That's relatively flat. We did see Expedia. I think the big winner so far here, the only one that I've seen going upside, we'll double check on Wynn, is Expedia with a guide for it as well. 3.4 right now. There it goes. Expedia, nice move to the upside there, up 17%. And it looks like Wynn is lower for now. So Wynn actually missing on that one as well. SoundHound's adjusted EPS comes in now. So here we go. Let's go back over to SoundHound. Open is now. Check that. Adjusted EPS 3 cents missing, minus 3 cents right there for SoundHound. So that's not good. I don't see open to Ardera, but you're saying it's
I'm
out.
saying it's moving. Yeah, it's not out, but it's moving.
All right, 650. I'm going to just take a little sip of this as I'm losing my voice as we speak. Anything happening with Tesla or not yet?
I'm not sure of the of the stream, so I'm keeping my mouth shut because I don't really trust things unless I see, like, there's other streams moving. The official Tesla stream hasn't moved yet. I've got multiples up. You guys know what I'm like. I'm staying mum. Mum's the word until mum is not the word anymore. So I'll keep you guys posted.
I mean, when the word, the bird, the bird is the word. So we'll wait for that. GoPro now out. Wow, I haven't heard anything about GoPro in forever. Wow, that's why. It's $1.70, not doing anything right now. Grow Generation Brands, another marijuana name, is now out, GRWG. That name comes flying out again. A big thank you to our sponsor, Global X, once again. And there goes Grow Generation. These are just a couple dollar names here. Just thinking about possibly run tomorrow, right? Grow Generation Brands. Peloton came out with a report today as well. Check out for this, possibly running tomorrow. Nice little move higher with a lot of volume sitting right here at the level 1 and level 2. My eyes are always going over here. We do have the Benzinga Pro Squawk here. Going to tell us when names have reported and when they haven't. Lamb Research, we had that the other day. But right now it seems to be pretty quiet as we wait.
It's super quiet on the earnings front.
Yeah, we wait for more earnings right now. Nothing really, moving around too much. We do have iRobot, IRBT. They were in the news recently as well. They just came out with earnings and not much going on here. This is a potential that could be a squeeze play. I think this was squeezed a couple weeks ago. Yeah, there, 390 up to 6, back down to 4, back to 6, and now all the way back down to 241. Right there goes iRobot. But we'll keep our ears to the ground, and if Dara hears anything, we will get to you on or just on the earnings plays, and interrupt me if there's anything going on, because I just want to talk about what happened today in the streets, right? I mean, NVIDIA right now down 3.5% as we get more talk from, their own CEO throwing crazy shade. Saying that,
okay, I don't think it was crazy shade, and he's said the same thing before. He just
but it's not. I mean, he basically he's stressing people out, and I think that's the problem,
You're right?
right?
I guess it's not. That's the better way of putting it.
Yeah. I mean, when you're coming out and saying that, hey, look, China is potentially catching the United States.
Well, he's been saying this for years.
Yeah. No, but it's
why,
just,
you know what I mean. But I think people, the way he worded it, scared them.
I think when you hear especially when the NASDAQ is starting to hit to the downside right here. It's kind of adding fire to the flame, or adding gas to the fire is what we're looking at. All right, take two. Ugh. The maker of everyone's soon-to-be favorite game, apparently.
Yeah,
Grand Theft Auto. Uh-oh. Ugh. You didn't buy, did you, Fabian? Hopefully not yet. But if you didn't, this is a great opportunity to slide in right now. Slide into Take-Two's DMs, because this is a downside play right now. Hitting the 200 period is Take-Two Interactive. I'm actually really excited about this, because if this falls in, I'm with Fabian and everybody on this. I think that game's going to be monstrous. I think like $1 billion developing it or something like that. That number might even be higher, but can they get that back? I think so. It's going to be released on every console. We're just waiting for that data, Dara. So if you have Take-Two numbers.
Yeah, I have them. This is another one of those, like Roblox, that reports bookings and revenue as separate metrics. So when it says sales, they mean bookings. They don't mean revenue. Net bookings here, 1.96 billion. That would be above estimates of 1.721 billion. Now, I have seen way too many different things here for their earnings per share, so I'm not going to repeat that number in case I'm incorrect. But either way, that net bookings number, which was above estimates, actually marked 33% year-over-year growth. And guys, the thing is, I always care about a number. I'm not going to say it to you guys. You guys know what I'm like. I want to make sure you're getting the most trustworthy information. Also, if you want to tag me for what earnings you want, my name has an A in the middle, so it's ADARA. I'm seeing some people trying to tag me ADERA, but I am not a Dira. I am a Dara, and you can let me know in that chat, so I want to make sure I'm covering all the earnings for you.
All right. We are going to have a quick little look here as Bitcoin. We do have that poll up in the chat. Start to vote immediately.
They postponed GTA 6 again, I think.
I thought that they were going to postpone.
November 26 now, instead of May 26
what?
now,
November? What? That is, so my son is going to be not impressed with that one right there. So, you know what? Off of that news, it looks like it's getting higher here as there it goes. Starting to battle back right now, Take-Two. So GTA, and we're going to confirm that, of course. But potentially being, it is confirmed. Okay, delayed till November of 26. Grand Theft Auto, watch out.
It's in their official release. I just read it.
Okay, that kind of is a womp for all the gamers out there. I'm excited to see game can do as well. I mean, apparently the graphics and just the gameplay, I mean, they spent obviously a lot of time. And I think that's one of those open world games where you're supposed to be able to go into basically every little bar and nightclub and hotel and all that. Should be a lot of fun. And I think it's in Miami again. I'm not sure. But okay, today was not a great day, man. The NASDAQ, as we saw, went down 1.9%, 1.3% on the ES. But there was some relief here. Berkshire up a little bit. We know. Get out of there. Everyone's winning. Is that the winning one? Yeah, but Berkshire there today. JP Morgan and Bank America, the three basically financials here that really helped with that. We had Visa and MasterCard both down, and American Express as well. Wells Fargo and Citigroup and Morgan Stanley.
I'm seeing some numbers for Open Door.
3 winning banks, 3 losing banks. All right, I don't want to leave the people hanging for Open Door. So let's just have a quick check on what Open Door is like, Adair, and then we'll go over to you and see what those numbers are. Okay, well, oh boy, beyond bad puns, Open Door right now is nice downside play. So it looks like we have broken through that $7 mark. We did that right near the end of the day, right there. And now it looks like it's continuously moving lower right there. What do we got on Open Door?
This Jackson, Jackson by the.
Sorry, Miss Jackson.
Sorry, Mr. Jackson, I guess. Because I'm being for real. These numbers are a miss here, specifically for earnings per share. They reported a larger than expected loss per share, 12 cents versus a 7-cent loss expected. Revenue was a beat. 115 million versus 882 million expected. So revenue beat, sales miss. It is confusing because they didn't call this earnings report. They released it as an open house. So I couldn't even tell it was their official report yet. So yeah,
okay.
Open Door, thank you for the confusion for your open house. But either way, I don't know if anyone's buying this real estate.
Yeah,
here.
they're not. There's no one's lining up for this open house right here. But yeah, down 19%. So if you guys have puts or anything like that, they're probably printing. The implied move on Open Door was 12 or 13%. So looks like you're getting an extension here on Open Door. Get your money ready tomorrow, man. Open Door is going to be traded a heck of a lot of shares right now. Affirm out, I'm hearing from Adara.
No Affirm.
Okay, and just a quick check as Adara's waiting for more news on Tesla. So you're in the right spot. If you're trying to pay attention to what's going to happen on the shareholder meeting here, what's the vote all about? What does the have to say? If anything drops in the next 20 minutes, we're all over that. Trust me, Adara, that's the only thing that she's watching besides all these earnings. Affirm is now. By the way, I just saw it on Ben Zinga.
Right after I say
Affirm, yeah, right after you said. Affirm right now. All right, EPS right now beat 16 cents, beats 15. Sales 139. 139 million is their sales? Okay.
Wait, what? That sounds wrong.
Okay, I don't know here. Versus 138, but right now Affirm.
No, that is wrong, yeah.
Yeah, just dancing back and forth right now for Affirm. Yeah, it didn't seem that was very much. Oh, there it is right now. Affirm, sorry, my bad. I was reading Arlo. Affirm sales 933 versus 883. So just under beating on EPS. So EPS right now, 23-cent beat for them. That's what they post. They beat 11. So it's going to be a 12-cent beat for Affirm. Obviously goes to the upside there on the report. But now, Adara, we wait for guidance because it's pretty flat right here going into this. So what do we got for guidance?
It sucks. It was pretty good, and then the guidance is like super midpoint. So they guided Q2 sales between 1.03 billion and 1.06 billion. The midpoint of that, which is roughly 1.045 billion, does beat estimate. Oh, sorry, no, that will miss estimates. Math, Adara, come on now. So they missed math on the midpoint. They didn't math. They missed estimates on the midpoint math for AFRM. Guidance miss here with the midpoint for their sales, but EPS and sales were a beat. And this Tesla stream, we're still waiting. I told you I was watching
Tesla's
one,
rallying.
and then I figured out that was definitely a crypto scam. Is Tesla moving now?
Yeah, I mean, it only moved $5, but it is starting to go. There is. This is not an increase in volume. This is the closing print. So the closing print was obviously pretty huge. And there goes Tesla right now. We can even just zoom in on this. So there it goes right now. A nice little move to the upside. And as we zoom back out, we're just trying to see if we can take out the afternoon high. Please don't trade this. Well, you can do whatever you want, but without more information, I think it's very risky. We are ears to the ground here on Tesla. You're in the right spot if you are waiting for that. So again, just to sort of recap here, we had Expedia was the only name that I called up that was doing anything to the upside here today. Oh gosh, Block.
Yeah.
XYZ. Let's go have a quick. A name that I used to own for sure. I'm interested in buying some more PayPal, so we'll see if there's some sort of a call here on PayPal. But there goes Block. You can see with a pretty dramatic move right now. Whoa, okay,
yeah,
Adara. Not great for XY. They should have just kept it as SQ, man. They should have just kept it as Square. I don't know. They changed their name to Block, and all of a sudden now they're like playing basketball and just getting blocked, it seems like. Nice move to the downside here, $62. Let's see if we can hold 50, but what do those numbers look like?
Yeah, everyone on X is basically calling for Jack Dorsey to resign after this report. They missed on EPS and revenue. EPS here, 54 cents per share versus estimates of 68. Revenue, 6.115 billion versus 6. $1 billion expected. That is the deal there with SPCE. Sorry, I can't pull this up because I don't have NYSE access on here. But
oh no, I was just telling you. I was just telling Fabian.
You can show that chart. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So there goes. No, it's all good. Tesla's more important right now, anyways, than Block. But right there, nice move to the downside. Let's see if there's any capital here at PayPal. A lot of these companies have now differentiated themselves. So no, we're not seeing anything on PayPal. To me, is getting close to a buy zone, man. I mean, I think I like those levels, especially as we see going through. Oh no, Take-Two's guidance, man. I'm not seeing very good numbers here from Take-Two. So TTWO. All red here on guidance. So there it is right now. Gap guidance 240 minus 240, 205. They're doing that to minus. Actually, no, this is actually a little bit better. Negative 240 to 205.
He's on stage now.
So there it is. Okay. Elon Musk is now on stage. Take-Two trying to get going here as well. So he's on stage. I don't really know what he's going to be talking about.
Another man is talking right now, actually.
Okay, another man is talking. So Elon is there. Okay. You don't gamble much on sports or anything like that?
I will buy the occasional scratch ticket for fun, and that is the extent of my gambling.
Well, right there, man, we get a big slap on that. And I'm going to be really proud of this because I've been talking now for months about how we don't like DraftKings and how much it's been getting hit down. I think we had Mitch coming on. He talked about possibly DraftKings catching maybe a little bit of a bid into football season. I think that as soon as we saw that happen, starting in early September, you can see DraftKings right here. This is early September right here, where we kind of topped out. This is September 8th. I believe that's one of the first games for the NFL. We had a nice little run into the NFL, and then it was whoosh. There goes DraftKings right now. The numbers that I have for DKNG are not very pretty. Run these to you. It looks like a miss on a couple angles here. That's Will Scott, sorry. Everything's just flying through right now. I'm going to have to be very specific and make sure I call up the right numbers. Yeah,
I found it.
Okay, you have the DraftKings numbers?
Yeah,
okay,
and it's not great.
Down 10% right now.
This is not a good look for Jason Robbins, CEO, and his company here. Losses of 26 cents per share, better than estimates of 42 cents. And sales, 1.144 billion, missing estimates of 1.216 billion. So sales miss. EPS beat. Robin Denham, chairwoman of the Tesla board, is speaking right now. DraftKings lowering their guidance here to 5.9 billion, 6.1 billion, below estimates of 6.21 billion. So they lowered their guidance, missed on sales, EPS beat, but it was a loss.
Yeah, I think DraftKings is going to get crushed, man. This is a stock that has a 1 in front of it, not a 2. So let's wait to see what happens with DraftKings there. My opinion on Tesla, I'll just give it to you right now. It's a sell. I don't really care what this vote is. I'm just of the belief, and this is not, there's going to be a lot of people out there that are like, wow, Tesla's going to rip up. I'm long Tesla. I'm just saying sell the news. It's not, we buy sort of the rumor, and this was never a rumor. We saw in Kalshi that it is going to be a 95% chance for a yes vote. Now, we've seen those things flip. The Blue Jays at one point were 92% chance of winning the World Series, okay? And that didn't happen. Now, sports is different than this. But Tesla on the ground today, and I just think it's well priced. Now, I'm not saying this is sell like, oh my God, Tesla's down 10%. I just think we could drift a little lower. Some of the euphoria of what was expected here on this announcement, on the shareholder meeting, let that settle down, then we'll get right back in and buy up Tesla. I love the name. I really think that Tesla does have some upside to it, but just on this particular release, and we could all be, I could be wrong 100%. I just think it's well appreciated now. We did touch out today to 470 almost, and then whoosh, right to the downside. So part of my negativity about all this too is the fact that we do have an opportunity for the market to continue lower. So cheer on Tesla. I really do hope that this is a big win for them and the market can continue to the upside. It's just a sell the news theory. It's not that I don't like Tesla. And I do hope that this gets approved. I hope it gets approved unanimously. Like there's only a few dissents basically there when they add it all up. And I don't even know exactly how these votes.
Me neither.
They're not going to be walking up and stuffing the ballot box and so on and so forth. Most of these done electronically over proxy. So I'm guessing they have the news, right? They're just going to release it and say, yes, this pay package is approved. Because what is it, 50+1? Is that all that they need?
I don't know exactly how many they need, but I think the bigger concern, I think, for some people is that the large institutions, which have a lot of shares, they're voting against it. But like I said, if you spent any time on Tesla Bull X, like shout out Tesla Boomer Mama, shout out to Herbert Ong. Like, those guys are heavy active in it, and they're going to give all the votes. And they've been really good at making sure shareholders know their rights as well. So I actually suspect that the Tesla retail shareholders could overpower institutions. I want to talk about SMR because these.
Oh, we missed those.
Yeah, this is. It's nuclear, but not in a good way, Sean. Their earnings per share, we were expecting losses of 50 cents. They reported a loss of $1.85. And last year, year over year, they reported a loss of 18 cents. So this is a massive year over year loss expansion, and it super missed estimates. Sales, though, would you believe they also missed estimates, Sean? 8.242 million, below estimates of 11.17 million. And yeah, that is a nuclear blow up. To the downside, and sorry for that pun. I apologize to anybody who's involved in this name. Not trying to make fun, but you got to make fun sometimes, and that is a bad report.
Yeah, it's a bad report, and who would have thought that it's up on that report? So
yeah,
there we go. SMR nicely up. It was $32 at close. It's now $34. Here it is right here. And of course, SMR, small modular reactors. The name of the company is NuScale. So there it is. 185 misses 15. Like, that has to be a couple charges there that they were not expecting. Is an absolute disaster. And then the sales, of course.
Oh.
Are you telling me they have $8 million in sales?
Allegedly.
Interesting. Okay, so there it goes, man. And if you're playing this name, you're obviously playing for a future there, as not all companies are going to be treated the same on earnings. So we'll see, again, what their guide is. There must be something in the report the algos or somebody likes.
I didn't see much.
Why this is going to the upside is beyond me. Let's just check out what Oklo is doing as well, as we look into some other nuclear names just to see if there's any action with that as well. There's nothing over here with Oklo. And then, of course, we talked about some of the crypto names today, that has nothing to do with SMR, but just as some of these moves continue to go to the downside. And I was just thinking about Bitcoin because we just came pretty close again. This is a daily chart. Let me just go into here as we vote. Everyone, get your votes in right now. Where will crypto be tomorrow? Will it be above this level that's held? So we bounced off nicely there last night around 6 o'clock when we broke 299,000, and that kind of held, and then it bounced back up to 105. Like, what a great move that was, a 5% move back. But since then, it's just straight fire back into the downside as we look to hold right now. BTC coming back in right now. So we'll see if it can hold that 100,000. Get your votes in. Today we had Ethereum also a move to the downside. So we'll just check this on Binance. There's Ethereum today down to 3,300. So there's that same move yesterday in Bitcoin that bounced off 99,000. We got a similar bounce off 31.5, depending on the exchange for Ethereum. So we'll see if that can hold 3,000 here tonight as well. Other names like Solana and whatnot have been really crushed. So, you know, if you like some of these names, this was a 250 high. Solana now all the way back in again to 150. So that in just of 2 months, basically. That's September the 25th. So you're talking about 6 weeks. Solana almost chopped 35% downside. Actually is 35% down from its highs is Solana. So that was been a good opportunity for me even to get some out, and I didn't do anything over there. So let's just check back in on SMR. Let's check on first on DraftKings, as I know there's some traders in there. Hopefully we get a bounce, and I don't want to be, you know, too negative on it. I know the effect of some of these markets, like market and call sheet that I've had on these predictive betting markets against DraftKings. Looks like today, although I just saw 666 up there, looks like they're not having a good earnings report here either for DraftKings, missing over there. Let's just check in on Tesla again to see if there is anything going on right there. 451. So let's go, man. Get going, Tesla.
Yeah. Robert Denham talking right now.
Perfect. Would love to see this name get there back up to. But have you even seen or no?
I thought, well, like I said, I saw a man who was not Elon. Right now, I see Robin Denham at great, beautiful accent from Australia. She said Tesla. Tesla. So anyways, that sounded southern, but anyways, I like the way she says Tesla. She's talking about what Tesla does and wearing what looks like a warm sweater. Shout out to Robin Denham, and she's thanking people for their support. Maybe we get our friend maybe with our friend Elon soon. Jay Bronson asking about DNN earnings. I looked into this yesterday for somebody in the chat. They don't report till 11:10 p.m. DNN. So unfortunately, the likelihood of us covering them is almost non-existent. On this show, I do apologize, but haven't released them yet. I did just check. I saw a post on X that is really trying to spin this XYZ earnings report into a beat, even though they were a double miss. And Cash App profit was above estimates, transaction-based revenue kind of in line, Bitcoin revenue well below estimates, subscription and service-based revenue not seeing how that compares to estimate. The one thing XYZ might have going for it, Sean, the one might stop it getting blocked here, adjusted operating income guide for fiscal 25, slightly better than expected and better than their prior guide. They also raised their guide for fiscal 2025 gross profit. But again, when you have like a double miss and your Bitcoin revenue misses, I don't really know how you stack all that.
Are there Cash
also,
App?
SNDK, massive, like triple beat. They got earnings, they got sales, and their guidance blew it out of the water. So shout out to SanDisk.
Yeah, okay, SanDisk right here. Let's go have a quick look. I mean, again, a $220 name. Okay, so this is what I mean. They blow it out of the water, Adara's words there, and it's barely moving. You know, so this is a tough market right now, for sure. Like, you see some of this, so tough market, which is why actually Tesla's been amazing, trying to hold up some of those levels. All right, let's do a little bit of a stock blitz. All right, here we go. We're going to start with all of the earnings, man. I'm just going to start to run them down. So, and again, I'm just going to start to go by some of the earnings plays because I know you're here for that. We are going to end with Tesla, so stay tuned. All right, here goes the trade desk. Let's just do it really quick. The trade desk down 10% right now. So their earnings, downside right there. I'm not going to go over the numbers. I'm just going to run through some of the names. IREN also comes up with their report today. Iris. So now we're going to see what they're doing. Iris right now flat, so not much going on with them. We had Expedia. Expedia was one of the top names moving to the high side. This was one of the only names. This and SanDisk, the that I found to the upside. I think Opendoor might be going up there as well.
Firm?
We have MindMed. Affirm could be. Yeah, we'll have a check on Affirm. We did have MindMed was supposed to come through today. I don't know if we didn't even talk about it. Not much volume there for MindMed, so we skip on that one. Airbnb right now as well. Airbnb, that's an upside play. So we failed saying that there wasn't many. Airbnb heading higher. Oh, USAR. All right, yeah, and MP. Weren't they both reporting? So let's go over and have a quick look at US Metal. Nice move to the downside there, down 10% USAR. Did we get MP Materials?
Yeah, I went over those ones. It was not anything to be super happy
about. So MP flat. I mean, they did make a move down, Adara.
EPS beat, sales miss, or like smaller than expected loss per share, and then sales miss.
All right, SoundHound, another big name. Came through today. That's lower, but well off of its lows there for Sound. So that's trying to go. Sunrun. Let's have a quick look over there. These names have been, I mean, the price of some of these names are just so beat up right now. But they're actually on the way up as opposed to a First Solar and some of those other names, Enphase and whatnot. Sunrun right now, 5% down. So they actually really, I didn't realize they were doing that well. So Sunrun, good move there. All right, here's the one that everyone's waiting for, Opendoor. Making its way back up. So we had sort of said that Opendoor was on the way down. They did touch 560 today, back up to 660. Adara, tell me what you got over there.
So here's what I think. I think that the fact that they called their earnings report an open house confused the Benzinga algorithm because they don't even have the numbers, like, you know how they have like beat and miss on their platform yet? Because I think honestly it's so confusing. I didn't even know that was supposed to be their earnings report at first. But yeah, they released their open house. They're calling this Opendoor 2.0, and they're emphasizing software. Now, shout out to new CEO and Canadian, Kaz Najarian. But anyways, these earnings reports are not worth shouting out here. Losses of 12 cents per share, larger than the expected loss of 7 cents. Revenue $915 million versus estimates of $882.31 million. I know the earnings call is what people are really excited about. Eric Jackson was out over the weekend. He actually reposted one of the infographics I made on Opendoor over the weekend as well. So shout out to Eric Jackson, one of the biggest people in the Opendoor retail realm and space. But yeah, he's trying to get Rob Schneider to come to the earnings call. Who knows if he will. The point is, Open is always going to, I think, be a little bit more about retail excitement and the future of what could be rather than the earnings themselves.
Good look there. I like that talk there. As Opendoor does come back here with some good volume, we'll watch out for amazing opportunities tomorrow for Opendoor. I mean, the volume is going to be there. Archer Aviation not doing anything. They did report as well. Of course, Take-Two with the womp of the day. And they actually were really bad early, but starting to recover right now. And the sad news here is November 20 of 26, obviously. Not like it's coming out in 2 weeks, you know.
No.
So 52 weeks or so, you will get the game. And then hopefully their next quarter, they don't tell us that it's one more time. So Take-Two downside. Block, we've sort of covered that a little bit. We only have a couple more minutes left. Block to the downside, down 15% as that continues to go as well. Affirm, right? Another name I want to check on is Peloton. I had said earlier, I haven't looked at it, but I think Peloton does have a chance to get going there tomorrow. So we'll check on Peloton. Look That's a good one, man. Affirm nicely up right now. That's up about 10%. It was down 10% today, now flat. Affirm goes out today at close, $66, now $72. So you're up about 6 on 66, up about 8% right now for Affirm in the after hours. You know, MNST Monster Beverages, we didn't cover them. Are up slightly there, so that's going to be a good report for them. DraftKings, DK, NG, of course. That was bad. Could be something tomorrow. I feel like this could also get pretty meme-ish at some point as well. DraftKings, we know that there's capable of doing a lot of volume over here. SMR, and then we'll go to Peloton, and then we're out of here. SMR downside early, but kind of just around right now, relatively flat for SMR on what was only $8 million of revenue, which is
I blocked
crazy.
out how bad that report was.
Yeah, that was bad, right?
Because the loss is the most gross.
185 versus 15 cents.
It's not even just that. Like last year, they lost 18 cents per share. Your loss per share should not expand by that much year over year. I have thoughts. I have opinions, and my opinions are, what?
I like that opinion. That's a great opinion.
Sorry.
No, that was okay. Tomorrow we'll be going over everything, so make sure you stay tuned. Adira does a great job on our watch list, and my prediction is SMR will be on there probably.
Volume. Okay, I actually want to say something.
Go ahead.
So here's the thing, Sean and people. I try to give you guys as many names as possible in the watch list, but sometimes there's just too many. Like I would argue today there were too many. There were like 17. So what I like to do is what has the most volume and or what are people going to be most excited about? SMR fits those categories, and I know it's one people are excited about. If it gets a couple hundred shares, a couple 100,000 shares in volume, likely it will be on the watch list. But just in case you guys wonder, hey, why isn't my name on the watch list? Adira hates my name. No, guys, I do it purely based on volume and interest. So that's a little disclaimer.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks Adira hates them because they didn't put your name on the watch
I remember one time I forgot to put Coinbase because it was super busy earnings day, and then I felt, and everybody, I was like, I did wrong, and now I'm just so diligent. But
yeah, no, I think you're doing right. I think most people are going to be looking for volume, right? And then now, the more comfortable we are, the more we'll understand that Coinbase, like certain names like Draft, we're going to want to know about tomorrow.
Right, like DraftKings, Open Door. Some of these, like I can, and then I try to group them too if I can. So for example, USAR and MP, if I can put them together, because they're both in that rare earth play, right? Like today, ARM and Qualcomm were together. So there's a little insight into the watch list.
Maybe AMD and NVIDIA could be together.
I think together sometimes.
I'm gonna put a bet that tomorrow Tesla will be on the watch list. So right now Tesla 449, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Look, it's been a fantastic show. We want to thank Global X and everybody for watching. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe as we go. All right, I didn't talk to you at all about what you traded today. So this is a name that you had a good time trading today.
Eli?
Lily. We like some Lily.
Took the short, then took the reversion all the way back up.
Boom, we like that one. Adira doing the best over here, trading, bringing us the news, developing these graphics. Make sure you do check out at Trader TV Research, TTV Research, as well as our main page. We all pretty much have either Instagram or X as well. So, all right, thank you so much, man. Join us tomorrow. It's Friday. So it's Friday. Let's just relax, go home tonight. You know, don't look at your portfolios unless you're short, but have a good look at everything. And I put these glasses on because I've been having like a headache all week, man, and I'm just trying to fight these feel better. So tonight we're going to get some rest, hopefully be in first thing tomorrow morning and ready to rock and roll. So that's Adira. I'm Sean. Big thanks to Neil today. Big thanks to Sharif, Joe, Brendan, Ramin, Fabian, Elon, Randy, anybody else that contributed to today's show. And a big special thanks to everybody watching as well, because without you, we don't have anything. That's Adira. I'm Sean. Ciao for now. Good luck to Tesla shareholders.